Scientists at the National Centers for Disease Control in Atlanta today released the results of a study which shows that the lifestyle of some male homosexuals has triggered an epidemic of a rare form of cancer. Robert Bazell now in Atlanta.
Bobby Campbell of San Francisco and Billy Walker of New York both suffer from a mysterious newly discovered disease which affects mostly homosexual men, but has also been found in heterosexual men and women. The condition severely weakens the body's ability to fight disease. Many victims get a rare form of cancer called Kaposi sarcoma. Others get an infection known as pneumocystis pneumonia. Researchers know of 413 people who have contracted the condition in the past year. 1/3 have died and none have been cured. Investigators have examined the habits of homosexuals for clues. The best guess is that some infectious agent is causing it. Today, researchers here at the National Centers for Disease Control said they had found several cases where people who had been sex partners both had the condition. The scientists say this probably means they are dealing with some new, deadly, sexually transmitted disease. The investigators see this as a serious public health problem. Researchers are now studying blood and other samples from the victims, trying to learn what is causing the disease. So far, they have had no luck.
A mystery disease known as the gay plague has become an epidemic unprecedented in the history of American medicine. That today from the Center for Disease Control in Atlanta. Topping the list of likely victims are male homosexuals who have many partners and drug users who inject themselves with needles. Medical experts say the disease kills 4 out of every 10 people it strikes and that it threatens to explode in the nation's cities.
I don't really think the term plague is the right way of calling it. We are faced with an epidemic, which initially started in gay community, but now we see it spreading to heterosexual, both men and women. So it's not really a gay-related disease. It is an infectious agent, most likely, which is spreading through the community.
Whatever causes AIDS destroys these blood cells called lymphocytes, which fight infection. The victims are then susceptible to various diseases. Drug addicts get AIDS from blood-contaminated needles. Children from their mother's blood in the womb. Others have gotten it from blood transfusions and blood products. But more than 70% of the victims are homosexual men who get it from sexual contact. Most medical researchers believe that the fear of AIDS has gotten out of hand. Scientists do not know what causes the disease, but they strongly suspect it is a virus. All the evidence indicates it can be transmitted only by sexual contact or mixing of blood.
This is what the HTLV-3 virus looks like, magnified thousands of times, clumped on the edge of a white blood cell it's invaded. Still closer, an individual virus, showing its dense center that distinguishes it from other viruses. The breakthrough came when researchers at the National Cancer Institute were able to isolate that virus and mass produce it for closer study. Health Secretary Margaret Heckler made the announcement to a jammed news conference.
The probable cause of AIDS has been found.
And she introduced the scientist who led the team, Dr. Robert Gallo. When Gallo's group examined the blood of people who showed early symptoms of AIDS, 79% had antibodies indicating they were carrying the HTLV-3 virus. Among AIDS patients, 88% indicated presence of the virus. But among seemingly normal, healthy people, less than 1% seem to be carrying the virus. Gallo says a blood test for HTLV-3 will be ready in 6 months. It could screen out virus carriers from blood donation programs, and it could at least tell a potential AIDS victim if he or she is carrying the virus. In places such as San Francisco's gay community, there was some relief at today's news.
But researchers say development of a vaccine is at least 2 years away. Some say it could be much longer. Robert Hager, NBC News, Washington.
Good evening, I'm Roger Grimsby. Here now the news. Actor Rock Hudson dead. His year-long battle with AIDS at an end. He was 59. Hudson died quietly in his sleep this morning at his home in Beverly Hills. He was found dead by members of his household staff. It was just this past July that the word came out that he had something drastically wrong with him. He appeared gaunt and drawn when he made an appearance with Doris Day to promote a television program. It was soon after that that the truth did emerge. Rock Hudson was suffering from AIDS. He went to Paris for treatment, was too ill to accept it. Rock Hudson's movie career spanned more than 30 years.
Hundreds of thousands of gay men and lesbian women today marched for homosexual rights. Some 200,000 people marched in San Francisco. Across the nation, the parades were dedicated to victims of the deadly disease AIDS, acquired immune deficiency syndrome. 70% of its victims are gay men.
While the theme of this parade has always been gay liberation and gay pride, the emphasis this year was an appeal for funding to help stop the spread of the AIDS disease. The cause of the acquired immune deficiency syndrome, or AIDS, is unknown, and there is no known cure. The deadly disease has been mostly striking homosexual men. More than 700 cases have been reported in New York, 1,600 in the country.
I'm angry because there hasn't been enough research for AIDS, enough funding, and gay people are suffering, and it's outrageous.
Fear of the AIDS epidemic is causing a decrease in blood supplies in a number of cities. A Red Cross spokesman says a misconception that AIDS can be contracted by giving blood may force the cancellation of elective surgery in Pennsylvania and New York unless blood supplies increase.
Harry Ellis is an American fashion designer who helped establish his reputation in the fashion industry in the late 70s. In 1981, he met Laughlin Barker, a partner in the fashion industry. Their work and relationship begins. However, something unfortunate happened when this love affair ended tragically after only 4 years. In 1986, Barker contracted AIDS-related cancer, and within months, Ellis' health began to decline significantly. He died in a rapid decline from viral encephalitis. Many believe this may be due to health complications from the AIDS, although there has been no official report from Ellis' company confirming this issue. Information about the specific cause of his illness is not publicly available. Ellis's passing is not only a loss for the fashion industry, but also a reminder of the importance of health and self-care, regardless of social or financial status.
White House officials felt that the president had to speak out because the disease has become the nation's overwhelming health concern. Even his own doctor, John Hutton, urged Mr. Reagan to pay more attention to the problem.
Our battle against AIDS has been like an emergency room operation. We've thrown everything we have into it. We've declared AIDS public health enemy #1.
Mr. Reagan said prevention is better than a cure. He sided with his education secretary, William Bennett, and other conservatives who say that the government should not provide sex education to children.
The federal role must be to give educators accurate information about the disease. Now, how that information is used must be up to schools and parents, not government.
The Surgeon General disagrees strongly, believing that children should be taught about condoms and given explicit sex education.
We can no longer afford to sidestep frank, open discussions about sexual practices, heterosexual and homosexual.
I don't quarrel with that, but I think that abstinence has been lacking in much of the education.
That angers some critics.
Until the Reagan administration realizes that the government's responsibility is saving lives and not saving souls, we will continue to see the virus spread through our society.
White House officials confirm that the president has never talked with his Surgeon General about AIDS or read the report Dr. Koop sent him last October.
The fact that it has taken the president 5 years to begin to even address this problem publicly demonstrates that this administration hasn't given it the level of commitment that it deserves.
In the fall of 1986, Karangi was hospitalized. It became apparent that she had been sleeping outside in the rain and had been badly beaten up and raped. Blood tests showed she was suffering from AIDS-related complications. On November 26, 1986, America's first supermodel died of those complications, though her mother was by her side.
In naming his special commission, the president vowed a cure for AIDS would be found.
Whether by breakthrough or steady progress, we will beat this disease.
His commission includes experts from many fields, including geneticist Dr. Frank Lilly, who is also a gay activist. Lilly acknowledges that probably was a major factor in his selection, but he denies it's the only reason he was chosen.
If I'm a token gay, I'm also a token biomedical researcher, and everybody else on the commission is a token something.
They don't have the medical and public health background that one requires to address this kind of issue.
New Hampshire Republican Senator Gordon Humphrey.
And I think it's unfortunate when the President of the United States elevates the credibility and the standing of the practice of homosexuality by appointing a practicing homosexual to a commission.
Record shows the government has been multiplying the amount spent on AIDS research for the past several years. In 1986, the National Institutes of Health spent $135 million. This year, the budget is close to $500 million. Governor Cuomo's AIDS advisor, Dr. David Rogers, says that both the federal government and New York State are spending more than they did in the first years of the epidemic. But he says even more money is needed for the facilities and staff.
This could be an absolute national catastrophe unless we begin to get a handle on this. That it can, it already is tearing society apart in terms of sort of putting group against group. It's killing a dreadful number of young people who are in their most productive periods of their lives that we desperately need in terms of our whole economic and political and social welfare.
Mary Civello, News 4, New York.
Young addicts injecting heroin into their veins in an empty lot on the Lower East Side of Manhattan. First, they dissolve the drug. As they inject it, they pull large amounts of blood into the syringe to make certain they get all the heroin into their bodies. It is because so much blood is involved that the widespread practice of sharing needles has spread AIDS rapidly among drug users. One infected addict leaves his blood containing the virus in the needle, and the next one to use the needle gets the AIDS virus into his bloodstream.
Died in England just one day after going public with the news that he had AIDS. In recent weeks, there was talk that the lead singer of the group Queen had that disease. Mercury said that he wouldn't confirm those rumors until the end for reasons of privacy. He has vocals on such songs as Crazy Little Thing Called Love and We Are the Champions, which made Queen one of the top groups of the 1970s. Freddie Mercury was 45 years old.
Our $10 billion war on drugs is also a war on AIDS. Heavy drug use now accounts for some of the fastest growing infection rates, afflicting Americans that are often among those least able to get adequate medical help.
AIDS research, no more delays. On AIDS discrimination, no more delays. On equal justice for lesbians and gay men, no more delays.
More than 600 demonstrators crossed police lines to protest and to be arrested on the steps of the Supreme Court. Some of the police wore gloves because of concern about AIDS. The demonstration ended 4 days of protest in the Capitol over alleged inadequate programs to combat AIDS or to provide full rights for homosexuals.
They shouted their demands from the sidewalk and in the street. In a planned civil disobedience show, over 100 protesters blocked rush hour traffic at Broadway and Wall. Troops of police officers moved in, charged them with disorderly conduct, resisting arrest.
I'd say in the 60s, the black movement didn't win any friends by burning down cities, but they sure gained their civil rights. And that's why we're out here.
But other Wall Streeters questioned their message even more than their manner.
I think the country is doing the best they can.
First of all, let me say good late afternoon. Because of the HIV virus that I have attained, I will have to retire from the Lakers today. I just want to make clear, first of all, that I do not have the AIDS disease, because I know a lot of you want to know that, but the HIV virus. I just want to say that I'm going to miss playing, and I will now become a spokesman for the HIV virus, because I want people and young people to realize that they can practice safe sex. And, you know, sometimes you're a little naive about it and you think it could never happen to you. And you only thought it could happen to, you know, other people and so on and on. And it has happened, but I'm going to deal with it, and my life will go on.
AIDS has always been a disease of them, not us. Those homosexuals, those drug addicts, not people like you and me. Whole communities turned their back on the epidemic and said that it just couldn't happen to them. Chief among those that denied the possibility were America's black and Hispanic communities, minorities. But as you will see in the next 60 minutes, that denial has already cost thousands of lives, threatens thousands more, and should serve as a warning to the rest of America.
I just woke up one day and the muscles had atrophied in such a way that I couldn't stand, and so I said, well, it's time to go to the hospital. When I got here, they said that I was in really bad shape.
I thought that I was so clean, so unique, and different from everyone else, and it goes to show that you're not. That disease have no particular person.
In our pediatric AIDS clinic, 95% of our children are black.
Much as the death of Rock Hudson brought home the tragedy of this disease to small-town America, the death of Max Robinson made blacks sit up and realize that AIDS is not just a disease of whites and homosexuals.
From ABC, this is World News Tonight with Max Robinson in Chicago.
As the first black anchor of a weekday network evening news program, Max was a symbol and role model for a generation of black men and women. Max's death not only made it clear that blacks were a part of the AIDS epidemic, but it focused attention on the extent to which AIDS has spread in the black community. It's something that cannot be ignored.
I don't accept the notion that one is racist if one points out the fact that there's a disproportionate amount of AIDS cases among minorities in this nation. That is a fact.
Almost 1 out of 3 AIDS victims is black. In some cities, the AIDS infection rate in blacks is 6 times higher than in whites.
It was AIDS-related pneumonia that Ash finally succumbed to 3/13 Saturday afternoon. A man that was symptom-free up until recently, remarkably with his hectic schedule after taking up the banner for AIDS in addition to promoting his love for tennis. According to Dell, Ash's most gratifying accomplishment perhaps was not on the tennis court.
Well, Arthur Ashe was so loved that his death is sending a shockwave through most of the influential circles in our country and around the world. And President Clinton gave his reaction to the sad news as he and the First Lady walked home from church this morning.
He's a friend of mine, and I'm very sad about it.
Arthur Ashe was the world's #1 ranked tennis player from 1968 to 1975. The national schoolboy champion from Richmond, Virginia, became the first black man to win at the U.S. Open as an amateur against professional Tom Ocker. Another watershed victory for Ashe when he became the first black man to win at Wimbledon, upsetting Jimmy Connors, who was in his prime. Arthur Ashe was a man of integrity and principle, a tennis champion who used his prominence and influence to educate against racial discrimination. Hours after his death because of AIDS yesterday, the bell tolled at Madison Square Garden for one of the sports legends of our time.
The final 10 count for the late, great Arthur Ashe.
From civil rights to AIDS, Arthur Ashe epitomized class and courage. He was, in 2 words, a gentle man. And that's the Sunday Night Sports.
Next Tuesday, the body of Arthur Ashe will lie in state at the Capitol in Richmond, Virginia. Funeral services will be held Wednesday in Richmond. And here in New York, a memorial service will take place on Friday.
Last week, the rap world was stunned to learn in a press conference held by his lawyer that Eazy-E had been admitted to Cedars-Sinai Hospital in Los Angeles and diagnosed as suffering from full-blown AIDS.
Eazy was in the hospital roughly a month ago. He was released from the hospital, came home, but he didn't show signs of improvement, so he went back to a different hospital. This time they ran more extensive tests, and as a result, we found out that he has what he has.
At the moment, 31-year-old Eazy is still in intensive care, and his friend and publicist Norman Winter is unsure whether he'll live or die.
Eazy is critical. He's in the intensive care unit, and he's trying to essentially fight pneumonia because his immune system is wasted. He has full-blown AIDS, and they're watching for him to rally.
Last week, Easy married his longtime companion Tamika in hospital. Both her and their baby have been tested negative for HIV. Old grudges have been buried as fans and stars of the rap community have rallied behind Easy.
Rap singer Eazy-E has lost his battle with AIDS just 10 days after revealing that he had the disease. The 31-year-old rapper died last night in a Los Angeles hospital. He was hospitalized last month for what he thought was asthma and said that he did not know how he contracted AIDS. Eazy-E, whose real name was Eric Wright, was a founding member of the band NWA. The band practically originated the hardcore style of gangster rap and was a huge influence in the rap community.
The Scientific Advisory Panel has recommended that the Food and Drug Administration approve a new drug called the most important advance since AZT.
The reason we came to see Dr. Katz today was I qualified for a drug trial on a new antiviral. It's called 3TC. What it's supposed to do is prevent or delay the worsening of the disease or delay different infections like the cancers that are associated with HIV.
The advantages of the drug appears to be particularly non-toxic compared to some of the others, which is may be a major advantage once we have an idea about whether it's effective or not. I think that's the real issue. That's why it's a clinical trial.
I immediately got on the new protease inhibitors, and it totally changed my life. It brought me back immediately. We were at the edge of a major breakthrough. Around December 1995, I met with Dr. Mark Weinberg from Montreal, who was doing viral cultures in patients that were treated in our clinical trial. He called me aside and he said, Julio, look, something very interesting is going on. I can't quite get all of the samples to grow virus. And then the question came up, could it be that the treatment is working better than we anticipated? And to be perfectly honest with you, we did not even begin to comprehend the magnitude of this breakthrough.
It's a step in the right direction. AIDS patients are living both better and longer. New York, which has the highest number of AIDS patients in the country, has shown a dramatic decrease in the number of AIDS deaths, a 30% drop.
This actually become the seminal moment that the progress of HIV has been delineated from. Everybody now talks about from 1996 onward. It was that profound. Truly, Vancouver became the pivotal point where the epidemic turned around. After Vancouver in 96, death rates for AIDS in the world, anywhere where the treatment was applied, dropped by about 90%. In medicine, I don't think we ever witnessed the seriousness of the pandemic as we experienced with HIV and the dramatic turnaround at a single point in time that basically transformed the outcome of this epidemic globally.
We have a fresh reminder this morning that the AIDS epidemic is anything but history. A report from the United Nations says that despite promising new treatments, more than 33.5 million people are now infected with HIV, and that number is expected to keep climbing.
Not significant in their own right, not huge numbers in their own right, but it's the growth rates that are important to look at. And when you take those growth rates, it gives some idea of what is coming down the road. The level of HIV infection is higher than even those horrifying projections of 10 years back.
The prevalence rates of AIDS infection in Africa will be one of the subjects that will get a lot of attention at this conference. Studies will show that in some areas of some countries, almost 1/3 of the entire population is infected.
In this particular case, the prognosis is poor. There's already a fairly high level incidence of HIV. I don't want to say exactly how high, because the exact estimate is but I'll tell you that in some streets there are more HIV positive cases than there are ratepayers. The children are going to be heirs to this. Or how are we going to deal with them? Are we going to have big orphanages, orphan villages, orphan centers?
They found a typically African path of infection. The virus spreads through heterosexual sex or by descent, from HIV-positive mothers to their babies. They found stark regional concentrations of HIV, as in places like Warmer Township, hemmed in by suburban PE and the airport, and close to an army base.
All over Africa there have been studies about virgins and the belief that you can have a cure for HIV if you sleep with a virgin.
The African studies show that 9 to 15-year-old girls are 6 times more likely to be HIV positive than boys of the same age.
And what I found in this study, in this region, we have a figure closer to 8 times more likely.
In these parts, dying in company is a sure thing, largely because of the absolute secrecy surrounding AIDS. This is a very rare document. It is the only one in Warmer's burial files to list AIDS as the cause of death, although many others almost certainly took this knowledge to the grave.
15% of the people died before their 5th birthday. The remainder, the average age of death is about 32 for males and about 30 for females. This is the decade of HIV. The next decade will be the fully blown AIDS decade.
I'm a supervisor of cemetery. I'm working for a while, around about 19 years. In the old days, we used to bury around about 4 a month. But now, we are burying a lot, around about 17 and 18 a month.
The young people?
The lot is a young people.
Every weekend, and when I say every weekend, Saturdays and Sundays, there are funerals around here. And almost all of them are of young people. And in most of them, people don't know the person, what the person died of. He just went sick and lost weight and had some blisters or whatever and died.
Despite what you may have heard, I am cured of the AIDS virus.
We can now say with some confidence that we have the scientific basis to bring an end to this epidemic. We're not sure when that's going to happen, but we know it's possible.
He explained to me that there was a chance that they'd have to do a bone marrow transplant. And at that point, I'm like, okay, I guess I'll have to go through this in order to live.
Initially, Timothy's doctors hoped the bone marrow transplant would rid his body of cancer. But then they devised a radical plan so that it might also cure his HIV.
Some very clever physician scientists said, aha, we're going to give some special bone marrow.
The immune cells that fight disease come from our bone marrow. Timothy's doctors found a donor who had a rare gene they hoped would protect Timothy from HIV. This was based on the discovery that 1 in every 100 people of European descent is resistant to HIV. People with this mutation are known as elite controllers. By transplanting donor cells that had a faulty CCR5 receptor, Timothy's doctors hoped he would produce his own immune cells that were resistant to HIV. 3 months later, there were no detectable viruses in his body. For the next 12 years, he was effectively cured of HIV.
There are 34 million people in the world with HIV, and it's hard to believe that I'm the first person to be cured.
But in 2020, Timothy's leukemia returned. And after a 5-month battle, he died.
Africa, of course, is one of the countries in sub-Saharan Africa hardest hit by the HIV epidemic. Young people in this region continue to be of the populations at greatest risk for HIV infection, particularly young women. What is shocking, however, is the findings of the Human Sciences Research Council this year that 18% of people between the ages of 18 and 35 are HIV positive. Nancy, it's World AIDS Day today, and I think everybody out in the streets, they want to know one thing. Are we winning the war, the fight against HIV/AIDS?
Well, we're winning the battles, but we need to work harder to win the war, basically. The number of people dying from AIDS has dramatically reduced in the past 15 years. And of course, there's a huge achievement. People are living longer and healthier lives. And we now have 15 million people around the world on ARVs. However, and it's a big however, we have about 5 more years to really reduce the number of new infections, to get more people on treatment, to really end AIDS as a public health crisis. So we have 6.8 million people who are HIV positive, and that's the largest number in the world. It's about 1 in 6 of all people living with AIDS in the world are here in South Africa. The numbers on treatment have gone up tremendously, and we're now talking about more than 3 million people on treatment. But eventually, all 6.8 million people will need treatment. And a huge concern is also that it's estimated we have 330,000 new infections a year, and many of those are among young women and girls.
You mentioned the number 1 in 6 of all people living in the world are in South Africa. It's a staggering statistic if we think about it. At the UN, why do you guys think South Africa has sort of become the front line for HIV/AIDS?
Well, there's a lot of questions about that. The epidemic did get established here very strongly. And of course, there were issues with the level of response in the beginning. Certainly, the fact there is huge movement within South Africa is an issue we look at with the epidemic. And of course, some of the social and cultural issues, some of the gender issues, like the fact of sugar daddies, the fact of young women getting into relationships with older men, all of that feeds into the epidemic.
Young people, especially young women, continue to be most at risk in South Africa and the wider Southern African region. How are we going to get on top of that problem?
Well, that's a huge concern. Clearly, there needs to be a more effective education program to young people. And that's something that we think has fallen a bit by the wayside in the last years, but which the government has recognized the need to strongly improve.
After days of rumors, actor Charlie Sheen opened up about his HIV status, revealing that he's been HIV positive for years.
It's a hard 3 letters to absorb. I am, in fact, HIV positive.
Actor Charlie Sheen's disclosure has done something not seen since Magic Johnson revealed his status in 1991. People are talking about HIV, and a lot has happened since most of us paid attention. There are now dozens of pills that can hold the disease in check. But while there are fewer side effects, treatments still aren't perfect. Science is finding age-related maladies of the bones and heart seem to accelerate.
It may be 10 to 15 years sooner that those things happen, even with our very powerful medicines.
I'm the only survivor of anyone that I know from those days. Everyone I know is dead.
People who, because they had been diagnosed, suddenly disappeared. And we all knew what that silence meant.
Jesse was diagnosed in the 80s after losing his partner George and so many others.
It was hard. It was very hard.
We must have a definition of AIDS. For Dr. Anthony Fauci, the epidemic was a turning point. In 1984, he became the nation's top infectious disease expert, the same job he holds today.
When there is resistance, was it hard to get the resources you needed?
Well, in the beginning, it was. I mean, we were trying to convince people that this was not something that was going to go away. This is something that was going to get worse and worse. To raise awareness, the AIDS Memorial Quilt was unveiled on the National Mall.
Joe, Pertini.
His organizers read the names of those who died.
Joe Stanley is one of the hospital's first patients. He says at last he's being treated like a victim instead of a social outcast.
It's very reassuring to know that finally we have stopped classifying AIDS as a gay disease. We're now having to look at it as being a disease for people and persons.
A recent study found that 1 in 2 gay black men living in Georgia will contract HIV during their lifetime. But it's not just gay men and intravenous drug users who are at risk. In Georgia, a quarter of those with HIV are women, and most of them, like Phyllis Malone, are heterosexual. She says she contracted HIV from a man who didn't know he had the virus. Now she works at a women's sexual health centre.
I was out there having sex, period. So when I found out I was positive, I stopped that all completely. I stopped, my whole life changed. I started being careful for other people.
This billboard is part of a public awareness campaign that's being rolled out citywide to encourage people to get tested. It's an unusual sight here in Atlanta because Georgia is a mainly conservative state and one in which until now has largely denied that there's an HIV problem. That's why the federal government has stepped in and is paying for the campaign and this screening bus which tours shopping centres in and around Atlanta.
That's willful neglect. You have a national strategy that's a blueprint for how to address and reduce the HIV epidemic, increase access to care, address some of these other health disparities. But willful neglect says we're not going to even do a state level kind of plan like that.
Saying that we're getting closer to
Church leaders say their community needs to do more to encourage people to get tested.
We have preached damning messages from our pulpits that have created stigma and a lot of self-stigma. And I think we have to get back to the Bible basics and preach love and acceptance.
But many health workers say until the government recognises the problem and spends more money, the HIV crisis in the southern states is likely to get worse. Tarek Vasley, Al Jazeera, Atlanta, Georgia.
For 14 years, Billy Porter kept a secret until this week.
February of 2007, I was diagnosed diabetic, type 2 hereditary. March, I was signing bankruptcy papers, and by June, I was HIV positive.
The actor revealed he's HIV positive, hoping to break a stigma. Data from the Resource Center shows HIV still impacts certain groups more than others. The data shows of all new HIV diagnoses in Dallas County, 45% were Black individuals, 31% were Latinx. In the U.S., 40% of the people living with HIV are Black. 23% are Latinx. That's why Zelensky says Billy's announcement is significant. He hopes it encourages others to get tested or embrace their status as HIV positive.
Seeing Billy Porter comes out, I think, will encourage individuals, to really just own that part of themselves and, regardless of what people may think.
Metro Atlanta is the third highest ranking for HIV diagnosis in the country. So this is according to data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
Local clinics say they are already seeing more positive cases. 11 Alive's Teresa Bowles is live with us in studio to explain why even healthcare officials are shocked at these numbers.
Well, Jennifer, I want to provide some context here. Though the data is most recently available, the information is from 3 years ago. So I set to find out what Atlanta's cases look like today. HIV may not look like it did 30 or 40 years ago, but Atlanta expressed its shock when observing a recent trend.
This quarter for 2024, we've already reported more positive individuals living with HIV than we did the quarter in 2023.
Recent Centers for Disease Control and Prevention statistics really puts things into perspective. A spokesperson for the CDC says, quote, the Atlanta, Sandy Springs, Alpharetta, Georgia metro political statistical area was third nationally for HIV diagnosis in 2021, right behind Miami and Memphis. Dwayne Ford is the director of HIV prevention services with AIDS Atlanta.
We're all trying to figure out, why we're getting more people that are diagnosed with HIV when we know there are more prevention tools out there.
When you expand it to the entire state, current preliminary data shows Georgia is fourth in the country for HIV diagnosis. Concerned residents started sharing this information all over social media, some saying they're now afraid to date here.
There's fear, and that's with anything that's unknown. HIV does have a stigma.
When I started noticing something was wrong with me, immediately I started losing mobility in my legs. And I couldn't make it to the bathroom. I was running headfirst into walls because I just couldn't control myself. And I lost issues with my bowels. Like I started just going whenever, wherever. And so when I went to the hospital and stuff, and when they found out and told me about it, just within like 2 weeks, not even, I couldn't walk anymore. from being like bedridden. And so that I still can't walk. I'm still trying to gain muscle in my legs to be able to stand, because I still need help standing. And with that, you know, I've had to take medicines, and some of the medicines caused me to go blind in my left eye. So I no longer have vision there, and I got a disease from AIDS in my eyes. So it's been a real big struggle, but I'm doing the best I can. I'm trying to fight it. I knew in the back of my mind that I would have to tell people anyways, because if I even want to have any romantic relationship, they have to know. And I just was like, you know what? I'm just gonna tell everybody. And at the same time, I was also having thoughts of, well, if I don't make it, I want other people to know why. Like, this still happens, you know. It's not just something that was in the 80s. It's still a thing. And here I was running around thinking I was fine and dandy. I did get tested, believe it or not, but I didn't know that I needed to specifically ask for HIV or AIDS tests. I thought an STD check was checking for all of that, but I was very wrong.
Hello, everyone. I know it's been more than 40 minutes, but this is not the main course of the video as of yet. In fact, there is a significant amount of time before we get to my commentary. But I decided to pause in between what I consider parts 1 and parts 2 of the intro to this video to make an announcement and to also address something that has been coming up occasionally over the years, actually, including recently in some of my videos from some of you. Number one, and I will reiterate this at the end of what I have to say here. If you are interested in only hearing my commentary, you need to come back in about 2 hours. This is going to be one of my everlasting long stream videos. And it's going to be one of my long or longer videos, not only because of the exceptionally long intro, but because this is such a serious and important topic to address, as you may have noticed in the first part of the intro. So what I'm going to do is, in the second part of the intro, I'm going to allow you to hear from the target individual. In the first part of the intro, you witnessed a lot of the history of the target subject. And then the second part of the intro, you're going to hear from the target individual that we're going to be both directly and indirectly addressing tonight. Okay. And that brings me to something that I would like to address. I occasionally, though most of you are polite and respect the fact that, I'm not hitting you up for super chats and I'm not putting this on pay-per-view, that everything you see coming from me, about 99% of it is free, although that will change when I get my Patreon going. I do occasionally get people that bitch and moan about how long my intros are. Okay. And I would like to clarify that for those of you with short attention spans, I have told you over the years that I do a lot of heavy research in a lot of my videos. Okay. I don't pump out videos, 3 and 4 a week like I used to. I simply don't have the time to do that anymore. I'm not one of these content creators that is, trend hunting for clicks and views, so I just pop out a quick video about whatever a popular topic or subject is. Every one of my videos, I give it a lot of thought, I do a lot of homework, and I submit a lot of research, okay? Especially in recent times. Every now and again, I will come out with a video, just an off-the-cuff video, and even those a lot of times are long, but they're usually videos of subjects or individuals that I've already addressed, so I'm somewhat familiar with that individual or that subject at hand. If I'm not as familiar with it, I'm going to go do my research. The reason why I make these intros in cases like this so long is not only due to the importance and seriousness of the topic, but also to familiarize you guys with the topic that I will be discussing, so that number one, that I'm not just pulling stuff out of my ass, okay? And number two, to provide you reference to the things and the people that I am discussing and addressing, okay? Because there's a lot of people, especially in the Black sector of social media out here, that talk a lot of shit, okay? But they don't back the shit up that they say, okay? So by the time you hear my commentary, since, I consider this a teaching moment, not an entertainment video, okay? I want you to fully be able to grasp and understand, whether you agree or disagree, not only where I'm coming from, but the references, what I'm referring to, okay? So now that you understand that, I appreciate the support of those who appreciate every minute of effort that I put into these videos, because in a lot of cases, the intro is harder than the actual commentary itself. That's actually the easiest part of a lot of my videos. Okay, and if you have such a short attention span, or you're such a whiny cunt, or maybe you're just busy and you don't have, several hours to, watch the whole video, including the intro, even though if you were sitting in a fucking classroom, or you were at work or going to a seminar somewhere, you'd be sitting here longer than that. My commentary will begin in about 2 hours. Thank you so much for listening, and I will talk to you later.
Did you hear about the rose that grew from a crack in the concrete? I'm that rose. My name is Bianca, and this is my story. Hailing from the city that never sleeps, I'm the product of poverty and the American dream. I experienced my first heartbreak at 6, the first of many. Behind my big smile, there was a broken little girl longing for love. I faced many challenges, yet each challenge unveiled a hidden part of me. Here I am, a former addict who was sex trafficked and acquired HIV, now a mother deeply in love and fully committed to Jesus. The rose that grew from concrete, proving that you too can be a rose. Hey, guys. So I'm obviously back from my date, and I couldn't record anything because it was a long night and a long story. So yeah, I'm indoors and it's late. It's 1:42 a.m. I don't even know how to do this. If I want to show you guys now or later. Well, I'll just show you right now. This is bad. It's pretty bad. Look at this, and like my makeup wasn't coming off and it hurt so bad. My eyebrows look flaky though. Anyway, so what was supposed to be a great time ended up so horribly wrong. Oh my god, ended up horribly wrong. So anyway, whatever. I get to Nobu and they're already drinking. They're by the bar. I go up to them. We just are chit-chatting. He takes my phone. He's like, oh, you know, whatever, you can't use your phone or whatever the case may be. Yeah, like the dude, like he's really like wealthy. I don't even know what he does though. I'm pretty sure he said it at some point last night, but I've known them for like maybe like 10 months now, but like they're pretty private for obvious reasons. So yeah, and they don't pay me like at all for this. This is not like a situation like that at all whatsoever. It's just something that I'm like open to because I do what I want. So whatever. He orders me a lychee martini because that's usually what I get, but I'm not drinking. Like I haven't drank alcohol, like shots, like or Henny or anything like that in about 3.5 weeks or a month or something. I don't know, it feels like forever. It feels like a year. But he gives me a lychee martini, I'm like, nah, whatever. And he just starts like, gets me Cabernet and I have wine. So we go downstairs to eat. So they're already pretty drunk and they were drinking earlier in the day as well. And he orders me a bottle. So once that happened, that was just a wrap. So they start arguing at dinner. So the mood is already like off and they're drunk. So, you know, emotions are flying everywhere. And so afterwards, like he's already like, okay, let's get out of here because, you know, it was already getting too messy, I guess, for him. He's pretty particular. Whatever, he gets a room. I really don't know where he went. When we walked to the hotel, the bar still opened. So we go to the bar and I order drinks for us. And then we end up leaving, but I dropped the glass. So he's already pissed off at both of us. We're both keen. And he feels like we've teamed up against him. And I can see why it looks like that. So whatever, he's already pissed off. I don't know what happened, but I farted. And we had just gotten upstairs, like literally just gotten upstairs. But I farted and he got so mad. He was already so mad, but he got so tight. He was like, yo, get out. Like, get out. Get the F out of my room. Like, I swear. But you want to know something? If you guys, it smelled so bad. Like, this fart was so bad. And like, anybody that knows me will tell you that like, I poop all the time and I fart all the time, especially with these whey protein, because that's what I'm taking right now. Like with this protein, like it's like 1,000 times worse. It smells like literally. But he OD'd. Like it really wasn't that serious, but he's like that. Yeah. So he kicked me out. I'm like, are you serious? He's like, yeah, get the fuck out. But whatever. Like I left. Like okay, I'm tight as obviously because I'm drunk and I'm tight and with over a fart, like it was just so petty and I felt like ugh, whatever. So I go up to a group of people apparently and like I just start wilding out. Typical. Start wilding out, nothing new there. I don't know what the but I spit at a guy, long story short, and he just like rocked the shit at me. And like, I mean, he really did it like so hard. Like, was it that serious? Like, am I that threatening? What? Like, no way. This is like where the knuckle made contact with my face. And that hurts. Okay. So yeah, so he rocked me like what the like so let me tell you, I know I did like what I did was completely unacceptable. So he's well within his right to do whatever he felt was necessary. I mean, obviously to a certain extent to protect himself from me because I did spit on him. So I'm definitely not saying that he shouldn't have done anything, but I'm just like, damn, like you really had to rock me though. And like as hard as you did, was that absolutely necessary? But I'm also like not because I spat at like a human. Like, what? Who does that? So I totally feel him, but you anyway. So this guy kind of just like came in and like saved the day a little bit and was just like, bro.
Are you okay? Are you okay?
And his name, yeah, no, whatever, doesn't matter. But that was my day. I got punched in the face. Like, and it started so well. I was so excited, so happy, and now I have a black eye. A black eye. Yeah, it just is what it is. And just have to quit drinking altogether because obviously I get crunk of wine too. Like, it was just too much. And I just can't hold my liquor. And I black out all the time. Like, I'm tired of blacking out. I don't want to do this no more. I'm not going through this no more. So, basically what they told me at the hospital, they think that it's like a viral infection of some sort. What infection? I have no idea. But the one thing that I do know is A, it's not contagious because it's not a bacterial infection. B, there's nothing to treat it with. You just have to let the sickness or whatever virus I have its course. So, I don't even know what to say. It's really overwhelming, but I'm trying to stay positive and in high spirits. I've been crying all day. And, yeah, that's it. I mean, there's nothing else for me to do. Drink Theraflu, continue fucking up my kidneys, Tylenol, NyQuil. Approximately 1.2 million people in the U.S. are HIV positive, 13% of which don't know and need testing. In 2019, I was diagnosed with HIV. Thankfully, I was tested and started treatment right away. HIV is extremely serious. If left untreated, it can progress to AIDS, a life-threatening condition which severely weakens your immune system. If you are over 18 and feel you've been exposed to HIV, LabCorp On Demand's HIV test is a quick, convenient, and private way to learn your status. If you test positive for HIV with LabCorp On Demand's HIV test, you will be contacted by a physician from LabCorp's independent physician network to discuss your results in a one-on-one stigma-free space. They'll answer questions and provide you with personalized guidance to help with next steps so you aren't left wondering what to do. The same test your doctor orders and trusts is now available for you to purchase. Knowledge is power. Know your status. The night I met the man who intentionally infected me with HIV, I hated myself. I was full of rage, resentment, confusion. So full of hurt, there was no room for love. Even when I was told how loved I was, I never believed it. Why would anyone love a worthless, only good for her body, broken girl like me? God did, and I needed him. But there was too much stuff. Acquiring HIV emptied me. It forced the lid off my heart, allowing the pain to thrust out, till eventually there was space for something other than hate. Love made a home for itself in my heart, and little by little, it began evicting the tenants who no longer belonged in me. The night I met the man who intentionally infected me with HIV, I hated myself. Today, I'm full of love. So I figured I'd record and talk about this because I feel like, maybe I've been called to be a voice for people, heterosexuals that are HIV positive. Over the weekend, I told someone that I was talking to, but for only a week, so maybe that's where I went wrong. I don't know. So I told this guy that I was talking to that I was HIV positive. This is the first person that I've ever told that I'm actually talking to that, I saw something with. And of course, he took it. Not the worst way possible, because, I feel like the worst way possible would be, a man putting his hands on a woman. But he took it pretty badly. He asked me if I could give him anything through kissing. And I was trying to explain to him that, I am undetectable and I've been undetectable for maybe 6 months now since I found out, really. That even if we were to have unprotected sex, that he wouldn't get anything. And he wasn't understanding. He's like, should I wait to go to the doctor? I'm like, you should definitely go to the doctor right now, as soon as possible, just so that they can calm you down a bit and have a professional explain to you really what undetectable means and how it has no effect on you. And basically he blocked me he blocked me, and like I've been like really down about it because it's like it's nothing that I did, and like he's just not like giving me a shot, and it kind of sucks because I've never been in this kind of position, you know. I've never felt this kind of rejection before in my life, but I'm so happy and I'm so proud of myself because I did tell him, and I wasn't ashamed when I told him. I was like very matter-of-factly when I told him, and that's like really big for me because I'm finally like embracing and getting confidence in this new journey that I'm on. But our hope is not lost. I know I'm gonna be happy with someone. I'm happy now. I know someone's gonna understand me and love me for who I am. And the ideal situation, even if things don't work out with me and a person, the ideal situation would be like, damn, you know, this shit is scary, but if you're telling me that I'm not at risk and that you're healthy, I'm willing to do the research that I need to do to see if we can make this work. Yeah, so that's it. This was my first experience telling someone, and it sucked, but it's okay, and whatever. The first guy I ever disclosed my HIV status to rejected me, and then he blocked me. Getting rejected sucks, so I cried, but deep down inside, I knew that this was only part of my journey and not my destination. In the video you're referring to, my heart is broken. The person I thought I liked didn't like me because of my HIV status. However, in that same video, I also mentioned how proud I am of myself because I was not embarrassed nor ashamed of who I am. Though I was broken, I felt empowered, and most importantly, thankful because I realized that my honesty would be a determining factor in how my time is wasted or invested. That experience lit a fire in me to show the world that HIV does not have a look and it could happen to anyone. If you are HIV positive, let my life be an example that you are worthy of love. God still loves you and wants the very best for your life. God bless. Hard dating being HIV positive? The answer is a cold-blooded yes. One of the keys to dating, though, while being HIV positive is to love yourself. Whether they like you, whether they don't, but don't take it personally. When you were HIV negative, you went through the same thing. Like, people didn't want to be with you. People chose other people over you. Like, it's the same situation. So, of course, like, it's personal to you because you're experiencing it and you think that it's because of your HIV. And maybe it is, but maybe it's also because your personality is not the best. And because you still act like a victim. And nobody wants to be with the victim. Like, I mean, some people do, but those are the kind of people that you do not want to be with. Those are the type of people that are going to take advantage of you. If you are HIV positive and you're ready to find love, love is ready to find you. Go out there. Do it. I know a lot of people want to know the tea on how I got HIV. However, I think that the better question is why I got HIV. So basically, to start off, one of the main reasons that I got HIV, that I acquired HIV, I feel like it's two reasons. But the first one that I'm going to talk about is probably something that is kind of obvious, but lack of self-love. Lack of self-love is the root of so many of our problems and basically the reason why I was diagnosed with HIV. Prior to meeting the person that infected me, I was on a journey, and I had been on this journey since I was probably 6 years old, and that was to find meaning in my life. I come from a lot of trauma, from complex trauma. I won't necessarily get into it in detail here, but I come from abandonment issues, from mommy and daddy issues, and from sexual assault, childhood sexual assault trauma, and that rolled and got larger and larger, like a snowball effect, but of trauma as I grew up, because I never spoke about it. I never addressed it. I never gave it the time and the love that it needed. So it just grew and grew. My resentment and anger and pain essentially grew and grew and grew until multiple things happened. I promise you that the reason why I'm still breathing and here today is because God has a plan for me. I could have been dead by now on multiple occasions. I was basically suicidal. My actions, like, I didn't grab an object and actually self-harm myself, although I did when I was in 8th grade, but I never did it again. And but my actions, I was slowly but surely trying to end my existence as I knew it, my physical existence as I knew it, by the decisions I was making. And that brings me to the second reason why I got HIV, and that is because of the decisions I was making. Due to that lack of self-love, it equated to lack of self-worth. So I didn't think I was worthy of anything good. And if I did receive, there was a bare minimum standard that I had. It never really went down, like, beneath that bare minimum, but the bare minimum was literally in hell. So I didn't find myself worthy of having good choices, of making good choices. Even where there was a good choice in front of me, even when there was an opportunity in front of me, I would squander it. I would self-sabotage. I would think that it's too hard or not meant for me, or just found, and granted, my life was not a walk in the park. Things were hard, but the fact of the matter is that I had a choice to choose something else, you know, maybe go with the harder option. But irregardless, we're here now, we're here today. And that's what I can say. My decisions led me to this place. So that's my experience now. But I was longing for something to define me. Here we go. No, but really, I was, I guess, looking for something to define me, something to give me purpose, someone to give meaning to my life. That is why it happened. I just wanted to let everyone know that things can be hard. Things can be hard. I don't regret that moment in my life. I really don't. For what reason? It's gonna serve me no good. I thank that moment in my life, and I honor and I forgive myself for not taking care of the little person inside of me at that time. But I've made peace with that. I've made peace with that. And it definitely has been a process. It has been a process. There were many ups and downs before I got to this place. But ultimately, you decide how long that takes. You decide when you decide to cut ties with your past. And not to say that your past doesn't impact who you are. I am a culmination of all of the past decisions that I have made. That is who I am here before you today. But now I have another choice, another decision to make. And that is, how will I define myself moving forward? How will I define my life and my experiences here on out? Am I going to continue to be a victim? Am I going to continue to feel sorry for myself? Which I did deeply. I did deeply. And honestly, deep down inside, if I really think about it and I focus on it, I mean, I still feel bad for that person who I was. But I'm not her anymore. I am me. I am me now. I am a mother, I am a wife, I am a business owner, I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a life coach. I'm so much more than the things that have happened to me. And I want to come here tonight to tell you the same thing. You are much more than the things that have happened to you. And you are a light in this world. You are the salt of this earth. You give life flavor and meaning and purpose. And your purpose is still not done. The reason for your existence is still not done because you still have breath in your life. That is how you know. There's still so much more for you and for me. And that's it. That's all I have to say. That is why I got HIV. To discover and explore more delicious things about myself and about life as I know it. So I hope you have a good night. Say good night. Now, the reason that I believe that acquiring HIV is a blessing and not a curse is because not only is God holy, not only is he love, but he is also omniscient. And what that basically means is that he knows all things. He knows all things from the end to the beginning. He's the Alpha and the Omega. Therefore, he knew exactly what I was going to go through in my life. And he knew exactly what it needed to take in order to bring me back to his feet. So acquiring HIV was a judgment, yes it was, but it was also a mercy extended because I could have died. I could have died in sin and I could have gone to hell. But instead, God allowed me to go through this temporary suffering in order to secure my eternal salvation. And honestly, in my opinion, I believe that is the greatest thing, the greatest mercy that God could have done in my life post salvation is bringing me back home to him where I belong. And that is why I know in my heart that everything that I go through in my life, good, bad, indifferent, otherwise, is for the glory of God, because literally that is what I was created for, to glorify him. I hope that answers your question. God bless you. Guys, I say this from the bottom of my heart. I was a wicked person. I was living in wickedness, in darkness, in sin, in immorality. So obviously, I gave legal right to the enemy to come into my life and try to destroy it. But nothing happens without God first approving it. Do you think that the enemy is stronger than God? Do you think that the enemy's word is higher or above God's? Absolutely not. So God knew everything that was going to happen in my life if he knows the end from the beginning. God, in his righteousness and holiness, and as the great father that he is, had to correct my steps. And that is exactly what he did. I mean, look at me now. What God was explaining to me when I first started reading the word again is that even in his correction, even in his judgment, he is faithful still. And that is a blessing. That is a mercy, because I could have not gotten HIV and I would have probably been not here anymore on this life, and I would have been in hell because I wouldn't have repented for my sins. I would have left this plane a sinner and not covered in the promises of Jesus Christ. But because of the way that God ordained everything, just as the word says in Genesis 50:20, you intended to harm me, but God intended it for good, to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. I'm telling you that people are being saved right now through the power of my testimony, and all for the glory of God. So yes, this is a blessing and not a curse. And honestly, nothing's going to change my mind about that, because God has the ultimate and final say in my life. And that is what he said about me. Take it up with him. Be the most promiscuous girly on the block, or miss, I just lost my virginity yesterday when I got married. HIV does not discriminate. When I got infected, the person that infected me, I was essentially like raped. I did not consent to sex. I was blacked out drunk. So when I came to the next morning, I had a black eye. I didn't know where I was. I didn't recognize my surroundings. I began to cry. I was so scared to turn around to see who was next to me. Like, I was so scared to see who I was gonna wake up next to. So I turned over, and the first thing I asked him was like, did we have sex? He lied. I woke up with no clothes on. So I was just like, obviously we did, but I need to know when was the last time we got tested, because I had gotten tested the day before I met him. And so I was like very, very adamant. He's like, no, like I just got tested, you know, I'm negative. Like, do you want to see my papers? Once he said that, like I kind of calmed down, but he knew what he was doing. So people lie about their status. Either they lie about their status or they lie about knowing their status. Both are basically the same. I've never had a person say like, the last time I got tested was negative, but I haven't gotten tested in a year, or I haven't gotten tested in 6 months, or whatever the case may be. No one has ever told me that. No one has ever been honest to that extent. Like, oh yeah, I got tested last week.
Did you know?
People lie about their status. That's number one. Most people don't know their status. I've come to realize. I remember I came across like a post that's like, oh yeah, if you have to boast about a negative test result, like then like you out here in these streets. I felt as though, what's the shame in talking about it? There should be something that is discussed openly. 1 and 2 are kind of like the same, so I'm so sorry. Number 3, all STDs, they don't have a look. I know y'all like to come for me in the comments talking about, oh, she looks like she got HIV. Do it. I know that I don't. You can't tell when you're in it and you don't know it. So all these people that are like, oh yeah, it was so obvious that he had HIV or that he had AIDS, or it's so obvious that you had AIDS or HIV. It's not. It's not. Because if it was so obvious, how come it took me
March, April, May, June, July, August?
6 months to get diagnosed because the doctors weren't testing me for HIV. When I hear people say that HIV has a look, I only think of 2 things. A gay person, and a homosexual man, or a person in the streets sharing syringes. And that is the problem with the stigma surrounding HIV, because that is not the case. Why do people think that you only have to be gay or, you know, a drug addict to be exposed to HIV? If you are having the sex, you are vulnerable to getting this disease. Point blank, period. Women give men HIV. And it's crazy because like the same people that be in my comments talking about, oh, that the person that gave me HIV looks gay, are the same people that be in my comments talking about that I gave my man HIV, which by the way, he's HIV negative. So which one is it? And of course, you know, I understand that you guys are just like really insecure and like trying to come for me because I'm not insecure, but so it doesn't have a look. It's sad. If it wasn't for the gay community and my gay brothers, you know what I'm saying? Like, I would not be here today. These men put their lives out on the line to try to come up with something that could fight this virus. Literally cocktails of 20 pills that killed them faster than HIV did, than AIDS did. You know, that made them live a miserable life, vomiting all day, every day until the day that they died. I think about that, and I think about the way that people, the public, discusses HIV as if it's just an AIDS disease. It really breaks my heart because I owe my life to those men. A lot of people paved the way for me to be able to speak proudly about this, and honestly, their deaths are not going to be in vain. As long as I have breath in my lungs, I'm going to be talking about ending the stigma for HIV and AIDS. For our country to be so developed and for our country to be so advanced, why are our numbers so high? Because of the stigma. Number 4, HIV does not discriminate. It doesn't care about where you come from, your background, how much money you got, how pretty or good looking, handsome you are, how many degrees you have. Magic Johnson, you feel me? Charlie Sheen, you feel me? You could be white, black, Asian, Puerto Rican, anything, you know? And another thing, it don't matter if you a hoe, and it don't matter if you just lost your virginity yesterday, okay? You waited until marriage. It does not matter. Your risk is probably lower, but it's a statistic. It's still a 50-50 chance every single time that you have sex. Unless you do something else. And that's gonna be for my next video, how to be a hoe and still be protected. Okay? How to be a hoe and avoid HIV diagnosis. You do not need to abstain from sex to not get HIV. There are other things that you can do to protect you from getting HIV. And I'm gonna get into that in another video. People with HIV can live a long and healthy life. I'm not sure how old the oldest person is, like that has lived with HIV for like over 40 years, you know? Like, I don't know if there's a person that got diagnosed when they were 15 and now they're like 75. I don't think that number has gotten to that point yet for there to be actual statistics, but from what I'm understanding, it's sounding very promising that people with HIV can live as long as anyone who doesn't have HIV. So long, of course, if you're living a healthy lifestyle, so long, of course, if you remain in undetectable status, so long, of course, if you're not like drinking every single day, because all of these things, of course, have an impact in our body. And of course, we are taking medication, very strong medication every day. You want to be drinking as much water and just doing things that are healthy, working out, a healthy lifestyle. I know you guys didn't like me going to the gym, but that's just crazy. Number 7, let me come in closer. Undetectable means untransmittable. Okay? So something that I wish I knew about HIV, which I did not know. Undetectable means untransmittable. I'm gonna make a totally separate video about what being undetectable is, but basically the viral load in my body is suppressed. So it is so low, I can't pass it to anybody. That's basically it. Undetectable means untransmittable. Y'all need to not be scared of me. I'm out here telling y'all the truth. I'm out here taking my pills every single day. Mind you, let me take my pill. Be right back. So yeah, I'm out here taking my pill every single day. I need a re-up, child. So y'all don't need to worry about me. Y'all do not need to worry about me. The people that you need to be worried about are the people that don't want to tell you their status, okay? And they insist on having unprotected intercourse with you. Moving on. HIV positive women can get pregnant and not pass the virus onto their fetus and to their babies once they're born. I don't know if you guys know this, but I have a kid. She's about to be 3, going on like 17, sometimes 45, depending on the mood that she's in. So you could live, again, a full and fulfilling life. You know, I really didn't even know that I wanted to have a baby until I got diagnosed. And that might seem a little like weird and selfish. I had no idea that I wanted to become a parent until that fear came into my heart. Like, oh my gosh, is it possible that I cannot become a parent? That's when I knew that I really wanted to have a child and I wanted to be a mom. Okay, and this one I was so curious about because I've been thinking about it myself. People that are HIV positive can get their boobs done, can get breast augmentations, okay? They can get BBLs, liposuctions, abdominoplasty, all of that. Okay, anyway, you could get all the works, rhinoplasty, child. Obviously, you just have to communicate with like the doctor, the specialist. They need to know everything. What is it called when you like go under? When that happens, it's not gonna like impact you in a severe way, you know? Like you wanna make sure that you wake back up from that operating table, right? Last but not least, if you are HIV positive, you do not need to solely date people that have HIV as well or any kind of other incurable diseases, okay? You can date whoever the heck you want to date so long as you are being honest, so long as the other person knows and they make the adult decision to be with the person that's HIV positive. You are more than entitled to date from this vast pool of beautiful human beings on this planet. You do not solely need to date someone that is HIV positive just because you are HIV positive. If you happen to fall in love with someone that's also HIV positive, perfect. Who, like, honestly, who cares? That's the whole point, right? I never really did the apps. The only app that I did, y'all, was Soul Swipe. When I was in college. Okay, but I never did like Tinders or Bumble or none of those, right? But when I first got diagnosed, I was like, oh my gosh, like, who can I possibly date? Yeah, I had to be out of the relationship because when I was in that relationship, the only person that I could see was him. It was crazy. He was like my everything. Once I left, my best friend, she made a profile for me. And I don't remember the name of the website. Hold up, let me try to find it for you guys. HIV, dating, positive singles. There's mad of them.
H-Zone, HIV people meet, positive dating.
And honestly, I just couldn't bring myself to go on it. But she did tell me that there were some people that we knew on one of those sites. Those sites are not just for HIV positive people. It's like people that have herpes or incurable STDs. No, it's not happening. And it's not that I was like discriminating against someone that's HIV positive. But first of all, I don't do the sites, okay? I like to meet people in person just to see if we have like a genuine connection, you know? I'm gonna find somebody like out in these streets, like we're gonna link, we're gonna see each other, that like connection, like I wanna just eat you up. rip your clothes off, you know, type of connection. And then of course a connection of the heart and of the mind and of the soul. And that's exactly what happened when I met my man. Okay, so you could date whoever you want to date. And I'm gonna do another video about dating while positive, like a real video, because I don't believe that you need to be telling everybody that you date that you're HIV positive, okay? You gotta protect yourself. I will make another video on that in our February series, Love, Safe, Sex. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. I love you guys so much. Bye. Almost every traumatizing experience that occurred in my life happened while I was drunk. The night that I met the man that infected me with HIV, I was blacked out drunk. I don't even remember sleeping with him, and well, now I have HIV. Speaking of which, I'm gonna take my medication now because I was taking it at night and it made me feel weird in my stomach, so. There was a period in my life where I was blacking out every single week, sometimes twice a week. I felt so disgusted with myself and with my behavior because I never knew what I did the night before, and like got taken advantage of a lot, especially when I lived in Miami. I guess I was depressed. I don't even know why I drank so much, but I would always binge drink. Almost every single time that I had a sip of alcohol, I was blacking out. What a lie from the devil, let me just tell you. Anyway, I am so pleased to announce that last week was my 1-year anniversary of sobriety from alcohol. Sobriety just looks so good on me. Look at this skin. I know I'm not the only woman that deals with alcoholism, especially like when it comes to binge drinking and making really bad decisions while drunk. You can do it. You are worthy of sobriety. You're not less attractive if you don't drink. You are not going to miss out on opportunities if you don't drink. From personal experience, this has been the best year of my life because not only did I get sober, but I think that due to my sobriety, God was able to get through to me. I was able to hear the voice of God that was calling me home for 9 years. I'll be praying for you. My sisters in Christ, let's rise up. Let's live this life with purpose. I am HIV positive. Does this mean that I am unable to have romantic or intimate relationships for the rest of my life? Hi, my name is Bianca. I'm an HIV positive girlie showing you that life does not end post-diagnosis. A lot of people wonder if I'm able to be intimate. A lot of people accuse me of spreading HIV because I in fact am intimate. Undetectable means untransmittable. I can most definitely engage in intercourse, protected or unprotected if I so please, and not infect the person that I am sleeping with. I know, crazy. When I first got diagnosed, I was so afraid, like, will I ever be able to date again? Will I ever find love again? Will I be a danger to the people that I love? You are able to love again, you are able to be intimate again, and you do not have to put the lives of those you love at risk, so long as you take care of yourself first. Being undetectable is not just that you're not transmitting the virus to other people, it also means that you yourself are not at risk of getting AIDS. Your immune system is healthy, your other bodily functions are healthy, your body is functioning the way that God intended for it to function. These are the things that actually matter about being undetectable. The plus side of being undetectable is that you're able to have unprotected sex. If you are HIV positive and you were recently diagnosed, or you've been diagnosed for a long time but you haven't started your medication, you are still detectable. What this means is that you are able to not only spread the virus, but you yourself are at risk of acquiring AIDS and potentially having a fatal situation happen because you refuse to take your medication. Not taking your medication or not taking it as prescribed is extremely dangerous, not just to yourself, but also to the people that you're having intercourse with. I take 1 pill a day. I'm going to show you guys how I do that. I am currently on Triumec. I've showed it before. It's 1 pill a day. It has about 3 different medications in 1 pill. You like my nails? I take my 1 pill a day. Down the hatch she goes. And that's it.
My 1 pill a day protects me and protects my man. Now, as far as my personal life goes, I only engage in unprotected sex, and I say that with the fear of God. You know, this is my spouse. We only have unprotected sex. My man is completely aware of my status. He knows that I'm HIV positive, and he also knows that I'm undetectable. If you watch my previous video, how I told my man that I'm HIV positive, you will know that the first thing that he Googled when we first got together was what is undetectable. My man and I, we've been having unprotected sex for 5 years, almost 5 years now, and still to this day, he is not even afraid of getting HIV. He's not on PrEP. He chose not to be on PrEP, and that's his choice. Maybe if we ever do a video together, maybe he can talk a little bit more about why he chose not to be on PrEP. I take my medication, and I make sure that I go to my doctor's visits. I have one at the end of the month. That's how I protect myself. It's really easy. There's nothing else to it. I don't have to eat a specific diet. My lifestyle hasn't had to change too much. The only thing that has changed really since being diagnosed with HIV is my perspective. I'm so thankful to God for giving me a second opportunity at this life. I truly believe that me getting diagnosed with HIV was a mercy from God. Do I wish I could have learned this in a different way? Perhaps, but this is just the way that things ended up. If you meet someone and they disclose to you that they're undetectable, it is 100% your choice whether or not you want to pursue a relationship with them or even want to marry them or have children with them. But I do want you to know, if you see yourself loving this person for the rest of your life, there is zero risk of starting a family with this person. The same things that you could be doing with an HIV negative person, you can do with this HIV positive person. Even though HIV might not be normal in your life, it is 100% normal in my life. Every day that I wake up and every night that I go to sleep, I am HIV positive. And until God says otherwise, it's a normal experience in my life. Let's end the stigma against HIV. And let's remember that undetectable means untransmittable. You are safe because I am safe. God bless you, and I'll see you in the next one. Let's end with a prayer. Thank you, God, for this video. I thank you, God, for what you're doing in the lives of every single person that is watching this video. I pray that those that need the encouragement and the faith and the boldness to live out their lives are able to find it through the words that are coming out of my mouth, and more importantly, that they're able to experience your love and your acceptance, even if no one else loves or accepts them, God. And I pray that you continue to bless us and continue to shower us with your love. In Jesus' mighty name, amen. Also, listen, like I said, unprotected sex, let's reserve that. Let's reserve that for our spouses. Let's reserve that for our wives, for our husbands. Let's do it God's way. God knows best. I wish I would have listened sooner, but here we are. God knows best. Save the best parts of yourself for your spouse. Bad decisions led me to getting HIV. It wasn't necessarily just the sex. So no, this is not the moral of my story. The moral of the story is that if you don't love yourself, no one is going to love you. The moral of the story is that no one is coming to save you. You have to do the work yourself to heal. For such a long time, I didn't realize that the things that I experienced in my childhood and my adolescence and my early adulthood all shaped the brokenness that was inside of me. And so I didn't get HIV because I was a hoe. I mean, not really. Yes, I was engaging in risky behavior, but the reason that I was even engaging in risky behavior is because I had self-esteem issues. I had issues with myself. I didn't love myself, therefore I didn't think that I was worthy of being loved by others. So I got what I was given. I never demanded more. I never chose myself. I always chose everyone else outside of me because I was scared of being left. So I'm not different from you guys. If you've been through things, the moral of the story is to do the work. Only you know what it is. And if you don't know what it is, go to God. I mean, go to God regardless, but do the work because you can easily end up in my situation. A lot of people want to know what happened after the night that I met the man that intentionally infected me with HIV. I met the man that infected me with HIV March 12th, 2019. About 3 weeks after, I began to get sick. I had horrible cold sweats. I had rashes all over my body. I would wake up completely fine, and then like 2 hours into my day, a fever, cold sweats, rash, vomiting, diarrhea. It's just like a cycle. It would happen over and over again. I went to urgent care 3 times. And every single time that I went, they sent me away. They tested me for everything under the sun except HIV. Anyway, I go to the hospital 3 times. The hospital in my area also has an urgent care. So I don't even know if I had enough viral load in my system to even test positive, but it is a little frustrating to know that I went to the professionals and they didn't even test me for that. So time goes by, about 3.5 weeks of me being so freaking sick. I lose about like 15 pounds during that time. I was working out pretty intensely, so I lost all of my gains. It was actually really, really sad. I did detoxes. I jumped on a call with Queen Afua. I can't even begin to explain to you how petrified I was for my health. And more so that like they weren't diagnosing me with anything. Where was the guy that infected me during this time? At this point, we're already in a relationship. Full-blown relationship. He's telling me that he loves me and all these things, and I'm over here believing it. We were having unprotected intercourse this entire time. As I'm at the hospital, he's like begging me to come over, like, please come over, like, let me take care of you. And I'm just like, no, like, I don't want you to get what I have. Like, I don't want to get you sick. And his words were literally, don't worry, babe, you can't get me sick. We're already about like 5 months into the relationship. It's a horrible relationship, let me tell you. Like, it's really traumatic. Throughout this time, he's really sick. I'm already feeling a little bit better, but one thing that I noticed is that I wasn't gaining weight. So even though the rash and the fever and things like that stopped, a few symptoms persisted. One of which is that I could not gain weight. I was in a perpetual state of weight loss or maintenance. No matter how much I ate, I could not gain a pound. Number 2 was that I was pretty much tired all the time. The third thing was that I always had a yeast infection. I was on BV medication, clindamycin, Vagisil, all of that, and nothing made it go away. So that was very odd to me. And another thing that like really stood out to me that kind of was like a red flag was that it always hurt to have intercourse. One day in August, I decided that I was going to go to the clinic because I didn't have insurance, so I couldn't go to the doctor. I was like, well, the clinic is free, so I'm gonna go to the clinic and I'm gonna tell them what's going on with this yeast infection. I go to the clinic, and the day before I go, I have this like gut-wrenching feeling in my stomach, like in my spirit. And I'm like, I know that after I go to the clinic, I'm not gonna be the same. My ex, the person that intentionally infected me, he was not monogamous to me. Like, there wasn't actual proof, but I knew for a fact that he wasn't. It's possible that maybe he did give me something, but I had no idea that it was gonna be HIV. And so I go, and I've been tested before. I got tested the day before I met him. So I was like, okay, like they're gonna take my blood, they're gonna do the rapid HIV test, they're gonna tell me that I can go home, and I'm gonna have to await my results, and hopefully everything comes back negative. How about I'm waiting for my HIV rapid test results and they call my number? Literally, my heart sinks. Immediately, I'm met with a doctor and like a lady who ended up being a social worker. They sat me down and they're like, we just want to let you know that you've tested positive for HIV. I felt like I was in a twilight zone in a little bit. I was like, They were like, not to worry, they do have to take my blood and send it over to a lab in order to get confirmatory results, because it is a possibility that it could be a false positive. They started asking me, is there anything that has stood out to you about how you've been feeling or your body? The moment that they asked me that, I was just like, there is no point in sending my blood over to the lab to get confirmatory results. I know for a fact that this is what it is. Finally, something explains what I was going through. Something that the doctors told me when I was really sick during the acute stage was that I had a viral infection and that I just had to let it play out its course. That's why they couldn't give me antibiotics, because antibiotics is for a bacterial infection. They just didn't know that it was HIV. They asked me a list of like the last 5 people that you've been with, been in a relationship this entire time. And, you know, I got tested the day before I met him. And then after I started sleeping with him, I got extremely sick. Everything changed once you met this person. So we need to get this person's information in order to contact him so that he could come in and get tested. I basically refused to give them his information because I felt like I had to protect him. Something that a lot of people don't understand unless they've actually been in a relationship with a narcissist. So in my mind, I'm like, no, he would really want me to like protect him and let him come to this decision on his own instead of being bombarded. Even though I knew that he infected me with HIV, at that point, I really didn't think that it was intentional. I thought that he cared about me so much that he would never put me in a situation like that. I go home and they basically tell him the news, and he was not surprised. He was not shocked. He was like, okay. Our biggest arguments were never about, you know, other women that I suspected. It was always me begging him to go to the doctor, me begging him to go get tested, me begging him to get put on medication. Anytime that I brought it up, he would accuse me of being negative and bringing negative energy around him. He had a lot of things going on in his life at that time, so the last thing I wanted was to like distract him with negative things, but I'm just like, this is reality. It's not something that we can escape. In my mind, I was just like, well, there is no way that he is sleeping with other people without using protection. He wouldn't do that, right? He knows that he either has HIV or he's been exposed to HIV, therefore he wouldn't expose other people to HIV. Like, he wouldn't do that. He just wouldn't. I had to like basically create all of these lies and justifications in order to protect the real root of it all, was that he did not love me. That was something that turned my world upside down, even more than finding out that I had HIV. Because when I was diagnosed and I was sitting in that chair, I made the decision that this was not going to define me. Now, I didn't know how it was going to look like. I didn't know that I was going to get on YouTube or TikTok or Instagram and talk about my story and share my testimony with you guys. I didn't know that. But what I did know for a fact was that like no one was going to hold this HIV diagnosis over my head. I wanted to be a positive light, no pun intended, in this very dark situation, because when I would go to the clinic, I would see that people were like real life depressed. Everyone was mad. I'm just like, that is not gonna be me. Like, I've been through way too much in this life for me to like really go out like this, like mad, bitter, and upset. I allowed HIV to be a conduit or a catalyst for transformation, because it could have very easily been my destruction, but I chose that that wasn't gonna be my path. That wasn't gonna be my narrative. How I ended up leaving the relationship was because one day he calls me over to his house. Like, at this point, I already have keys to the house. I'm basically there all the time. We're already like pretty rocky at this point. I had already broken up with him once before, but I got back with him the moment that he apologized. I get to his place and he's like putting on his cologne, getting ready to go out. Mind you, it's like Friday night. I could have been at work because I used to work at a club. And I'm just like, okay, so like, where are we going? And he's like, no, I'm going to a party at Hofstra University, but you're gonna stay home. Why even invite me over if this is what you're gonna do? He doesn't care. I literally look like a freaking abandoned puppy. We don't really argue. I just get so sad. I feel so dumb because I'm just like, why am I even putting up with this? Like, he was like a drug to me. And whenever we weren't together, I would withdraw really, really bad. But that is what happens when you're in a very codependent relationship. He finally comes home the next day, like around 3 p.m. We get into an argument and we make up. I spend the night and then I go on my trip. He goes on his trip. About a week passes and I start feeling weird down there. I call my doctor. She's like, come to the clinic right now. I'm gonna take your blood. You're gonna get tested. If your partner is still having unprotected sex with multiple people, you can get reinfected with HIV. I didn't know this. You can literally catch another strain, another variation of HIV. The next day, I tested positive for chlamydia. I don't know if you guys know this, but chlamydia is most common on college campuses, and he went to that party at Hofstra University. Mind you, at that time he was 37 years old. I was even more devastated at the fact that now I had to leave him. There's no shadow of a doubt that he was weaponizing his body intentionally against other women, other humans justified it, that I didn't know, that there was no proof. But God was just like, here's the proof that you wanted. Get out. And I did. It was one of the hardest things that I had to do because, like I mentioned, he was like a drug to me. I ended up reporting him to the Department of Health, but it didn't really matter because like the information that he had given me, the name that I was calling him for 8 months, it turned out that that wasn't even his real name. So like nothing that I knew about this person was real. Once they got really sick, I started seeing comments of people saying that like there was misplaced empathy, that this person was actually infecting people with HIV, and I was just like, wait a minute. Like, I thought I was like a one-off situation. Like, there's no way that there could be more people. And so I did that live that ended up on like World Star, and like I couldn't even look at it honestly because people were so mean because they loved him so much that they couldn't wrap their heads around him being like an awful human. I ended up finding 5 other women through that live that he intentionally infected as well. And that's not to mention like all the other people that I do not know about. So pray and I hope that you're doing well and that you see my life and that you get inspired, that life does go on. You can find love again, you can start a family, you can be successful, find fulfillment, find God again. I just want to end in prayer. Heavenly Father, I thank you, God, for every single person that's watching this video, my Lord. I pray, my God, that you may activate something in them, my Lord, as they listen to this testimony, as they see what you have done in me and through me, my God, that you may give them the courage, Lord, to shine light on their shame, to shine light on their shameful and hurtful and traumatic stories in the name of Jesus, my Lord. I thank you, Lord, because you are ministering to all of these hearts and all of these souls. This is not a coincidence. You have brought them here in divine appointment, that they may have a face-to-face encounter with your Holy Spirit and your presence, my God. I thank you, Lord, and I rebuke the devil right now in the name of Jesus. Any spirit of distraction, every spirit of destruction right now, I declare that it is bound in the name of Jesus. Any spirit of addiction, I rebuke it now, my Lord, and I just praise your holy name. I speak restoration, I speak redemption, I speak wholeness, I speak healing upon every single soul and every set of ears and eyes that are watching and hearing this video. In Jesus' mighty name, amen. God bless you guys. Ciao. I don't look like I have HIV. How can you tell when a person looks like they have HIV? If you're looking at me now and you don't think that I look like I have HIV. Y'all said y'all wanted the tea, so I'm gonna give you the tea. A lot of the symptoms that I experienced while I was going through the acute stage of HIV are symptoms, with the exclusion of some, but most of them are symptoms that people experience when they're battling a cold or like the flu or COVID. There are a few overlaps. That doesn't mean that you have HIV. And I will add on that a lot of people are asymptomatic. A lot of people don't experience the same symptoms that I did. And that does not mean that they don't have HIV. If you feel like you have been exposed to HIV, go get tested. What were my symptoms during the acute stage of HIV? And the acute stage just basically means when the infection first enters the body. I experienced a slew of symptoms, starting with extreme fatigue. I had the worst fatigue I've ever experienced in my life. I don't even think me pushing out a baby was as tiresome. I had to nap multiple times a day. I experienced fevers like every single day. My acute stage lasted, I think, about 3 to 4 weeks, although it felt like an eternity. At one point, I was just like, God, am I really gonna die? Is this the way that I go out? I didn't realize how serious fatigue is. So when I experienced the fever, I went straight to the hospital. I don't play about those fevers. And they basically sent me home because they tested me for everything except HIV. So they tested me for chlamydia, gonorrhea, all the STDs, and they tested me for strep and for the flu. I took so many freaking pregnancy tests and not one HIV test. When people leave me comments like, oh, she doesn't look like she's HIV positive, she doesn't look like she has HIV, I don't? Don't I though? Don't I look like I have HIV? I mean, what does HIV actually look like? I think you guys were expecting me to look like 50 Cent did in that one movie. I did, however, lose a lot of weight during that time. I lost about 15 pounds, 15 to 20 pounds. I was trying to gain weight. That was during the time that I was trying to get like fit thick, slim thick. I literally look like skin and bones. Okay, so HIV has this personality of its own because like when you have like the flu or when you have a cold, like you're consistently feeling like bad. But with HIV, or with the acute stage at least, I would wake up some days and feel like I was on top of the world. Like finally, no fever, finally, no nausea, finally, no diarrhea. Excuse me. There was one day specifically that I remember that I woke up with virtually no symptoms, I thought. And I went to go take a shower and I start like scrubbing my hand and my arm, and I looked down and I had red dots everywhere, little tiny red dots everywhere. I literally started Googling symptoms of chickenpox. At least I know that I was trying to fight off chickenpox. No, there was no itchiness. If you were to touch my skin, you wouldn't feel bumps. There was nothing there except the red dots. And I had red dots all over my arms and all over my legs and maybe in my back, but I couldn't tell. I also began to experience cold sweats in the middle of the day, mixed with the fever. So I was like burning up and freezing at the same time. Like that's when I was really at my wit's end, just asking for an answer. Like at this point, I didn't care what I was diagnosed with. I just wanted to know what was gonna make this stop. The doctors sending me home, that even with antibiotics, was terrifying. And they're like, we can't give you antibiotics. You're not fighting a bacterial infection, you're fighting a viral infection. Eventually, all of the symptoms subsided. One thing that persisted continuously after was, number one, the weight loss. Number two, thrush. So if you don't know what thrush is, it is basically like a continual yeast infection. Oh my God, it was so uncomfortable. It was so painful to have because I was still with the guy who infected me. It's crazy because I told him that I didn't want to see him. I don't want to get you sick. I don't know what I have. Like, don't worry. You can't give me anything. Yeah, he was definitely right about that. So that is actually what compels me to go to the clinic, because I'm like, the doctors are sending me home. The BV medication is not working. And I went to the clinic because of the yeast infection. And that is when they said, Bianca, can you please come with me to the room? And I was like, and they sat me down and they were like, your test came back positive for HIV. I'm not gonna lie, a part of me was just so glad that there was an answer to everything that I had gone through. I'm not necessarily sure if this is gonna satisfy all the questions that you guys had, but this was my experience with HIV. I'm going to share some pictures and videos so that you can see how deadly this virus is and how horrible my symptoms were. If you're experiencing one or more of these symptoms, like, it doesn't mean that you have HIV, but it doesn't mean that you don't have something else. So it's just good to go get tested, get all blood work done, and stay safe out there. That's all I can say. This was actually, the worst moment of my life. So have grace. HIV medication will work forever. On certain conditions though, I have to take my medication as prescribed. So if it's every day at the same time, every day with a meal, I have to take my medication as prescribed. Otherwise, I can become resistant to the medication. If you do happen to catch other STDs or another type of HIV, the HIV medication that you were currently taking might not work with another strand of HIV or other STDs. HIV is completely suppressed once you are undetectable. It's not dormant. The medication of today is so advanced, and I'm so thankful to God for that, because we live completely normal, healthy, long lives, so long as God wills it. Something else that can impact the way that your medication works is if you drink a lot or do other kinds of drugs, because you might miss dosages. This is an overall, holistic approach, not just sex. Come with me to pick up my HIV medication. Today is the day before my vacation, and as an HIV positive person, there are a ton of things that I have to do to prepare for my trip. Come along with me. ¿Cuánto sería el medicamento sin seguro?
Sí tendría que preguntarle. ¿Para
qué?
Para tres. A él, porque yo no sé de precios.
I do not want to buy it. Just wondering, just wondering.
3,800, 3,800.
3,800 a month? Oh my God.
One bottle.
Wow. Wow, I'm so thankful for insurance.
That's what I'm thinking. If you want to buy it.
No, I don't. Oh my gosh, thank you.
That's okay.
This is like a shock for me because I thought it was gonna be like around $1,000. $3,800 for 1 month's supply of HIV medication. That is crazy. So I tried to press charges on the guy that infected me with HIV. Not initially though. It wasn't until I found the other woman that he infected that I was like, oh my gosh. So then both of us together went to the NYPD SVU unit and to the FBI. Both the NYPD and the FBI turned us away because we couldn't prove that he intentionally gave us HIV. We couldn't even prove that he knew that he had it, if he even had it. We knew he had it because he gave it to us, but we couldn't prove that. That's why these cases are so hard to prosecute, because unless they wrote or said it in some manifest or wrote it on a text to you, there is no way to prove that they intended to infect you with HIV. I told my parents I was HIV positive. The first person that I told was my mother. She's honestly super easy to talk to. I brought her to Starbucks, got her favorite coffee, and was like, listen, I'm going to share something with you that is extremely life-changing. So when I told her, she obviously started crying. But remember that this isn't about you. This is about me. When it comes to HIV diagnosis, people kind of internalize that diagnosis as if it impacts them and their lives because the guilt and the shame surrounding HIV is very strong still. And she was just devastated. But she went and she did her own research, and honestly, she is like my #1 fan right now. Now, when it came to my dad, it was a totally different story. The reason that I told my mom was basically a cry for help because I was still with my ex and I needed help leaving that situation. I was hoping that sharing that horrible thing that he did to me would make me want to leave him. But honestly, I just wasn't ready to leave, so I stayed for another 3 months after that conversation with my mom. And when it came to my dad, it was totally different. I told him after we were broken up because there was no way that I would be able to share something like that with my dad and still be with the person who tried to destroy my life intentionally. Now, something about my dad, he's very Christian, and I used to be very Christian. But I tell him, and I was so scared that he was going to judge me or give me a sermon, but he didn't react like that at all. He was actually pretty stoic about the whole thing, and that hurt me even more because I was expecting some sort of reaction from him. But honestly, I think deep down inside he was just trying to hold it together because seeing his one and only daughter once serving the Lord with all of her heart and all of her might, never even thinking about sex outside of marriage, now being diagnosed with HIV. So we didn't really talk about it, and honestly that really got me upset. I got on a plane and popped up on him. I wanted him to see me healthy and happy and thriving. I wanted him to see that God still loved me. In the last 5 years, we haven't really talked about it, my father and I. Maybe one day we will. That's basically how I told my parents. The rest of my family found out the same time y'all did, on the internet. But I spoke to my brothers about it before I went public, so they heard it from me and not from the internet. That was very important for me. I hope that this inspires someone to disclose to their family because honestly, HIV can be very isolating, and the more you share your story and tell people about your diagnosis, the better and quicker and easier your healing journey is going to be. I love you guys. Mwah. How did I tell my now fiance that I was HIV positive? Hi, my name is Bianca and I'm an HIV positive girlie showing you that life does not end post-diagnosis. Now, a little disclaimer, I'm not trying to glamorize HIV by talking about my life. I'm just trying to normalize it. Me, along with 1.2 million Americans, are living with HIV, and there's really nothing that we can do about it as of yet. So it is something that, in my opinion, deserves less stigma and more normalization. Now let's get started. Heavenly Father, I thank you, God, for this day. I thank you for this opportunity to be here in front of the people that are going to be watching this. I pray, my God, that you deliver those that are living in fear, that are living in shame, that are living in guilt from the decisions of their past. My God, I rebuke the accuser in the name of Jesus, and I declare, my God, that they take on your grace, my Lord, that they are reminded at the cross of what you did for them, that you carried every single sin, every bit of shame, my God, every bit of guilt and condemnation you bore on the cross, my Lord, so that we may walk in freedom, that we may walk in love, that we may have another opportunity to not only serve you, but also live a life worth living. I thank you, God, for your goodness and your mercy. In Jesus' name, amen. So, boom. I've been living with HIV for 5 years now. Joelle, my partner, was literally like the third or fourth person that I ever disclosed to that I had a romantic interest in. The first person that I ever told literally blocked me. So needless to say, I was in for a rude awakening. Now, when it came to disclosing my status, I did it for myself. I wanted to feel like I accepted myself. I had to be like, Bianca, I love you no matter what. I love you no matter who loves you, who accepts you, or who doesn't. I can trade this life and this experience for anything in the world. I used to work at a club. The first time I ever met him, we hit it off really well. We spoke for like 2 or 3 hours, and that's it. We did not exchange numbers. I didn't anticipate on seeing him again because honestly, I was traumatized. I was fresh out of the relationship with the man that intentionally infected me with HIV. So I was like, I do not trust myself around men. Like, am I gonna be able to pick up on the red flags when they're being put down? A few months after that, I ran into my now fiance again at the club. And this time I was ready. Like, it was a new year. I'm ready to put myself out there, and like, whoever accepts me, and whoever doesn't. Like, cool. Obviously, like, I was just bigging myself up. You gotta do that. Did I really not care if he accepted me? I cared. I cared very much. If he told me that he didn't want to be with me, I probably would have cried myself to sleep. But at that moment, I have to really big myself up and be like, no, you're that girl. Period. And so that's what I did. We exchanged numbers, and at this point I still hadn't told him that I was HIV positive. We're chilling the whole night. I already know that that's mine. I really wasn't thinking about it. Like, I was so in the moment, so caught up, that I really wasn't thinking about like, oh, when am I gonna tell him? Like, that hadn't even crossed my mind yet. So we're texting, and I'm in my car, and I have like butterflies in my stomach. Like, everything feels so good. And then he's like, I really want to see you. I really want to hang out with you outside of work. And I was like, yeah, I really want to see you too. And we make plans to link up the next day. He's a personal trainer, and I was just like a total gym rat. So I was like, yeah, let's go to the gym. And we decided to go to the gym by my house because I really liked my gym. It closed down because of the pandemic. He pulls up to my crib, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this guy is so fine. We decided to go upstairs to my apartment. I already knew what time it was. Like, there was a lot of tension, if you know what I mean. This is before Christ, obviously. And we're at my crib, and things are getting really, really heated. Like, we're making out and all these things. And I was like really battling with myself, because I'm not gonna lie, for a split second I was like, I'm not gonna tell him. There was that split second because I wanted, my flesh was like, you need that in your life. Sorry, God. And so I might just risk it all and not tell him. By the way, I am fully undetectable at this point. I can make a full video about this, but I am fully undetectable. So we are in the moment. We're about to reach the point of no return. And the reason that I like battled with not telling him is because there are people in the HIV community, and this is not to like demonize anybody. When I first got diagnosed, I started looking around like on other YouTube channels and other content creators about how they disclose their status, their HIV status, to their potential partners. And there are some people that believe that because they are undetectable, they do not need to disclose. I was trying to convince myself to be one of those people, like, but there was something within me that just felt morally wrong. Like, I just felt like I couldn't do that. Like, no matter how badly I wanted to be selfish in that way, like, I knew that I wanted, number one, a future with this guy. Like, this guy wasn't just someone that I wanted to hook up with. I wanted a future with him. And it would be really wrong to start a relationship with such a lie. So I just wanted to be as honest as I possibly could, and if he didn't accept me for that, then so be it. At least I was being true to myself, and I gave us, like, this relationship a fair shot. That's the way that I saw it. So we about to go in. We about to go to town, to Pound Town. Sorry. We're about to go to town, and I'm like, stop. And he was like, what happened? You know, he's grown. He wasn't upset or anything. He was just like confused. I'm like, no, we need to stop. We need to stop right now. Like, I need to tell you something. And I just started freaking out. Like, I started hyperventilating. That started getting him nervous. So it took me a very long time to tell him. It took me about 45 minutes to tell him. I was beating around the bush. I was really nervous. I scrolled up, you know what I mean, twice. And I hit it to the face. I was so nervous to tell him. I'm like, what if he becomes violent? You know, we're at my house. Like, what if he never wants to see me again? I was just battling with these thoughts. I'm like, whatever, Bianca, you just gotta tell him. You're that girl. And I told him basically my story about my ex. The story that you guys know. This is what happened. I was no saint, you know, I was really out here in these streets, but this guy like intentionally infected me. At the time that I had met my man, I still hadn't met the other women that my ex infected. So I didn't even know that he infected other women. All I know is that he was sleeping around without protection because he gave me chlamydia. So that's the reason why I left him. He was just like in shock. Not necessarily that I have HIV, but just like that whole story was just like, whoa, like this guy was wicked. And I think that he had a lot of empathy for me. Like, we're gonna have to ask him because I don't know. But I feel like he just had a lot of empathy for me, and he was just like, yo, this girl has really gone through it. Like, she seems like someone that I really want to be with and get to know. And she's just been dealt like a really bad card, like really bad cards. And like, I don't know, like that's just kind of the way he was looking at me. He was just like, just staring. And I was like, what is he gonna say? A man is a man of very few words. So he just stayed quiet and he looked at me. And then he took out his phone and he goes on Google. And what he was looking up was what is undetectable, because he didn't know what that meant. So he looked up what is undetectable. He puts his phone down and he grabs me, hugs me, and starts kissing me passionately. And the rest was history. So that is how I told my man that I was HIV positive. I do want to say that I was so afraid. I was afraid of rejection. I was afraid of like losing him. But at the end of the day, I want someone to rock with me for me. I think a lot of people have the misconception that this is somehow easy for me. And let me tell you something, it's not. I just have a lot of courage and a lot of boldness. And this is not something that's easy. It's not something that I'm necessarily born with. You know, it's a muscle that I practice because I do think that it's worth it. Another thing about, I was not about to let somebody think that because they are dating me knowing that I'm HIV positive that they're doing me any favors. No. You're not doing me a favor by being with me, baby, because I'd rather be alone than to be with someone that mistreats me and takes advantage of me and abuses my kindness. I wanted him to be aware of that no matter how small I was on the inside, I was coming off like a giant, because I know that people could smell fear, and I didn't want him to think that I was afraid of being alone. Truth of the matter is that I'm really not afraid of that. I know that God loves me, and I know that God has a plan and purpose for my life. If you are HIV positive, or if you have herpes, or before you expect someone to accept you, you have to accept yourself. No one can give you that sense of approval. Now that approval comes from God, and it was already given to you. Putting up an unrealistic expectation on that other person, and that's not fair to them either, because they have their own situations, their own traumas and baggage that they're dealing with themselves. So my advice to you when it comes to disclosure is to work on yourself first. To really believe that whether you are single or with a partner, you are fully worthy of being loved, and being loved correctly and respectfully and as God would love you. After that, the rest is easy, baby. The rest is an adventure. The rest is like adrenaline rush and butterflies in your stomach and tears and grief and joy. I mean, this is life. Life doesn't really change that much. We're still going to go through all the things that we would go through if we were HIV negative. People that are HIV negative go through the same things that we go through when it comes to dating and when it comes to love and when it comes to loss. If you are still in your season of singleness, no matter how long it has been, trust that God has a plan and purpose for your life. That's how I told my man I was HIV positive. Afraid, but fully convinced that I was worthy of every bit of love that he is giving me. I pray this blesses your life. I love you. God bless you, and catch you on the next one. Hi everyone, my name is Bianca, and I have HIV. So our friend here says, to be honest, that guy is brave as hell because a lot of guys will never ever get with a girl with HIV at all. ... No offense, but wish you all the best. So number one, I gotta agree with you. My man truly is the best. Like, he is incredible. However, what do you mean with a lot of guys would never get with a girl that has HIV ever at all? Because actually, a bunch of guys try to get with me. They just don't know that I have HIV. So are you saying that guys wouldn't get with me? Like, how would they know, right? Do you know how many people have intercourse with people that are HIV positive but do not know because their partners have not disclosed it to them? And by non-disclosure, I mean they are undetectable, but just have refused to let their partners know. So please, do not worry about me and mine, because he knows my status, he knows his status. Worry about what you're doing and who you're sleeping with, because you might just be sleeping. So being that I'm HIV positive, am I allowed to have children? If you are new here, hello, my name is Bianca. I contracted and was diagnosed with HIV in 2019. It was my birthday last month, and I still was able to get my Sephora gift. If I'm being completely honest, I never really wanted kids. The idea of actually having children never crossed my mind until I was diagnosed with HIV. I just thought that motherhood was simply not for me. Getting diagnosed with HIV is what actually made me realize that I really did want to be a mom. And you want to know something crazy? That as I sat there just trying to process the news that I was just given, the first thought that came to my mind was not, am I going to die? But rather, am I ever able to be intimate again with another person? And am I able to have children? The answer to both of those questions were a yes. Not only could I safely have unprotected sex, but I could also conceive a child that would not come out with HIV. So a little over a year after I was diagnosed with HIV, my incredible man and I conceived our daughter, Jewel. By the way, the father of my child is not the person who intentionally infected me. So we conceived her naturally, the good old-fashioned way. Both he and my daughter are still HIV negative. So if someone that you know or that you're interested in just told you that they are HIV positive, don't let that discourage you from pursuing them. Because take it from me, it is totally possible to have a fulfilling, loving, spicy relationship with a person and have a family even if they are HIV positive. If you learned something new today, share this with someone that you know. Together, by ending the stigma, we can end the spread of HIV. God bless you. Bye. Hi everyone. My name is Bianca. I'm a redeemed HIV positive girly showing you that life does not end post-diagnosis. A lot of people are mad at me, a lot of people hate me, a lot of people support me, but mainly it's a lot of ignorance and misinformation regarding HIV and human agency. Just to give you a little bit of context regarding the video that I'm talking about or what I'm responding to, I stated in a video that disclosure was my choice, that who I disclosed to and when I disclosed to is completely up to me. The reason I made this video was because I was getting a lot of nasty comments in unrelated videos, just videos about my life or about going to the doctor or whatever, about people kind of just being disgusted by me, by my existence, and that I needed to stay far away from them, or that I needed to disclose my status before I introduced myself, that disclose my status before I shook someone's hand, disclose my status before I went on a first date. And it was very disappointing and disheartening because, number one, as you guys know, I am not single. I've been in a relationship for almost 5 years, and I've been diagnosed with HIV for exactly 5 years. So I've only been with one person this entire time. And I say this a lot in my videos when people ask me about dating advice. I don't have a lot of experience dating being an HIV positive woman because I met my man shortly after getting diagnosed. Less than 5 months after I got diagnosed, I met my man, and we've been together ever since. At the same time, I find it very disrespectful to kind of berate me into basically demanding that I do something. And it's not just about me. We have to understand that we cannot force anyone to be honest with us. We cannot force anyone to tell us the truth or to be honest. The only thing that we can do is make decisions to protect ourselves as much as possible. That's kind of the only thing that we can do. So when people are saying these things, it leads me to believe that, number one, they are having unprotected sex. They have unhealthy or unsafe sexual practices. They do not know their status, and they do not know anything about being HIV positive. And number five, I guess, is that they're living in deep fear. Because the only reason that people would be mean, both women and men, because I'm getting it a lot from women as well, the only reason that these people would leave the comments that they're leaving is because they're living in fear. Because deep down inside, they know that they're not doing what they should be doing. They know that they're giving themselves up to people that don't deserve it. They know that they haven't gotten tested. They know that they could be exposed to HIV, and it's scaring them. It's scaring them. And trust me, I get it. Like, I understand the sentiment, but just because I understand it doesn't mean that I approve of it. And if you think that by demanding someone to do something, they're gonna do it, obviously, number one, you don't know yourself, and number two, you don't know humans. HIV can happen to anyone, and I think that's why people were so angry, because they feel like it couldn't happen to them, even though they're not using protection, even though they're not getting tested, even though they're not getting to know a person before they sleep with them. And so deep down inside, they feel convicted and condemned by their own actions, and they're taking it out on me. Feel that people should disclose. Of course, I feel like people should disclose, but who cares about what I feel? People are so entitled, and this is what I realized, that people care more about an opinion than they do about facts. Facts are that heterosexual HIV transmissions are increasing while homosexual HIV transmissions are decreasing year by year. There is obviously something happening here. It's miseducation or misinformation regarding what HIV is. It's hookup culture, and it's just this lack of regard for honesty, integrity, and just like sex. People do not value sex anymore. People do not value their own bodies anymore. Like, I see it every single day, and I experienced it myself. I know how corrupt and perverse our generation is. I was in that life. Now more than ever, sex at your fingertips. Disclosure, I think, would happen more organically in a space of knowledge and understanding, awareness and acceptance. By acceptance, I mean acceptance that HIV is a thing that is of this day and age, is not something that's taboo, and it's not something that's disgusting. It doesn't mean that you have to date someone that is HIV positive. You don't have to date someone that's HIV positive in order to accept them. You can just treat them like a human being. You can prefer to be with someone that's HIV negative. That's totally up to you. So I made that video to kind of wake people up to the fact that no one is going to protect you more than you're going to protect yourself. Especially if it's casual sex, especially if it's a one-night stand, especially if there's red flags, this person doesn't care about you, they're not interested in you, especially in all of those situations. Before you sleep with anybody, you gotta ask for that paperwork. And them telling you that they are clean or just got tested or something is not enough. And showing you a picture is not enough either. I need to see that my chart right now with the date and everything, your name and date of last exam. Because people lie. And a lot of these guys, they don't like you. They just want to sleep with you. A lot of these guys don't even go to the doctor. They don't even go get tested. Like, there was this girl who I was reading, and this happened to me too. She wrote a comment where she was gonna have sex with this guy, and she asked the guy when was the last time he got tested, and then he was like, nah, like, you know, if you good, I'm good. And she's like, sir, like, what? And a lot of people do not know their status. There is 1.3 million Americans living with HIV. 156,000 people do not know that they are HIV positive in America. Not only can someone lie to you, right, and be like, yeah, you know, I got tested like last month and I haven't been with anyone unprotected, whatever. Not only can people lie to you, but a lot of people don't even know their status. Do not be afraid of people that are HIV positive and know their status. You should be very weary of those that don't. Anywho, this is my advice to the people that are HIV negative. If you're out here having intercourse, be protected. Get tested with your partners. Get to know the person. I mean, I'm just so tired of even talking about this casual sex thing. This is not even what I'm about. I feel like I'm trying to service the people, but you guys don't want that. So like, I feel like I'm just gonna start talking about how like God would talk about it. Like, the wages of sin is death. If you're out here fornicating, what do you think is gonna happen? Do you think that you're gonna be blessed when you're in sin? Throwing your pearls to pigs? Like, let's be for real. And this is not even about religion. This is about God. God literally transcends religion. God is God over everything. Whether you believe in, don't believe in him, God is above it all. So if you are sinning, you will have to face the consequences of your sin. And that doesn't come in the package of HIV, not always. But I'm not God to decide that. But to the HIV positive people, I do have some words for you. Number one, I want to say that you're loved. I want to let you know that you are worthy. God still loves you and still has a plan and purpose for your life. If you're looking at my comments and you feel afraid of disclosing because of what you see in my comments, please know and believe that this does not impact me at all. People that are mean because they're afraid and because they do not know any better. You do not have to surround yourself with these ignorant people. You can choose your own family. Pray to God to bring you people that are going to love you regardless of anything that you may come with. And you are worthy of love and you will find love. When it comes to disclosure, I recommend always, if you're HIV positive, to disclose sooner rather than later. It's just the wisest thing to do. Relationships are built on honesty, on trust. It's very hard to trust a person once they've lied to you about something so big. And even though if you're undetectable, it might not have any physical impact on the partner's body, but it has an impact on their mind, and it has an impact on their heart, and it has an impact on how they perceive you. And perception is honestly reality. So whether you're undetectable and you're safe and you're healthy, really doesn't matter if you can't be trusted. Remember, like, we're HIV positive, but we're really just like anyone else. In a relationship, it's important to be genuine. And if rejection happens, don't you worry. Rejection is just redirection. Continue to hold your faith. Continue to trust God to bring you who is meant for you. And continue to work on yourself above all things. I get a lot of emails. I respond to them. I always tell the people that want my advice when it comes to dating to disclose. To disclose soon. Disclose early. Disclose before a first date? Not necessary. I don't think so, at least. But if you feel like you don't want to waste any time, then do that. Disclose as soon as possible, and only you can determine when that is. But I think that you'll feel it in your heart when the right time to disclose comes. To the HIV negative people, please get educated. And to the Christians that are watching this, I pray that Christians are watching this. What's happening in my life is the redemptive power of Jesus, is the grace that comes from God alone. But part of that is also consequence, you know? Getting HIV, God turned into a blessing for his glory, but it wasn't a blessing from God. God wouldn't bless me with this, but God allowed this to happen in my life to turn me back to him and to bless me. At the end of the day, he blessed me and he wanted to bless me and he is blessing me. But you do not want to wait to get HIV or anything else before you realize that God's way was always the best way. So if you feel discouraged, if you're feeling horny, if you feel like, when is your man or your wife gonna come? Pray, seek guidance. Don't be ashamed to talk about what you're feeling. Be honest and you'll get the help that you need. God hears your heart and he just wants you to be honest. Your dishonesty is not really impacting God at all because he knows your heart. You're only being dishonest to yourself. You're not lying to God, you're lying to yourself, and that's who you're hurting the most. I think that there's something so exhilarating about disclosure. It makes my adrenaline rush, and it's such a scary thing, but it's almost like going on a roller coaster and jumping off a plane or something like that. Like, it's so scary, but once you do it, it's like literally the biggest sense of freedom that you've ever had. I bless you guys in the name of Jesus. I thank you for being here. I guess it's time we talk about me getting my nails done. I'm not surprised that y'all are so mad about an HIV positive woman getting her nails done, but I'm really shocked at how many people are so upset by this. Because let me tell you, honey, I am not the first person, nor am I the last person that is getting their nails done that is HIV positive. Now, if we're being realistic, like the commenter above is suggesting, you should not be going to a nail salon that doesn't properly sterilize their equipment. If you do and you're okay with it, then that is on you if you acquire something, anything. Not on me, okay? That is on you and your nail tech. It's getting kind of alarming how many people are so entitled to think that other people are responsible for their health more than they are. Like, sis, if you're so worried about getting any transmittable virus, why don't you bring your own kit? Because I frankly am not worried. My nail techs have their own equipment. They properly sanitize and sterilize. I see it in front of me. They come in with their little piece of container that has sterilization fluid in it. They're all certified. Like, I'm good on my end. So if you are so concerned, then you need to bring your own equipment. I don't need to bring my equipment. Not to mention, again, if we're being realistic, right? HIV does not last long outside of the body. It does not like air. So let's say I did get cut and let's say I did bleed. By the time that the next person came in, the virus would have been dead. And since we still are being realistic, the reality is that there has been 0 cases reported as of October 2023 of any HIV transmissions caused by a manicure or pedicure or at a nail salon altogether. 0. And this is not to stigmatize other viruses and diseases, but there are other things that last way longer, like Hep B lasts 3 weeks on the surface, Hep C even 7 days on the surface, okay? Fungus, athlete's foot. There are so many things that can be transmitted at a nail salon, and none of those things are HIV. So I hope that brings a little clarification about me getting my nails done, because I'm not gonna stop, okay? And yeah, let's not be ignorant. Let's end the stigma together. Mwah. To answer your question, no, I do not need to inform anyone at the restaurant when I go out to eat that I'm HIV positive. The reason that I don't have to tell anyone is because HIV is not transmitted through saliva. So not only are you safe to go out to eat at a restaurant, you're safe to kiss someone that's HIV positive, or I'm safe to kiss someone that's HIV negative. They will not get HIV by exchanging saliva with me. But with that logic, honestly, like as far as like the utensils thing, like that's just so gross if you really think about it, because like let's say someone isn't HIV positive, would you still want someone else's germs like in your silverware? Like, gross. There was actually a period of time that I requested plastic utensils everywhere that I went, because I used to work at a restaurant, and honestly, like, it just grossed me out. Just the thought of like everyone using the same utensils. I don't know why, like that was just like crazy to me. But yeah, I hope that answers your question. Like, you are safe, or I am safe rather, to slobber all over someone who is HIV negative and they will not get anything, even if they have like a cut in their mouth, even if I have a cut in my mouth, like completely safe. No one has ever gotten HIV from kissing, even if I bite someone. Y'all just keep on harping down on this manicure pedicure thing. And no, honey, I am not defensive. I am a Latina. This is what we call being passionate. And I will admit that I am extremely passionate about talking about HIV and ending the stigma. So this person is talking about that I should be doing my part to protect other people the way that I would have wanted to be treated or protected. Let's break that down. My part is to take my medication, hold up, which I do to ensure that I remain undetectable. Okay? So yeah, that is the only thing that I have to do to ensure the safety of myself and the public. All jokes aside, I really want y'all to wake up. No one owes you a thing. No one owes you nothing. No one owes you the truth. No one owes you honesty. No one owes you protection. The only one that you can count on to protect you and to be honest with you is God. Not even your spouse. And I have an incredible spouse, and I know that even his capabilities are limited. No one owes you anything. let alone a complete stranger, let alone a person that does not care about you and just wants to sleep with you, baby. Let alone a person that hasn't gotten tested in God knows how long. Let alone a person who has discovered that they're HIV positive but refuse to get on medication because they're too scared of the stigma. So I'm telling you this out of sincerity, as a big sis, as someone that's trying to put you on. The only way that you are going to ensure your safety is by you taking the right steps and making the right and wise decisions. The rest is up to God. Because let me tell you something, that things still happen. Disasters, tragedies, hard things still happen in life. And baby, that's just part of life. You can't be protected from everything. Let go of the entitlement and start living your life safely. I promise you that it will go well for you if you obey God and stop trying to place your responsibility on other people. I'm HIV positive, right? And this is just a PSA to those that are not HIV positive. Disclosure is my choice. When I disclose and how I disclose and who I disclose to is up to me. I find it so crazy how people are telling me that I need to disclose before I go on a date, that I need to disclose before I kiss somebody. This is the craziest one. Before I even tell them my name. It's not happening. I don't think that it's my responsibility to tell someone that I'm HIV positive if they are treating me as if I'm not. Your health is your responsibility. Adopt the mindset of medical practitioners. Assume that everyone has something until they prove to you that they do not. Why are you kissing a stranger or trying to kiss a stranger that you just met? Why are you trying to have intercourse with someone raw that you just met? You don't know me from a hole in a wall. Why are you trying to put your thing inside of me without any kind of protection? Why do I have to be the one to say, hey, chill out, I'm HIV positive, instead of you asking, taking the time to know me, get to know me, let's go get tested together if you want to take the next step? Why do I have to be the one protecting you from yourself? No, baby, that is not my responsibility. And I just wanted to make that clear. Okay, love you, bye. No, baby, it's not the mistake that comes with the consequence. It's sin that comes with the consequence. I come on here and talk about the realities of HIV because this is how I thank the Lord. I'm not here trying to sell you guys a false dream saying that, oh yes, it's my responsibility. That's not the reality of the people outside in these streets. That's not the reality of hookup culture. That's not the reality of casual sex. Okay, this person is casually sleeping with you, your sister, your mother, maybe your dog, okay? And people want to come on here and talk about sexual liberation. That's literally a lie from the devil. And honestly, more than anything, it's a need that needs to be filled within us, filled inside of us. And the only person that can fill that up is God. No man, no woman, no relationship, no drug, no nothing can fill that up but God. But back to the commenter. Baby, it is not my responsibility to tell you anything. Your sense of entitlement is what's going to get you put into really bad situations. I had to learn the hard way that people are evil, people are cruel, people are psychopathic, people are afraid, people are traumatized, people are ashamed. And people do not care about you. Period. You cannot bet on the kindness of a person. Have you seen my comments? Do you see how mean and disrespectful people are being because I'm willingly sharing my status? What makes you think that another person who has not been redeemed by Jesus Christ and is still living in that fear and that shame and that trauma, what makes you think that they're going to tell you that they're HIV positive? Dime. The guy that infected me knew he was HIV positive and chose not to get on medication. He intentionally infected me and many others with HIV. And he was a public figure. And he was going to the White House. And he had hundreds of thousands of followers. And he was good looking and charismatic. But you don't see me here blaming him. Not even on my YouTube videos. And y'all get so mad at me in my YouTube videos because I don't blame him for giving me HIV. Why? Because although it is evil, although it is unethical, although it was criminal, it was not his responsibility to ensure my safety. The only person that is responsible for my safety is my mommy, my daddy, and myself. No one else is going to care about you, baby. And that's what I'm trying to show you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It doesn't even matter if you are promiscuous like I was promiscuous or serial monogamous like other people might claim they are. Sex before marriage is a sin. And sin does come with consequences. Everybody that's judging in these comments, it could easily be you. That's the message. So I agree with you. Having HIV is not a flex, but it is also nothing to be ashamed about. And I think that that's what's so inspiring about my story and what I'm doing. The truth of the matter is that there's mad people living with HIV that are also living in fear and living in shame and cannot be themselves because they're afraid of the stigma. And the purpose of my content and of my life is to prove that life does not end post-diagnosis. So when I receive comments like these, it just goes to show that what I am doing is so important because people need to be heard and seen in my community. I guess what makes what I'm doing inspiring is that people like you would rather me stay quiet and tucked away in a corner somewhere, probably depressed, and I'm not. And I know y'all don't like to hear me say this, but honey, this is 2024. The stigma is far worse than the actual diseases. You could still live a beautiful, fulfilling life. You could have children, get married, do the whole 9. So what is not a flex about that? I'm sorry, but I think my life is a freaking flex. I take that back. Having HIV is not a flex, but living the life that I live is definitely a flex. And I give all the glory to God because it would be impossible without him. There's about 37,000 new infections per year. So, and that's the people that get tested. Imagine the people that don't get tested. Whether you think it's a flex or not, it needs to be discussed. It's like a public health crisis at this point.
Life, it's literally a luxury to be single. Like just going up and like getting up and saying like, oh well, today I'm just gonna lollygag in bed, or I'm gonna decide to go for a walk in the park, I'm gonna go to the botanical garden. It's the simple things that just make singleness such a beautiful time. We don't appreciate that. And then we wonder why like our relationships are hard, because if we don't know how to be single, what makes us think that we know how to be in relationships? Like, if you're always finding someone that's problematic or like that, you know, you have a difficult time being with, chances are it's not them, it's you. Moving on. How to not get HIV if you are out here having sex. So number one, like I mentioned, like you gotta love yourself, you gotta know yourself, you gotta really choose what's best for you, you gotta learn how to make decisions. Number two, I say this with the fear of God in my heart, you know, because of course you're gonna do whatever you want to do, but if you're the type of person that does enjoy a promiscuous lifestyle, get on PrEP. PrEP basically is medication that you take, I believe, every single day. And what happens with that medication is that it protects you from acquiring HIV even if you come in contact with it. So let's say you're having sex with a person that's HIV positive. If you are on PrEP, you will not acquire HIV even if you do have unprotected intercourse with them. I read all of your comments, you know, if not all, then a lot of them, like 90% of your comments, I read them. And I see that a lot of people are living in fear. I see a lot of people literally are like terrorized by the idea of getting HIV, which sucks because of the stigma. You shouldn't be that scared of getting HIV. I know that it's not the best thing in the world, but like you move on, like you live your life. HIV is not the end of the world. You know, that's why I'm making these videos. So if you are a person that is like, has a phobia, the only companion that you know is your hand, and it's not like a personal choice as far as like you want to save yourself or you're practicing celibacy, like you're just actually petrified of having intercourse because of HIV, just get on PrEP. Get on PrEP and go out there and meet people. Like you are meant to be around other humans. Like you are meant to love and discover and to like, you know, date and be courted. Like you are meant for all of these things. Don't let fear stop you, you know, because fear not only protects you against HIV, but it also prevents you from experiencing so many beautiful things that this life has to offer. Anyway, I'm so cold. This is a nice little chat. Mwah. My health depends on a pill. And if I lose access to that pill, the HIV that's in my body will turn into AIDS, making my body so vulnerable that even something like a common cold can take me out. In 2020, when the world shut down due to the global pandemic, that thought crossed my mind. What happens if the world shuts down so much that I don't have access to my medication? Will I die? And that was a scary thing to think about, I'm not even gonna lie to you. But then I just stopped thinking about it. If I die, I die. Instead of like really freaking out about some hypothetical,
I just live my life to the fullest extent, and I know that that sounds very cliche, but every single day I do try to remain thankful that I am alive, because me even having life today is so much more than hundreds of thousands upon millions of people had access to only 25 years ago. I don't really think about what were to happen, because if it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. For now, I'm just gonna remain thankful to God that I'm alive. Hopefully cured of HIV sooner rather than later.
Get down low.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to take the time to thank all of you who took the time to watch the first two portions of this docu-commentary, which were a very lengthy introduction where I feel that I set the ground for the basis of the argument. Really not the argument, but the cold hard truth is what I should say. For what I am about to discuss over the period of a rather lengthy time with you tonight. Now, I know that there are some people that have been critical of my videos because of extremely long intros in some cases. But some of these are the same people who will sit up and watch an 8-hour live stream of a bunch of stupid ass niggas arguing back and forth with each other over raggedy bitches and, you know, what race of female is better and who's a simp and who's a player and this, that, and the third, and should you get a passport and all of that bullshit. So I know that people's attention spans are only as long as their interests. So I am very clear up front. As I said after the first part of the intro, where we explored we summarized really the very lengthy history of the HIV/AIDS epidemic, that hey, if this doesn't interest you, get the fuck on. Okay? Because to understand my argument, because see, the reason why I did it the way I did it tonight, where I had you guys sit up and gave you a summary of both the target topic, which is HIV/AIDS, and the target individual, which is this Bianca Ordonez chick, is because I know that HIV/AIDS is not really a major headliner in the news anymore. And the other thing that I understand about people's attention spans is that people have a tendency, just like with the Novid scamdemic, okay, to stop taking things seriously that are extremely serious when it's no longer a trending topic on social or news media or other aspects of society that, you know, influence mass public opinion. Okay. So even though there are tens of thousands of cases of HIV/AIDS still in the United States every year, even though HIV/AIDS still kills nearly 20,000 Americans every year, even though HIV/AIDS has proven itself to be one of the top 5 most efficient killers as far as infectious diseases in human history in the 4 decades that it has been known to exist, killing literally 1 out of every 2 people that it has ever infected. It's easy for low IQ and short attention span motherfuckers, I could even expand that to say sometimey niggas that I've dealt with on several occasions over my career, to try and, you know, discredit or belittle the seriousness of this subject. Okay? So I wanted to start off by, for those of you who are interested in this topic but are either a little skeptical or not very read up, and you know, you don't have a lot of information and not very knowledgeable about this topic, to understand the history of this disease and of this subject, okay? So that you understand that when I go hard in the paint, I'm not going hard in the paint just for fun or just to be a bully or just to be harsh. This is not something to be taken lightly, okay? And it's really sad because in spite of the tremendous damage that HIV/AIDS has caused over the decades, along with other sexually transmitted diseases, you still have a human populace that are irresponsible in the choices that they make sexually. Which is scary if you consider that if HIV was any more lethal than it has been, it would literally wipe out more than half of the world population. That's a scary thought, but then that kind of shows you how fucking stupid people are. And this all-American modernized female, Bianca Ordonez, is just a shining example. A poster whore, you've heard a poster boy, I'm going to say a poster whore or a poster prostitute example of that very fact. Now, the one thing I want to really start off with, before I even get to all of this, the one thing I want to start off with is saying this, and I should have said this up front. For those of you who are members of my Patreon.com account, I cannot call this a treat because it is an absolute tragedy that should have never happened. But right now, I have a blockbuster video commentary available for you guys right now on Patreon. It's available to both Brian's Corner Club members and Sneak Peek members. I haven't gotten to the point where I start separating content between those two payment tiers. Perhaps when I get more frequent on Patreon, I will do that. But the title of this video is called "When the Police Stand By and Do Nothing to Save You." We're analyzing the German hostage crisis that shocked the entire world. Basically summarizing, if you did not believe before that government officials and law enforcement don't give anywhere near as much of a damn about you, your family, and your safety as many people would like to think, this is a shining example of that fact, that they really don't. I have seldom, I understand this didn't happen in the United States, but we've had far worse things happen in the United States, like Uvalde and like the Parkland, Florida high school shooting, where law enforcement was accused of, being too patient or, not being as active as they should to stop the threat. And, many more people died than should have. Although I do kind of put those cases in a separate category because they were active shooter events and this was a bank robbery gone horribly wrong. There are some connections there as far as the complete incompetence and unprofessionalism of the so-called professionals and the authority that loves to advertise itself at these press conferences at local, federal, and state levels about how good of a job they're doing. That's one thing you notice about law enforcement, especially here in the United States, that you don't really see in any other agency or government organization on the scale that you see it, which is that they love patting themselves on the back. They love bragging on how good of a job they're doing. And usually when they're doing it, they're giving this press conference and they're spurting off this propaganda in situations where people have died, where a tragedy has occurred, where they didn't get there fast enough to stop what happened. Okay? And this is just, if there was ever a poster child for why you as an individual human being should be always self-aware, always have situational awareness, and always have the mind and the equipment to protect and defend yourself, and always look for spots in emergency situations to try and free yourself from any danger and not count and wait on the so-called authorities to do it for you. This here is it. This is run, hide, fight to the greatest degree. I have never seen in the so-called modern Western world such blatant incompetence, such gall of people who are supposed to be in a position of authority to allow something this pathetic to occur to the extent that it has occurred. That's all I will say about that, because I don't want to give it completely away. But all of this was based off of a Netflix documentary that I recently watched. And it is one of the hardest things, I don't know if it's one of the hardest things, but it is one of the most unbelievable things you will ever see. I should note that this is not a movie. None of this is a movie, okay? I'm going to show the real documentary. This is actual footage because news journalists were allowed to get way too close to this situation. They were literally on top of it. This is all actual newsreel footage of what actually fucking happened. And it just proves to me, even though it happened in another country in Europe, okay? Like I said, people know that things of this nature and far worse have happened here. This is shining proof to me why I don't waste my time voting or trusting centralized or any other form of government. Okay? Because they are not here to serve and protect you like they want you to believe. They're here to serve their own fucking interests. So with that said, click the link in the description box and the pinned post. And for $7 to $10, depending on what contribution you would like to make, that video is now available on patreon.com. When the police stand by and do nothing, the German hostage crisis would shock the world. Now, in regards to this HIV/AIDS subject matter, you know, there are many dumb things that these dumb whores that we see nowadays in, you know, the thought, what I call the Thotbot era, say and do. And some of it you can give a pass, some of it you can't. You know, the butt twerking, the, you know, push for promiscuity, you know, the club hopping, the marketing of the marketing of hypersexualization, you know, everybody from Sexy Red to Cardi B. It's, you know, there is some pushback against it, but you just understand that this is just part of the continuing devolution of society. You know, you just try to avoid it as much as you can. Of course, we're going to critique the hell out of it, but, you know, there's really nothing that you can do about it, right? And most of it is just, you know, you look at it and you see, you know, just another bitch doing what she saw the last bitch doing to get attention. And you just kind of, at this point, you just kind of shrug it off as, oh, it's just another whore. I find myself saying that so many times. You know, I used to get kind of worked up over these things and you know, really go off on the topic when I made a video about it. It's just nothing, you know, after doing this shit that I've been doing now for, you know, more than a decade and a half. I can't really say there's too much on this earth that really stuns me or shocks me anymore. So, you know, I just find myself constantly saying as I scroll through social media and the internet, oh, it's just another whore, just another dumb hoe, or just another dumbass nigga, just another stupid simp. Oh, well. But on the other hand, there are times when you, as a moral, conscious human being, see things that you feel compelled to respond to because you know for a fact that they are what people call a bridge too far. Okay? And a person getting on a large social media platform and blatantly lying for their own benefit that normalizing sexual relations between healthy people and HIV positive people should be normalized. Normalizing unprotected sex with HIV negative people and HIV positive people should be normalized. Is indeed what I call a bridge too fucking far. And quite frankly, you know me, I am an advocate for free speech. I defended Cynthia G on multiple occasions, including when her channel was terminated. I was completely against that. I'm opposed to it now, even though I think she's a completely dumb and hypocritical bitch. But there are times when I've also stated that I believe that there is a such thing as too much freedom. And I'm not the only one who feels like this, because the government hypocritically tried to use their influence with these major tech corporations like Fuckbook and ScrewTube to censor anybody who spoke out against their agenda on the COVID-19 scamdemic, aka COVID-19 pandemic. Okay? Because they claimed that was such a deadly threat, even though it was only killing like 1% of everyone that they claimed was infected. And there were a lot of false claims of COVID sickness or people dying from COVID. You had doctors filling out false reports of people that died in fucking car accidents and had gunshot wounds as dying from COVID. And the family members were very pleased to oblige because they would get that juicy COVID money. No proof was needed. No autopsy, nothing. All you had to write on the death certificate was COVID-19. So they don't have a problem with censoring people when they feel like it is, when they claim to feel like it, like people speaking out against something or, trying to justify something is a threat to public health and the general population. So the question is, if they're going to censor people over a disease that barely killed 1 to 1.5% of the people that it infected, why are they allowing idiots, complete, total fucking morons, to come on social media and blatantly lie about HIV/AIDS no longer being as bad and as deadly and as dangerous of an infectious disease as it was when it was first discovered? Why is this being allowed? Furthermore, and more importantly, why is it being allowed for people to try to push this narrative that normal unhealthy or normal healthy people should be perfectly A-okay with sleeping with unhealthy HIV positive people? Why is this being allowed? Why is there no pushback from the Centers for Disease Control? Why is there no pushback when YouTube puts up, those stupid banners across, the top of your video when, their AI detects that you're talking about a specific subject that the powers that be don't want you to talk about, or only want you to talk about in the way that fits their narrative? Why is that? Is it because HIV/AIDS and the lethality and the destructive force that it inflicted upon the world population and continues to do so this day is so far removed from people's attention spans that now it's okay for idiots to come in and try to downplay just how deadly this shit is? To the point where you have this idiot bitch. I'm sorry. I'm trying to hold back as best as I can. But, if this was FS Avenger, I would go in like I've never gone in before. Okay? Picture Shayla Toby or that bitch nigga Kenneth Thorpe times 5. That's how hard I would go in hard on the paint on this shit. But it's gotten to the point where you have idiots talking about the stigma of HIV can end the spread of HIV. That the stereotyping of people with HIV is why everybody is so scared of HIV. You know, I've heard some stupid fucking shit from some stupid motherfuckers in my life. I have to tell you, that probably ranks in the top 5. I was going to say the top 10, but when I think about everything that I already knew about HIV/AIDS and what I currently know about HIV/AIDS, no, that has to be, even outside of my personal hatreds of certain individuals and organizations and situations in the past, that has to rank as one of the top 5. Perhaps even one of the top 3 stupidest fucking statements that I have ever heard in my motherfucking life. HIV/AIDS is not being spread, and HIV/AIDS, people are not scared of HIV/AIDS because of the stigma, because of the stereotype. People, smart people at least, are scared of HIV/AIDS because it is the undefeated champion of almost all infectious diseases in human history. HIV/AIDS, when it first came on the scene, was unlike anything that medical scientists and doctors, public officials, and the general population had ever seen before. This is a virus. Picture it like this, okay? This is a virus that attacks and takes down your firewall. You know, you have a firewall on your computer, which is essentially like a digital immune system. It protects you against most cyber viruses, malware, spyware, and other things. And you're supposed to keep this firewall updated with, you know, modern day cybersecurity. Okay. Without that firewall, it used to be back in the day, because I know a lot of computers now are built with high-tech security that upgrades itself. But back in the day, it used to be, if you didn't have a firewall, it was like not having a fucking immune system. Your shit was toast, even if you didn't click on certain websites. An even better example of this is, say you're a soldier, or even a civilian for that matter, on a battlefield, and you have across that battlefield, it can be 1 mile or it could be 1 yard. You have 100 million enemy combatants shooting at you and bombing you and shelling you, dropping ordnance on your head, shooting at you with small arms, rifles, pistols, machine guns, launching short-range mortars, long-range artillery, everything that they have, conventional, at you at one time. But they can't touch you because on the battlefield, you have this gigantic security bubble around you. It's transparent so they can see you, so they're shooting at you. But it's completely bullet and bomb proof. And so their shells, their bombs from 100 to 1,000 pounds, their bullets from high-powered rifles and Magnum handgun rounds are just completely being deflected off of this security bubble. But then something or someone comes along and completely or partially removes that bubble. Now, if they partially remove the bubble, perhaps the front and the back screen protects you against, you know, across the field attacks, like from rifles or short range mortars. But then the top of it is open, so you can still get bombed from planes in the sky or drones or long range artillery dropping on top of your fucking head. If it's completely removed, you, as you know it, is going to be emulsified into a bloody pulp in a matter of seconds. No one can survive an attack of 100 million. Picture that scenario and understand that this is exactly, perhaps even to a worse extent, what HIV/AIDS, what HIV first off, does to your insides, when it overwhelms the cells that form your immune system and eventually overtakes them and deletes them, okay? When it removes your security bubble, every germ that is on the outside of your body, on your skin, and every germ that is inside your body can now attack you. One of the reasons, and that's what's funny about HIV/AIDS, one of the things that makes HIV/AIDS so uniquely dangerous and lethal is that it is one of the few infectious diseases, one of the few diseases, period, that does not directly attack your vitals. I mean, meaning obviously your immune system is vital, but attacking, like your organs, like your brain, your heart, your kidneys, it doesn't attack your lungs. In most cases, it doesn't even attack your skin. What HIV does is it attacks your security. Imagine assassins going after, a world leader. Let's just say a president of the United States. And instead of going head on at him, the first thing they do is launch their assassination attack against the Secret Service that are around him. Their primary target is the security. The secondary target is the president. Once they're able to overwhelm his security staff, okay, and take them down, like you saw in that movie White House Down so many years ago, or Olympus Has Fallen, starring Gerard Butler and Jamie Foxx, then they can almost with impunity get at the president, right? There is nothing there to repel them. There's nothing there to blockade them and keep them from achieving their secondary goal, which now becomes the primary goal, which is to kidnap or assassinate a head of state or some other type of VIP. Okay? The question is, how do people not understand? Because some people do understand this. But how can some people still yet be so goddamn stupid and naive to not understand how serious this is? Did you know that when you die, do you know what you die, or your animals die? You know why you have to, let's just say animals, for example. You go to the store and you get, pork chop or ground beef or whatever, right? Any item that they call a perishable item, and you bring it home. You know why you have to refrigerate it or freeze it immediately? You know why it's called a perishable item? Because any type of flesh, any type of meat, animal or human, if not held at a certain temperature in a contained area, will have the germs that are on this flesh begin to eat it alive. Because it is without an immune system, without that animal's immune system after it is slaughtered, without your immune system, once your immune system, the cells that cause your immune system, once it dies, okay, those very germs that cause people to die of a variant of different diseases after AIDS sets in, once the immune system has been compromised, those very same germs begin to break down the human or the animal body in a matter of hours to days. This is why when they find bodies that they call decomposed, sometimes the body's only been there for a couple of days, but already it looks and smells terrible. This is from just billions of little bacteria that were already there. You understand this? This is how dangerous this shit is. Okay? That you are always, every single one of us is always living with bacteria and viruses both on us and in us. You are surrounded at all times These motherfuckers are looking for even the slightest little reason to fuck you up. Do you understand that, motherfucker? These little motherfuckers will eat your eyeballs. They will eat your brain. They will eat your dick. They will eat your nuts. They will eat your fucking heart. They will eat you from the inside fucking out. Hey, when you catch a cold or a flu, you think that's really bad, don't you? Yeah. You think that's bad? Picture this. That cold or flu that you catch occasionally if you're a healthy person, even pneumonia, motherfucker, that is only not even 1%, dude. It's like 0.1% of the germs that are always flying through the air, always on you and always inside you. Of course, the immune system is not perfect. It can't stop everything. In fact, there's so many germs. There's so many bacteria, virus, parasites, fungus. There's so many shit, so much shit, not only around us, but in us and on us, that for the most part, do you know what the immune system, do you know what your private and personal security, which is by the way, it is the greatest security system ever invented. Nothing mankind has ever created. The Secret Service, burglar alarm, burglar cage, bars, whatever, the anti-theft system, nothing that man has ever created even comes remotely close to the human or animal immune system. Do you know what your immune system's main job is? Your immune system's main job is to police and push around and keep in check the germs that are inside of you. Because it can't possibly delete all of them. If it does, it'll overwork itself and wear itself out. And that's what HIV does. It wears the immune system out and continues to regenerate itself to the point where there's more HIV fucking cells than there are immune system cells. I think they're called T cells. Okay? And once it becomes overwhelmed, then it overtakes the security. Once it overtakes the security, unless you're in a air pressure proof chamber, you're fucked. You are fucking fucked. This is why when they have people that have really terrible diseases, you've seen this. They put them in this weird, gigantic plastic bag thing, right? They put them in this plastic preservation system while they're on a ventilator, because that's designed to try to keep most germs away from them. Because that's the only way in hell that they're going to have a chance, because their immune system is compromised. So just to give you guys a little bit of an understanding that this bitch and bitches like her are flat fucking lying through their teeth when they say that people are scared of HIV because of the stigma. She seems so angry and so defensive because people have a problem with her trying to normalize this shit. Okay? We all make mistakes, but that is a mistake that you can't unmake. Okay? And if you make that mistake, no one on planet Earth is obligated to deal with your dumb ass. Especially if you did it by making immoral, filthy fucking choices in life. So fuck you. That's right. People are scared of HIV/AIDS because other than the Spanish flu and the Black Plague of medieval centuries time, nothing in modern times has been seen like this. And keep in mind, the Spanish flu, which was a bacteria-based infectious disease, it was deadly and had a higher mortality rate, but it burned itself out. It only lasted 2 years. Yes, it killed 200 million people, but it only lasted 2 years. The other thing this is the thing again that you have to understand about HIV/AIDS. Okay, HIV/AIDS is not only unique in how it makes you sick and threatens your life by taking down your security, aka immune system, but HIV/AIDS is unique because it has a systemic function which allows it to spread slowly enough to where it doesn't burn itself out like other far more lethal viruses such as Ebola and rabies, which can't spread as well because, again, they burn themselves out. Even when you look at the most lethal infectious disease, the amoeba, the brain-eating amoeba, which is a parasite that has like a 93% lethality rate. The thing eats your brains without barbecue or hot sauce so fucking fast, I mean, it can't regenerate in time. You know, it basically burns itself out. From what I understand, amoebas, after a while, they start crawling on top of each other and eating each other. Okay? But HIV has a systematic function that has allowed it to be stable enough and elusive enough to both treatment and your immune system to be able to spread from one host to the next over a course of decades, which is why it is almost completely incurable and why it has remained a major factor in the medical world and in human health for nearly the past half a decade. Okay? There's really nothing, I mean, when you look at it, you know, of course you have cardiovascular disease and cancer, which kills more people. But besides those two, and those are more internal diseases, not infectious diseases. When it comes to infectious disease, the world, there are more, like I said, there are diseases with a higher mortality rate. Okay? But when you talk about the perfect storm of being able to infect you slowly and spread massively and remain elusive enough to be incurable, the world has really never seen anything like HIV. Okay? This is a unique disease in its ability to inflict chaos and carnage. It was obviously designed to stay here for a while. Okay? So you need to understand this if you didn't already. And I know that most people are not going to let some dumb bitch come on social media and tell them some bullshit that they know is a fucking lie. Okay? You know, when I had staph infection, MRSA, a couple of years ago, which is a bacterial infection, MRSA, methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus. It was one of the most dangerous staph infections in the world because it was resistant to the medications that they would use to treat regular staph infection. It was basically caused by a super bacteria. And it was scary at the time that I caught it in 2016 because it was, at the time in 2016, there were only 4 medications in the world that could actively treat it. If it became resistant, there was a risk that MRSA could become invasive and become a direct threat to your internal self, which would then cause it to convert from being MRSA to something even more dangerous called VRSA, Versa. Okay? And once it becomes internal, you know, it can infect your organs. It can infect, even worse than your organs, it can become a blood-borne pathogen and cause something called sepsis, which is infectious of the blood, which is anywhere from 50 to 90% fatal, regardless of the infectious disease. It was a scary time. And staph infection, or staph, colonizes the human skin, like a lot of viruses do. But the difference with MRSA and what they call super bugs is that eventually they find treatments or cures, or your immune system over time, if you survive the first and second wave, your immune system can find a way to accurately police staph, even super bacteria. Okay? It's kind of like a new pitcher that was really good in the little leagues, and he comes into the big leagues, and he's throwing strikes left and right, striking all the batters out, and everybody thinks he's the hottest thing since sliced bread. But after that first season, he starts getting fewer strikes, he starts being less accurate, and batters start knocking his shit out the park, hitting baseline hits. And it's because, the batters have seen his style, they've seen his pitches enough times that they know what he's coming with. He hasn't, after that first season, he's not going to throw anything that they haven't seen in the first season. So that same pitcher that was on the front of fucking Sports Illustrated, now he's getting knocked out of the fucking park. Okay? Your immune system is like that with most bacteria. Okay? Of course, with a little help of treatment. But HIV, again, because it moves so slowly and so stealthily and can survive in the body down to the smallest little particle, even smaller than your cells, it can lay dormant inside of you. HIV is not like that. You are literally talking about a fucking disease that can hide inside of you for years while you're taking treatment. You think you're cured, you stop taking your treatment, or you don't have access to your treatment, and we're going to get to that a little later. And then all of a sudden, like that alien that got his head blown off by Tommy Lee Jones in the first Men in Black, and then the head grew back, HIV can not only regenerate itself, but remultiply itself. And it gets strong enough to the point where the immune system, no matter how many times the immune system has seen this virus, it can never out-generate. It can never outnumber HIV once it gets going. And eventually, without treatment, HIV will overtake you and HIV will kill you. Without treatment, you have almost a 1 in 2 chance of living. Understand this, if you didn't already. People are not fucking scared of HIV because of a stigma, okay? People are scared of HIV because HIV is the perfect killer. My earliest experiences with HIV were when I was a kid, 9 years old in 4th grade. I didn't have a teacher, but there was a teacher down the hall from us that taught another class at Washington Elementary School, where I went to school 4th grade through 6th. And he was this white boy in his late 20s, I believe, named Trevino Regimeyer. Trevino Regiminski. And he was the son of Polish and Italian immigrants. And, Mr. T, as we called him, he was mostly cool and collected like every other teacher, but he stood out because he was the only male teacher, at least on our floor. There were 2 levels in that elementary school. I think he may have been the only he may have been the only elementary school teacher in the school. No, there was Mr. Kerber. Fuck, my 5th grade teacher. Never mind, y'all. He had to be only one of like 2 or 3 male teachers, besides not including substitute teachers, because we had some subbies. Most of them were weird, and I'm pretty sure a lot of them was homosexuals, but nonetheless, that's neither here nor there. But he was only one of like 2 or 3 elementary school teachers in the entire building. Most of them were females, and most of them were white females. I say probably 2/3 of our teachers at Washington Elementary were white females, and then 1/3 were black females. And then there was like 1 Hispanic female, like 3 male teachers. And he was one of them. And, you know, I guess he was as cool as you could be dealing with single mother raised unruly children. And, you know, he would usually keep his cool. But one time he did lose his shit and started yelling at some girls that went in the boys' bathroom for what reason, I don't know. But, you know, they came out giggling, and he put them on detention, and, you know, he was yelling, "Is it funny now? Is it funny now?" You know, and he was just really getting hot about the situation for some he just lost his shit finally. After years of torment, he just lost his shit. But anyway, I specifically remember, because I wasn't in his class. I was Miss Trevoline's class, 4th grade teacher. That bitch. And she was this white, blonde hair, blue-eyed white bitch. But we were like 2 classrooms down. And, you know, we'd always see Mr. Regiminski's class, you know, lining up for recess, or, you know, getting a bathroom break. You know, he tried to keep it where people would go to breaks together, because, you know, he wanted to keep track of his students. He would grant like bathroom passes and shit, but he'd rather his class, you know, all stay in unison where he could keep an eye on them. But I remember, I think it was when I was starting 5th grade, going to Mr. Kerber's class, who was this Canadian red-haired dude that talked so fucking proper. No horsing around now. He walked so fucking goofy. And he'd point when he saw one of the little black motherfuckers acting stupid in class. He's like, "Oh, no horsing around now." He was real tall. We used to make fun of Mr. Kerber, but I like Mr. Kerber. He was cool though. But, so I'd say probably about a month into starting 5th grade, rumors started spreading, I guess originally amongst the school staff, and then it got around to the students, that one of the teachers had committed suicide. We didn't know who, but we kept hearing it, like, you know, in the bathroom and gym, and everybody, after a while, like, everybody was talking about it, and like, I didn't know what the fuck was going on, but I was curious, like, which teacher, because I started head counting. Okay, these are all the teachers I saw from 4th grade in this motherfucker, so what are they talking about? And then it finally hit me, the one that I didn't see was Mr. T, Mr. Regiminski. And I spoke to the parent of one of my childhood friends that was in my class, and because I heard them over talking about it with another parent when they were coming to pick us up, and they said that they had heard from the principal that, you know, went to the same church that they did, that Mr. Regiminski had found out that he had AIDS last year. This would have been in 1994, and that his sister found him in his home dead with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. He lived in Lansing, Illinois, which wasn't far from where I went to school and where I grew up. And I was shell-shocked, because at the time I had heard of HIV/AIDS, but I didn't know what it was. And, you know, I was like, wow, holy fuck. It was one of those shell-shocking moments as a kid when you get kind of that, reality check, that first hard reality check as a kid. You know, some bully bloodies your nose, or, you know, you get something that you really like stolen or broken by a sibling, or, you know, you get that ass whooping from your parent. You know, that first hard reality check. You know, I found out that, you know, he wasn't my direct teacher, but like, holy shit. Like, it was like that moment, because I'm only like 10 fucking years old. Like, oh my God, like, humans actually die in dramatic fashion. Because prior to that, the only death that I knew of humans was you live to be like 70, 80 years old, you know, like my godmother, Miss Fisher, and, you know, you get so old that you just fucking die. I had no concept that people died young. He was only 29 years old when he passed away from suicide. I guess he chose not to let the AIDS take him out, but that was really sad. It was mentally traumatic for me because it started to bring the gravity of, you know, how short and unpredictable life was to me for the first time ever. And then in my extended family, in 1999, 5 years later, there was a woman that I didn't quite know that well, but we would, like, every other year we'd go over her house for the holidays, and she was really pretty. We call her Miss Cynthia. She was, I think, like a third relative, like a third or fourth cousin on my mother's side. And she'd always wear this thick, bright red lipstick. She had very thick lips. She'd always wear her hair short, like, you know, like Halle Berry or Vivica A. Fox back in the day. And she always dressed well. You know, she had a beautiful house. I forget what she did for a living, but it was off in the suburbs. I think it was up north, not Skokie, where I think it was Gurnee, Illinois. And she would always have all the family over. And I did notice, even though she seemed to be exceptionally attractive to me, you know, as a young, you know, juvenile kid, I did notice that she had these unusual dark spots around her eyes, but I really didn't think anything of it. You know, I'd seen older people with like dark spots. Sometimes she would try to fill those in with like brown mascara, but I didn't, you know, she looked healthy to me. I didn't know anything. I just knew that, you know, I thought that, you know, she was kind of attractive, and she was always really nice, cutting cake for us, you know, whether it was Thanksgiving or Christmas or whatever it was. And everybody in the family would either come over her house or my uncle's house. You know, we kind of switch it up between the year. And I remember, for some reason, one day I found out in 1999, and this was months after we had last been to her place, my mother mentioning, while we were walking downtown in downtown Chicago, trying to link up with my dad that was trying to get his business license from some building down there, that she was dying from cancer, and that she was, you know, the family was arguing on her side, trying to get, you know, help her get her affairs in order. And people were, you know, what I got from it was people were trying to cut up her estate, and, you know, certain people in the family thought, you know, they were being selfish. Certain people, other people in the family were being selfish and, you know, greedy, and, you know, only looking out for self. She had 2 kids. I guess that would have made them my second cousins. I don't really fucking know, but I didn't see much of them because a lot of times they were with their stepfather, but they would always be there for the holidays. But you know, people were basically on her side of the family, they were fighting over this woman's estate. And then one day in 2002, I found out that she had passed away from cancer. Now, it wasn't for another 3 years, when I first started college in 2005, that I found out that her cancer was a rare form of cancer that was caused by a immunodeficiency disorder that she had, and that disorder was actually AIDS. I had no idea. I don't think a lot of the family even knew that she had AIDS, but somehow it came out later, I think at the funeral of another family member, and people found out that her cancer was caused by, it was actually caused by the effects of AIDS. And so, you know, that was a strange experience as well. But by that time, I was probably like 19, 20 years old, a lot closer to being an adult. So I understood a little bit better of the way the world worked. But, you know, those 2 experiences, the fact that, you know, even as reserved as I was as a kid, that I knew people who, you know, I indirectly knew people who had been stricken by this disease. And one of you brothers had mentioned that you had an uncle that passed away in 1988 of the AIDS virus. And this dude was like 80 something years old. You know, the fact that there was a point when everybody knew somebody that either had HIV or died of AIDS is indicative of how widespread and how deadly this disease has been. Okay, understand that this disease has stricken nearly 90 million souls in the 42 years that it has been here. Okay, that means that it has stricken about 2 million people each year almost since it first began, or since it was first discovered in the late 1980s. Okay, let me see, is that right? 4 times 2 is 80 plus another 8 mil. Yeah. So 88 million people. Of those 88 million people, 42 million of those people have died. That means, once again, nearly 1 out of every 2 people that has ever had the AIDS virus has succumbed to this terrible plague, this sexual plague that has been thrust upon earth. Okay? So this is no laughing matter. This is no small thing. To be honest with you, shit, if I had a gun to my fucking head and I was forced to choose between being shit on by an ugly, healthy person, of having unprotected sexual intercourse with the finest, cutest, prettiest, tightest looking female in the world who was HIV positive, I choose the ugly, healthy person's fucking shit on my face over the pretty bitch with the HIV. That's how serious this is. Either that or just blow my fucking brains out. That's how fucking serious this shit is. This is not a laughing matter. It's not something to be belittled. It's not something to be taken lightly. Okay? And the crazy thing about HIV is when you consider the simplicity of avoiding infection by simply being celibate, having safe sex, or not sharing, intravenous needles, it really exposes how sexually degenerate people are. I mean, motherfuckers want to come for me over, choosing to invest in dog culture. You motherfuckers are obviously out here. I mean, for HIV AIDS, after so many decades, you heard it in the intro, okay? I didn't have to say it, they said it. For HIV AIDS to still be prevalent in southern cities like Atlanta and, southern states like Alabama, to the point where they're still having to put posters on billboards over highways to have safe sex, is indicative of just how irresponsible people are being with their bodies and their choices. Okay? This really, immorality is obviously, consequential, but it's not even about what's right and wrong. It's about what's safe and what's unsafe, what's smart and what's stupid. Okay? If you're out here in these streets, and recently, one of you brothers emailed me that there's an outbreak of HIV going on in the Caribbean, across the Caribbean island chain now, primarily in the Dominican Republic. And I know what that's about. That's about those dumb niggas going down there. That's probably sex tourism doing that. And I wouldn't be surprised if the sex tourists are actually giving the local whores the fucking disease, as opposed to vice versa. The locals giving the sex tourists the fucking disease. Okay? But the fact that this is still happening proves how, if you're out here in these streets fucking with these people, as wild and as rambunctious as these motherfuckers are, you are really, really playing a game of Russian roulette. Okay? I know that there are some of you niggas that listen to me. I know that there are some of you niggas that listen to me that are still out here in these streets fucking around. I know that there are some of you that are still going to clubs and bars and casinos and house parties and block parties, picking up sluts and taking them home and fucking them raw. I know it is. I know it is. You know, that's about the only thing that this Bianca Ordonez bitch had right. And you notice I have not really gotten on her that much yet. We're going to save that for a little bit later. But that's the only thing she had right. That your personal safety and health is your responsibility. I know that there are those of you that are still out here not having unprotected sex with your spouse, okay, or your long-term girlfriend. You're out here still having unprotected sex, still ucking raw people that you just met that day or that night. This is why I have a don't care policy when it comes to stupid. Okay? Anybody who's been listening to my content long enough knows that the only people that I feel sympathy for are those who were put in predicaments where the situation was unpredictable or it was uncontrollable. And it came as a result of no direct or indirect choices that they made themselves. If you're out here being a thot, if you're dating thugs, if you're fucking around, dumpster diving for Brad, some low-level Brad, if you're out here just irresponsibly, throwing your sex parts on the fucking crap table and you catch something, or you get a bullet in the head, or you die in a drunken car crash, my response to that is this. Like that fucking commercial. Good job. You just saved the world oxygen that can be reserved for more deserving human beings. Because as far as I'm concerned, if you're this fucking stupid, you are nothing but a fucking oxygen thief on this planet. Not only self-sabotaging yourself, but putting the rest of us in fucking danger. So fuck you. If you're still out here having unprotected sex, leading a promiscuous lifestyle, okay, fucking around, I don't care what age you are, if you're not at the very least using safe sex, okay, fuck you. Something bad happens to you, fuck you, you deserve it. There's no sympathy. You get what you get. You get what you fucking get because you're getting what you fucking deserved. I draw a hard line like Donald Trump. I have no sympathy. I have no patience for fucking stupidity. It is real out here in these streets. Armed robbery, rape, kidnapping, attempted murder, sexually transmitted diseases, other infectious diseases. Okay? DUI. It's fucking profiling police. You can't be fucking around out here in these fucking streets unprotected. That means not having a weapon on you to defend yourself and out here being irresponsible with what you choose to do with your body, and then want to come back and cry on social media and want somebody to feel sorry for your stupid ass. You can't do that. Not with me. Because I don't give a shit. I've told y'all before and I will say it again. I can count on one fucking hand the amount of females that I've been sexual with. 4 of them. And none of them have come even close to giving me some shit as serious as HIV. I haven't even had to take an STD test in close to a decade. Because I haven't fucked one of these filthy fucking whores in nearly 8 years. And now I no longer have any interest in doing so. Because I found healthy, safe alternatives. You laugh and you make fun of those dolls all you fucking want. But I created a list a few years ago of everything a doll cannot give you in the negative that a human bitch can give you in the negative. One of those things that I listed was HIV fucking AIDS. Unless you're dumb enough to share the motherfucking female doll replica with somebody else that does have a disease. Outside of that, she can never give you a fucking disease. You laugh at me, but I laugh at your dumb ass when you're at the fucking public health office trying to get your fucking HIV AIDS medication, you filthy motherfucker. Fuck you. So another thing that is important to understand about this entire situation is, and you know, this kind of bleeds into what I was just talking to you guys about. These females out here, if you haven't noticed this yet, and I know that a lot of you have because you listen to my channel and a lot of you have been listening for years, okay? But if you're one of the slow ones that haven't figured this out yet, okay? You need to understand this. Feminist extremism and liberal agendas, including the marketing of glorified hood rats like Ice Spice, Cardi B, Nicki Minaj, and Megan Thee Stallion, have helped embolden these females who live a filthy whore lifestyle to believe that they are in a position of power. Okay? But that's only one part of the equation. The other part of the equation is your dumb ass, Mr. Man. Or more specifically, Mr. Black Man. Okay? Your simpery. Okay? The marketing of whoredom. The normalization of whoredom. To the point now where these bitches not only want to normalize being whores and digitalize prostitutes on Instagram and OnlyFans, they want to normalize having and spreading sexually transmitted diseases. You know, in that intro that I showed y'all about the historical, historical target subject, which is HIV/AIDS, there's a part of that I cut out from the numerous news reports that I put in the summary, where one of the doctors was saying that he started seeing patients in the mid to late 1980s of mostly gay men that were saying that they started back having unprotected sex because they wanted the disease, because they felt left out of the HIV/AIDS epidemic that was devastating their community, to the point where in San Francisco, nearly half of every gay dude in the city had HIV/AIDS at one time. It almost nearly wiped the gay population out in some areas. Okay? But he said after a while, at first, they stopped going to the bathhouses and the gay clubs. But after so many years, they got tired of waiting and they just said, fuck it. Hit me, baby. He said he literally started seeing patients that admitted that they started back having unprotected sex to try and get contract the fucking disease. And you somewhat see a very dangerous manifestation of that now on social media with these, reformed hood rat whores like Bianca Ordonez that are trying to normalize this idea of, if you get, don't worry about getting HIV, just take PrEP, or it's okay to date and have unprotected sex with an HIV positive person, and hey, if you get HIV, don't worry about it. There's plenty of treatments now. You can live a normal life, and hey, if you do die, I mean, we're all gonna die anyway, right? Like, y'all remember that scene, and I should have put that in the intro. I swear I should have put that in the intro. The scene with Nicolas Cage's character in that movie, The Lord of War, where the African warlord in Liberia, he put him in this raggedy hotel. He was like a gun traffic salesman. He put him in this raggedy hotel with these two model-looking African whores, these two Amanis, and he said he sent them to his room with no condom within 100 miles, and he was like, "Man, I'm not fucking y'all. And he was like, she was like, what are you afraid of? AIDS? We don't have HIV or AIDS. And the other bitch was like, why are you worried about something that can only kill you in 20 years anyway? And he shut the door in their fucking face. That's what this bitch is like, bro. That's what she doing on social media. Wow, don't worry about it. Just give in to it. Man, get out of my fucking face. If you that stupid, bro, you might as well just put, well, I know you can't say that in YouTube, but I was going to say, you might as well just end it all now. You might as well just end it all now if you that fucking dumb. Okay? There is no scenario. There is absolutely no scenario in this world where you should normalize having unprotected sex or protected sex, for that matter, with a HIV positive person if you are HIV negative. Okay? Let me say that again for the thinking impaired in the fucking back. I don't care how low they claim the risk is. You should never, ever, even remotely think of having a sexual relationship. Now, if you want to be friends with the motherfucker, you know, y'all go out, you know, shoot some darts, play some pool. Okay, that's whatever. You want to have a friendly conversation with them. They're one of your coworkers. Okay, that's cool. You know, you want to invite them to your kid's birthday party. I'll leave that up to you. But you shouldn't be sticking your thing or rubbing your coochie up against this motherfucker. I don't care how good they look. I don't care how much of a connection y'all have. There's no scenario where you should ever do that. Okay? This and see, this goes back to what I said about the marketing of whoredom nowadays. Okay? I think we can all agree that it has gotten completely out of hand when you have people trying to normalize the abnormal to the point where you have motherfuckers talking about ending the stigma to HIV by normalizing HIV positive, HIV negative relationships, meaning people not only having sex with, but having unprotected sex with people who are HIV positive. That is so stupid. And to show you further how fucking stupid this is, to show you how stupid this is, you think about this for just a second. As ridiculously retarded as I think this Bianca Ordonez bitch is, she is probably at least what she wants to depict on social media. She is probably the best example of a model treatment patient for HIV. She has access to her medication, and she takes it, at least according to her videos, on a regular basis. Okay? And she constantly gets tested, I guess, to test her T-cell count or whatever. She gets tested on a monthly or bi-monthly basis. Okay? You are talking about someone who, as far as HIV hoes go, is in the upper echelon of those who at least give the depiction that they are being completely responsible with this disease. Okay? She, claimed that, even though she didn't want to in some cases, she claimed to have, released the information. She disclosed that she had HIV, both to the man that rejected her and the man that accepted her. And we're going to get on him a little later as well. But you're talking about someone who is being, or at least appears to be being, the most responsible and has the most access to the best treatment. Most of these dummies out here that are fucking don't even know they have HIV. And if they did, like she said in her video, they wouldn't tell you. You're talking about somebody that even if they have HIV medication, I can guarantee you, because I know how medications for chronic diseases work, I can tell you that most of these people are not taking their HIV medication on a regular basis. If at all. It's sitting in their fucking medicine cabinet collecting dust They're probably the dumb motherfuckers that only take HIV when they start to feel sick. Okay? You think I'm lying? Tell me I'm lying, and then I want you to prove it. Most of the people who have HIV that has not yet developed into AIDS, they're probably only going to start taking the shit when they feel sick. Like some type of Tylenol. You know dumbass niggas do this. White people probably do it too, but you know the way niggas are with the nonchalant, the way you niggas are with your health. You know they ain't taking that shit on no daily basis. And who the hell wants to take it? And because who the hell wants to take a pill for the rest of their fucking life? Or for that matter, have to get an injection once or twice a fucking month? Who wants to do that? Right? You got other things to attend to. And a lot of people are not accepting of the fact that they're going to be forever sick or forever affected by this fucking disease that can jump out on them at any time. You know, they say chickenpox can do the same thing. You know, even once you get chickenpox the first time, it can jump out on you and regenerate later in life. It's something called shingles disease. But this is rare. This doesn't happen to most people. Okay? Most of the time when you get chickenpox the first time, the immune system can handle it and keep it in check for the rest of your life. Every once in a while, somebody's immune system will be compromised to the point where chickenpox can come out as a different variant of herpes. For those of you who don't know, chickenpox is one of the seven variants of herpes, okay? And it can come out as a different variant of herpes known as shingles. But most of the time, that's not going to happen. HIV is going to come get your ass every time it gets a chance, okay? No matter how small it's been shrunk in your body. It's going to regenerate just like that alien's head at the beginning of Men in Black. When Tommy Lee Jones blew it off and that head grew back. Okay? Understand that, nigga. Understand that. The other thing that I'll notice, and originally I was going to completely cut this the fuck out because I get so fucking sick of these Bible thumpers. Most of them are absolute fucking hypocrites. Most of them are former prostitutes, pimps, gangbangers, fucking jailbirds, prison convicts, just complete fucking hypocrites. A lot of them are degenerate, engaging in all kinds of, sexual and financial and politically corrupt deviousness now. But so originally I was going to cut the portion of her praying in the audios that you heard at the end of her video. At first I was going to cut that shit out because I really didn't want to hear it. But I said, no. This is good. I know this is going to make the video longer than it already is, but this is good. No, I'm going to keep these prayers of hers. I'm going to keep them running. I'm going to let them run through so people can hear them. Because that points to another issue that I notice about not only all these whores, but all these people that fuck up in life and then want to come back, like Cynthia G or some of those other goofy bitches, and want to play goody two-shoes and preach to you and finger wag at you like they're in some position to do so. Religion and social justice for reformed hoes is just so convenient. Don't you notice that? Y'all remember that bitch? She was a porn star, this yellow bone bitch. I forget her name, but I did an entire series that included an episode on her, and the title of the series was Old Hoes with New Hustles. It was epic. It was fucking epic. And I went to town on this bitch. Her, Megan Good, and I think there was another bitch, but I forget. And now, after 10 years of being in the porn industry and chugging down random cocks and probably contracting all kinds of STDs, doing all kinds of drugs, here this bitch want to come back to the south side of Chicago and call herself an evangelist, working with abused women and trafficked women in some Christian missionary on the south side of Chicago. Now the thing is, I could respect this if she was doing this voluntarily, but she's actually getting paid. She's on the paid staff of whatever organization is funding this. She came on originally, for those of you who remember that, and I can't remember her name, so don't, if it comes to me, I'll say it, but I can't remember her name. But originally, she came on to social media after her porn career ended, and I guess she had to retire. For what reason, she didn't specify, or at least I didn't hear her specify. And she said that when she originally left the porn industry, she was trying to find a low or no skill labor job that would be equivalent to the income that she was making being a porn star, because at the time she had a condo in downtown Chicago near Loyola University, and she was basically living large. But when she left the porn industry, she had to give up that condo because she couldn't afford it anymore. It was like $1,900 a month or something like that in the mid 2000s. And she first started trying to work at like a telemarketing agency, you know, answering phones and selling people bullshit. But they wasn't making nothing but minimum wage, which at the time was like nothing but like $9.50 an hour. And she knew she wasn't going to make it like that. So she was explaining that she was trying to find a new hustle where, you know, she wouldn't have to go through school, she wouldn't have to do anything illegal, and she wouldn't have to go back into the sex industry. So she looked everywhere, and then I guess eventually she found religion. And once she found religion, then all of a sudden, now she's an evangelist. Must be getting paid pretty well too, because, you know, she seems satisfied. And I'm sitting up here watching this bitch going back and forth across this stage, preaching and finger wagging at people, you know, doing what these niggas call testifying. And I'm saying, look at this hypocrite, dick gobbling, cum dumpster swallowing, absolute fucking whore. The audacity of someone who has lived the life of a pig to have the nerve to try to come around and shame or talk down or preach or teach someone anything about life. That's like these stupid fucking marriage relationship counselors that have 2 or 3 divorces, and then you come to them with their own history like, what the fuck? And their response is, well, you know, I've been through it enough times. You know, I know better than anyone. That's why I'm the perfect person to come to. Motherfucker, no. I want a person that's been successful in a goddamn marriage. I don't want to come to one that has marriages so fucked up that they got divorced more times than I have, and I ain't even on my first divorce yet. The fuck are you talking about? That's what these hoes look like when they go out claiming to be pastors and evangelists and always reciting scripture and trying to pump that fucking Bible thumping bullshit on you, when they're nothing but a bunch of goddamn hypocrites, a bunch of reformed whores. And a lot of them, the only reason they stopped hoeing was because they either got too old. I told y'all, in old hoes with new hustles. I told you throughout that series, I told you plain, the only reason these bitches leave the sex industry is it because they either cannot get any more work, they can no longer get the type of work that they once got, or they can't get the same pay that they were getting. Okay? People are creatures of habit. They left because it was no longer profitable and enjoyable for them. And it was no longer enjoyable because they were no longer getting the payola that they were once getting, because new fresh hoes are coming in right behind them. And the first wrinkle that they get, the agents stop calling them. Okay? Before they even hit the wall. Okay? That's why it's very few people who go through the sex industry like Jenna Jameson that come out rich. They try to sport all that shit like it's so fucking glamorous. A lot of them fucking hoes retire penniless. They found one of them fucking bimbos living under a damn bridge in Sacramento some damn where. But then, when the sex hustle, when that goes south, you know, either they become, you know, either they become too expired for the sex industry, or they fuck around and catch a disease like this hoe, then all of a sudden they want to come to you with some religious bullshit. Like I'm going to sit up and listen to a person that has done nothing but break damn near every commandment in this Eurocentricized version of the Bible. They done broke 7 to 9 of the 10 goddamn commandments, and they gonna come back and preach to me about righteousness? Man, get the fuck out of my fucking face, bitch. That shit don't fly with me. It don't work with me. Try the next sucker. Okay? That's like a fucking judge. Can you imagine? Y'all, can you imagine a judge that is on the bench after being only a year removed from getting out of prison after being convicted for child pornography or drug trafficking? Now this motherfucker, former fucking criminal, gonna come to the law enforcement side, and not only, even worse than being a police officer, they gonna be a judge sitting on a panel judging other criminals? Man, get the fuck out of here. Why is it, and you ask yourself this, why is society so fucking contradicting and fucking hypocritical? Why is it perfectly okay for absolute fucking scum of the earth motherfuckers to come on after they did all of their dirt and then preach to you why you shouldn't do your dirt? Okay? But that same logic does not apply when it comes to the powers that be's authoritative systems, like judge, like CEO of a company, like, political leader like mayor or president, at least before Donald Trump. None of that applies to their authoritarian systems, right? First time, I sucked his dick. He got to step down. Cheated on his wife. He got to step down. He brushed against her shoulder, lightly touched her hair at some office party. Oh, he got to step down from that position. He's too immoral to be up there. We want moral leaders. People are full of shit, which is why I don't deal with them. This is why I live a solitary lifestyle, because I figured out a long fucking time ago that 95% of you motherfuckers are my enemy, even if I don't know you. Because as the Zodiac Killer said, and he was right, human beings are the most dangerous game. And in that sense, I don't mean to be hunted. I mean, fucking with them is literally a dangerous fucking game. And it's a dangerous gamble. Notice how both of those words start with the same first 3 letters? Yeah. And see, that's what a lot of you simps don't understand. That's what you don't understand. That's what you don't understand. These bitches, all of them, male and female, they don't deserve redemption. They don't deserve mercy. They don't deserve people giving them a pass. Not because of what they've done in their past, but because, or more because, many of them are destined to repeat those same mistakes. You've heard, I'm sure, of repeat offenders. You've heard the term, you can't take a hoe and turn her into a housewife. We've seen these monstrously frightening stories of judges letting violent criminals out of prison or jail early, only for them to go out and commit the same type of crime or an even far worse crime after they get out. The same law and rules apply to people who are sexually degenerate. We've heard of horror stories of wives walking in on their husbands in the bed with other men when he thought that she was on a business trip or an extended, visit to the local grocery store. We've heard of multiple stories of men losing their shit when they find out that their girlfriend or their wife is cheating on them with another dude, and now all of a sudden she wants a divorce to take half his shit, even though she was the one that was unfaithful in the fucking relationship. We've heard of numerous cases of people knowingly giving other people that they're in relationships with diseases, including incurable diseases. This wasn't just true with the likes of, Bianca Ordonez. She claims the dude gave her a disease, and maybe he did, but he may have contracted it from another female, and he likely did. But, even Martin Luther King was accused of this, giving Coretta Scott King multiple STDs, including chlamydia and herpes. Thankfully, AIDS and HIV wasn't around back then, because the way Martin Luther King and John F. Kennedy was fucking, both them motherfuckers would have got HIV, bro. But they was cheating on their fucking wives like 40 going north. But you can't turn a hoe into a housewife or a house husband. It's just not gonna fucking work. You don't give people like this a second chance, because there's another saying: when someone lets you know who and how and what they are, believe them, ... the first time. Okay? Again, going back to some of the original statements in this video, people are absolute creatures of habit. Okay? Birds of a feather flock together. It is only in the rarest of circumstances that you're going to have human beings that genuinely can change their behavior patterns permanently and for the better after having such a lengthy term of having these personality disorders or these personality flaws that cause them to make really extremely bad choices in life. It's like a drug. Being a whore is like being a drug addict. Okay? So even when you have a bitch like Bianca Ordonez, who claims to be faithful to this stupid, slow-looking ass simp that she's with, she claims to be family oriented. Okay? And maybe she is, but now she's trying to market and advertise this idea of other people to go out there and put their own lives in danger by quote unquote normalizing HIV. You still have that whore mentality that, oh, it's okay. Well, you should get married, but hey, if you still want to be out, be a hoe out there, hey, it's perfectly okay to have unprotected sex with an HIV person. Just make sure that after they disclose, they're taking their treatment. She still has this whole mindset, and now she's trying to preach it to the next generation of hoes that are coming up that are already at a huge disadvantage because they're being pumped full of this sexy red and Megan Thee Stallion shit. And let's not even get on how absolutely dangerous it is because of the costliness of treatment for HIV, contracting HIV. This, as I said in the beginning, is a permanent life threat. And it is a permanent life threat not only because of HIV, but because of the cost of treatment and the threat of not being able to have access to that treatment. If you want to think about an earlier statement that I made, which is, who the hell wants to have to pop a pill every day just to remain healthy and alive? You can go back further than that at the end of the second intro, where she said that she thought about during the Novid scamdemic, aka COVID-19 pandemic, about how what would happen if civilization broke down and she could no longer get access through a pharmacy or through a doctor's note or through supply her HIV medication. She acknowledged that if that ever happens, she's a dead woman walking. It's only a matter of time. May take 5 years, may take 10 years, may take 20 years. And that's the other thing about HIV AIDS. The conversion time through which it takes for HIV to cause the disorder of AIDS, okay, varies in each person. Some people, it can progress as quickly as a few months. Other people, it can take, I think the longest I've heard was like 24 years. You don't know how much time you have. But understand this, once you stop treatment or you no longer have access to treatment, either because you can't afford it or you're in a place where you just can't get it, or supply is so low that they can't give it out. Once that happens, HIV goes from being a completely treatable disease to a terminal illness. It doesn't matter if you feel perfectly fine, you lifting weights, you're bulk like a fucking champion, a world championship muscle builder. Okay? Once you lose access to that treatment, unless they can cure you like they did that one dude in Germany, they claimed he contracted it in Germany in 2007 by doing a bone marrow treatment or some shit like that with people who have rare cells that are resistant to HIV, of which there's only been 7 cases in the entire world of the millions of people who've had it. Dude, your days are numbered. The clock is ticking. From the listen, you get HIV, from that minute that you can no longer access this $4,000 fucking group of pills that only last you 1 month, and that's an entirely different issue. The cost. Get you a clock and start the timer. Okay? Because your time, the clock is ticking on your motherfucking ass. You officially have a terminal illness that will eventually take you out. Again, 1 out of every 2. And I can guarantee you that the other 50% that did survive, most of them only survived because they got some measure of treatment in time. And that treatment was enough combined with their immune system to save them. And some of them barely survived. Some of them have scars to this day from that shit. Okay? Understand that. HIV AIDS is not only dangerous because of HIV AIDS itself, but because of the costliness of treatment and the risk of not having access one day to that treatment. One of you brothers mentioned in Gmail that people, want to, discredit HIV, or they want to make it seem like HIV AIDS isn't just as lethal now as it was back in the day because it's not as prevalent in the United States and Western Hemisphere. It's more wreaking havoc in underdeveloped areas of the world like sub-Saharan Africa, where in some areas, like 1 out of every 3 people has HIV AIDS because of, Magic Johnson and the fact that he didn't die and he proved he was really magic. Listen, let's cut the bullshit for just a second. From almost the beginning, there were very intelligent medical researchers that were working on the HIV AIDS epidemic. Okay? I'm talking about as far back as the early 80s, 1982, 1983, when the outbreak first started. Okay? There were people out there that were likely selling experimental treatments or looking for volunteers that regular people didn't know anything about for years. In other countries, in this country too. You're talking somebody like Magic Johnson, perhaps, there were other celebrities that died, like, Gia Carangini, the Italian-American supermodel, Perry Ellis, the world-famous fashion designer, Arthur Ashe, the world champion tennis player, and Eazy-E, the NWA rapper, but he was probably the most famous, and he was probably, now that I think about it, the wealthiest person that ever contracted HIV. Okay, that happened to him when he was at the height of his career. I think he led the Lakers to like 5 championships in the 80s. Okay, he was like Michael Jordan before Michael Jordan. Okay, there were people from the moment he made that announcement. There were people contacting his agent, his inner circle, him directly, from all around the world, asking him to come and volunteer or offering him experimental shit that most of us have never even heard before they developed a treatment that could be effective on a commercial scale in 1995 and was later confirmed by the FDA in 1996, called Quinavir. Okay? I wouldn't be surprised if Magic Johnson was either cured from AIDS or only has to take something now once every few years. Okay? As far as I'm concerned, Magic Johnson is the O.J. Simpson of the AIDS epidemic, in that he got away with his stupidity like O.J. did, which was sleeping around at those celeb parties with multiple bitches. Okay? He got off the hook because of his wealth, his status, his fame. Somebody or a series of somebodies gave him some experimental treatments that people dying at that time had never heard of before. You know, that's another fabrication that this dumb bitch Bianca Ordonez has put out there, that gay men found a treatment to the disease. That is a fucking lie if I've ever heard one in my life. Shows how little she knows about this shit. I actually did the research. There were medical researchers who were doing lab experiments who one day found that one of the experiments, one of the medications that they were testing against AIDS, caused it to stop regenerating itself in the little test cup the way it was regenerating, left unscathed or against all the other experimental treatments that they were using. Okay? They took that treatment, that medical treatment that they were experimenting with, and they did more experiments with it. And they found out that what they call a protease inhibitor was the most effective at not only stopping, but shrinking HIV and preventing it from being able to regenerate by depriving it of a certain molecule that it needs, that your body produces to regenerate itself. Is medical research, not gay men. Yes, there were gay men. They were going to getting all kinds of over-the-counter shit and taking all kinds of shit. Sometimes it worked. Sometimes they OD'd on that shit. Okay? Can you imagine going through some shit like that? You're deathly sick, throwing up. The hospital and gave up on you, and you got to go to your local pharmacy like a fucking Jewel Osco or a Walgreens, and you're just randomly buying hundreds of antiviral medications, or your doctor is just guessing, giving you all kinds of antiviral medications. You just mixing that shit up, taking 5 and 6 antiviral medications at a time. Some dumb motherfuckers taking antibacterial shit, taking all kinds of shit, Tylenol, shit that ain't got nothing to do with viral infections, like fucking asthma medication. Can you imagine having to go through something like that, and then not only suffering the effects of AIDS or HIV, but suffering the effects of the side effects from the drugs? That would almost drive me to suicide. There are few things in this world that would make me consider suicide. That's one of them. You can't be serious, man. You can't be serious, bro. Can't be. Another thing that's really frightening, and if you notice, I've kept this really, really general. Like in general, talking about this issue over the course of the last hour and 3/4. And that's mainly because I don't want to make this all about the whore that's trying to pump out this very dangerous and very immoral and unjust information. Okay? To put people's lives and health in danger. I don't want to do that. I want to make sure that people understand that this is not a video to get clicks and views. This is a video as a public service reminder, because I don't want to call it a public service announcement, because it has already been announced for a long time now that HIV/AIDS is so extremely dangerous and a threat to public health and safety. Okay? Reagan once called it public enemy number one. And in the 80s and early 90s, it was. HIV/AIDS at one time accounted as the leading cause of death of black men between the ages of 18 to 39 years old. In fact, by the early 90s, as you may have noticed in the first part of the intro, more heterosexual black women were contracting the disease than gay white men. Okay? It had become the predominant killer even over black and black crime, cardiovascular disease, and cancer, which are the leading 3 killers of black men under the age of 50. AIDS became the prime suspect in the late 80s to the early 90s. And it concluded with an exclamation point in the death of Eazy-E and Arthur Ashe in 93 and 95. So this not now nor ever has been a fucking joke. But what I was going to say was, this is what is very frightening, not only, for me, but it should be frightening to you black men. Particularly those of you who complain about these bitches like Kevin Samuels. But behind closed doors, you got one of these bitches that you've just picked up from a club in your bed. This should be most frightening to you. When you sift through all the bullshit of this Bianca Ordonez bitch, and all the shit, all the propaganda that she's pushing, most of it like, Denzel Washington's character Alonzo Stevens in Training Day said when he, told the white boy about the newspaper being 90% bullshit, is just that 90% bullshit. One of the most, if not the most concerning statement that she ever made, which points to the mental instability of not only this female, but so many of these bitches, including my ex, is that she said that she never, in all of her adult or juvenile life, as a young teen girl or as a young woman in her 20s, leading this promiscuous lifestyle, never once did she seriously think about having children until the day that she found out that she was HIV positive from all that irresponsible fucking. That she completely contradicted herself with, by the way. On one hand, she said that she contracted HIV from leading a promiscuous lifestyle, and then on the other hand, she claimed she was raped. So she wants to play a victim while at the same time acknowledging, through her own self-guilt that she was a fucking whore, right? But how mentally deranged does a person have to be to think to themselves that, oh my God, I have HIV positive. I'm HIV positive. Now I have HIV that could develop into AIDS and eventually kill me. I wonder if I can have kids. Do you know how fucked up you have to be in the head to have that being your second thought after finding out that you have one of the deadliest and most pervasive diseases in human history? And what this says to me is not so much that she started thinking about having children after finding out that she had HIV. What this says to me is that this is just a continuation, a precursor to this toxic message that she's trying to send primarily to men to be okay with normalizing sexual relationships with HIV positive women. What she's really saying is the moment she got HIV, she was wondering if she could still get men to stick their raw dinglings in her and dump inside of her raw. Dump inside of her unprotected. Knowing that her pussy was infested with this evil little bacteria that, by her own admission, was giving her constant yeast infections. Y'all some nasty motherfuckers. Listen, man, y'all can say whatever. Look, make all kinds of fun about me with my dolls that you want. You dumb motherfuckers. Y'all some nasty ass motherfuckers, bro. Going to fucking Abu Dhabi, getting shit on by fucking rich Arabs, fucking having unprotected sex with HIV positive women, having multiple children with ghetto ass hood rat bitches that drag your ass through court and won't even let you see the damn child. Y'all some dumb motherfuckers, bro. Both male and female. Y'all some dummies, bro. Y'all some nasty, filthy, disgusting motherfuckers. Y'all make my fucking skin crawl, which is why I don't fuck with none of y'all. You call me an incel all the fuck you want. Disease having ass motherfucker. Fuck you. Who the That's what she meant, though. Seriously. All joke. That's what she meant, dude. When she said she thought she wanted to have children immediately after she found out she had HIV, what she meant was she wanted to see if men would still stick her raw and dump inside of her. She wanted, and not only was she thinking about it, she now desired that more than ever before. You notice every time she references sex, she's always talking about this hot, steamy, sensual sex, and I just want to eat you up. You know, she has that whore mindset that she wants to have that dirty, hard, bed pounding sex. She's like those gay men that said that, they started, allowing dudes to go inside them raw again in the 80s and during the AIDS epidemic, knowing that 1 out of every 2 homosexual men had HIV. She wanted dudes to take her to Pound Town even harder after she had HIV. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised if whores like her or even Charlie Sheen, that dirty motherfucker. Because I'm not just targeting women. I'm targeting all you motherfuckers. That white, dirty ass honky tonk motherfucker. I wouldn't be surprised if there are people so sick in the head. And I know there are. Because once again, you have extreme fetish sites where people are dudes are having sex with women on their periods. People are having sex while playing in and eating shit. All kinds of crazy stuff people be doing sexually. Dude dumping wet garbage with that black juice coming down on this woman's head while peeing on her. I know that there are people who are healthy people that are having sex with HIV positive people knowingly, raw, assuming that they're taking medication, but while dirty talking to each other, and the HIV positive person saying, "Yeah, take this AIDS dick, baby. Yeah, or yeah, take this AIDS, bitch." I know that there are fucked up in the head people like that. Because I know how people are. Let's think about it, dude. If there are people in this world that are willing to get shit on for pay or just because they consider that sexual fun, there are people who get a rush out of having sex with a diseased person and getting a thrill out of the risk of getting infected. The doctors, they confirm this themselves. You don't believe me? Go to YouTube and look it up. This dude literally said gay men were coming to him, getting tested, admitting that they wanted to get AIDS. That's why they went back. They wanted to get HIV, not AIDS. They wanted to get HIV, so they went back to having unprotected sex. And y'all think y'all can shame me for having dolls and living a solitary lifestyle and staying away from you filthy motherfuckers? I've literally turned down the last 5 bitches that have approached me in that regard. And some of them wasn't bad looking. Now, granted, the first thought that came to my mind was, this disease thing is something that I've mentioned, but it's not, if you listen to my content, it's not always been the primary thing on my roster of things to talk about. But I have mentioned it. But admittedly, I didn't reject the bitches, because I was thinking, oh, what kind of disease this filthy bitch got? My first thought was, how's this bitch gonna get on my nerves? How's she gonna ruin my life by bringing in all kinds of drama and all kinds of baggage? What thirsty ass simp Pookie nigga is running behind this whole stalking her? That was my first thought. That this bitch is hell on wheels and she's trying to conceal it behind this fake smile while flirting with me. Okay? My first thought was not, she has a disease. But even Ice Cube mentioned that shit in one of his songs. I think Welcome to South Central or something like that. How to Survive in South Central. He was talking about, how if you're not careful, if you don't wear a Jimmy, one of these bitches will make you catch a disease. And listen, man, that's not just rap lyrics. Now, even though HIV started off as mostly affecting gay white men, 53%, more than half of all HIV cases, all the people who are alive and have HIV in the world, 53% of them now are women that have mostly heterosexual sex. Okay? And in the United States, I think it's like 1 out of every 4 people that contract the virus, new cases, are females. Okay? So those of y'all out here still having not only, promiscuous sex, but raw sex with these bitches, I don't care whether you're on PrEP, this fucking medication is supposed to lessen your chances of getting HIV or not. Any medication, they'll tell you there's no 100% guarantee. Okay? If you want to pop a pill every time, you decide to go out every night and throw your dick on the craps table, that's up to your dumb ass. That's up to your dumb black ass. Black or white ass. I don't care. Okay? But that medication may or may not save you. You may not take it in time before you start randomly fucking somebody. Okay? But y'all can't, this is why I said years ago, y'all can't shame me. When I saw that dude that came out in that fucking bonnet dress, grown ass black man in a fucking 19th century fucking bonnet dress, dude. Not even a regular dress. That would have been bad enough. A bonnet, bro, on the red carpet. And turns out this motherfucker got HIV AIDS. Once I saw that, bro, and realized that modern society says that's acceptable for black men, and now finding out that he has HIV and I don't, and I would never go outside in a dress, even if I was gay, dude, that just over trumped everything, dude. Like, there is no video, no nothing you can ever make about me that's gonna shame me. Nothing. There's nothing you can ever say to me that's gonna shame me for living a solitary lifestyle or investing in doll culture and having a collection of female doll replicas. There's nothing you can do, because you human fucks, that on top of all the domestic violence that is skyrocketing, people abusing their spouse, killing their spouse, all these murder suicides that we hear about every day in the local and national news. You can't, bro. You cannot shame me. It's impossible, because I made the calculation a long time ago. Human beings directly dealing with human beings. And if you're honest and you look throughout your history, you will realize this yourself. You will accept this yourself, because you always knew it. Dealing with the majority of human beings, although there are some exceptions to the rule, not many, dealing with most human beings, regardless of the subject, regardless of the category, regardless of the type, dealing with most human beings directly, especially when you talk about having them in your personal space, is more of a liability than it is an asset. And me personally, I try to limit my liability. Like a wise corporate officer, like a wise CFO. Fuck y'all. Now, we're not done yet. We got to get on hashtag half the problem. You stupid ass niggas. Because see, the one thing that I have learned is, particularly after the rise of Kevin Samuels, the one thing that I have come to realize, and I was saying this before I even went on that Obsympian radio show with him back in 2018, about a year before he became famous. I developed this hashtag that I called half the problem. A lot of black men didn't like this because what I was referencing, what I was suggesting, is that black men are half of the problem with black or any race of woman. Men, period, are half of the problem with any race of woman. Now, there are a myriad of different reasons as to why y'all are half the problem. You're half of the reason why feminism not only exists, but persists. You're half the reason why it's taking over popular culture. Okay? You're half the reason why whoredom, has now become, it was once, something that was done in a brothel or a back alley or, a basement or a back room somewhere, and, whores were walking the streets being controlled by pimps. You're the reason why prostitution, whoredom, whatever you call it, thotism, whatever, has converted from being, a backroom industry, like you heard of backroom casting or the casting couch, to now being a commercialized success. To the point where you have former strippers, former criminals like Cardi B, who admitted to drugging and robbing men. People that should never be seen in public, much less heard from or put on a large marketing scale to celebrity status. You men, and primarily you black men, are the reason why this shit exists. And the reason why is because you motherfuckers have a steady appetite for the nasty. You have a steady appetite for these whores. Not only is just regular proper women, you have an appetite for them in the dysfunctional state that they are, which is why they not only feel emboldened in being this way, but they understand that it is a great profit for them to be this way. For all the hell that you claim to catch, bitches dragging you through court, she's like bad bacteria. That's what most of the modern day female is. She's like bad bacteria in your body. But this is something that you desire, like a drug, like crack cocaine. Because it gives you that little bitty feel-good moment, even if you're just fantasizing about her sucking your dick and she's not actually sucking your dick. So you're willing to not only put up with, but co-sign her bullshit. You're willing to manage it. You're willing to tolerate it. You're willing to turn a blind eye to it. Hell, some of you motherfuckers are willing to endorse it. This is how the MGTOW movement got infiltrated so many years ago. Obsympian and friends claiming to be MGTOW and red pill. That's why a lot of real men like myself started calling ourselves another name, because we didn't want to be associated with them closet simp ass motherfuckers. Them cockadoodle-doo, bumfuck, sometimey ass goofy ass, simp ass motherfuckers. Because they fucked up the movement by bringing those damn bimbos on and letting them take over the entire discussion. Because she got her damn tits hanging out on the damn panel. It's just David Carroll called this out. The hell do I need to learn about black history from some fucking bimbo that was married to a white man for 10 years and got biracial children and is walking around with her damn tits hanging out all over the damn place? What the hell do I have to learn from her? Huh? Not a goddamn thing. But y'all saw something that made your little Peter stand up, and now all of a sudden, oh, everybody wants to know what such and such bimbo has to say about this or that or the third. You're still a bunch of those of you, some of you who are the most devout, some of the most devout anti-feminists on paper. They claim to call out these bitches. You're nothing but a bunch of damn hypocrites and closet simps. That's all you are now. That's all you ever have been. As that one bitch said, that little light-skinned Puerto Rican chick said, Olivia Alexis. She said all y'all are, talking all this MGTOW nonsense. But she said most of y'all would sell your left toe for a simple hello from me. These bitches, they got you made. They tried to make it seem like for years that people like P. Diddy and R. Kelly were the players. But them dumb niggas, they finding out right now who the real players are. Women have always been the main real players because they always hold the high card, because you thirsty ass simp motherfuckers are unwilling to find alternatives. You're unwilling to vet the bitches that you fuck around with or trying to fuck around with. And you don't give it time to assess the situation before you jump in bed with these hoes. You're so quick to want to get your dick wet and get that little itchy feeling scratched. You're not thinking about disease. You're not thinking about, child custody. You're not thinking about all the drama that's going to come with that shit. You're not thinking about any of that. And the same hoes like Rihanna and Oprah, well, Oprah too ugly to be a hoe. She's actually a hag. But the same hoes and hags that want you to put a ring on it. They want you to risk everything. They want to make false or half-ass allegations against you claiming sexual assault are the same hoes that won't put a ring on your finger. How long has Rihanna been with A$AP Rocky? They ain't got married? She's rich enough. Ain't no way she gonna let that Pookie motherfucker take half her shit. See, that's for you dumb motherfuckers. The marriage scam is for you. The thirst trap is set for you, not her. Because she can get dick anytime because there's too many of you thirsty motherfuckers. And see, one thing that I've learned about black men and men in general is that they not only rush these females to impress the female and try to get the female. A lot of you motherfuckers do this to impress other men and get the attention of other men. Because you think other men in your peer group want to see you doing this and bragging about doing this. Because that's how fucking dumb you are. That's how fucking dumb you are. Oh yeah. I know I'm telling the truth. I know I am. So the simple-mindedness of black men and men in general, like Bianca's boyfriend, when it comes to sex and members of the opposite sex, and how it emboldens female stupidity, narcissism, and irresponsible, destructive behavior, is all on y'all. This bitch said that after it took her 3/4 of an hour to tell this slow-looking motherfucker that she had HIV/AIDS, this dude picked up his phone, looked up, according to her at least, what undetectable means. He was looking for the least common denominator You know how when you was in school they told you to round up or round down? This nigga was looking to round down the threat assessment. He was trying to look for any minimal excuse to still stick his dick in her raw. As soon as he saw just a little thing that he thought was an out, he grabbed her and started fucking the shit out of her. At least that's what I got from the story that she was telling her. Even after she told him that she had HIV. This fucking fool not only is having unprotected sex with her, got her pregnant, had a whole kid, and then married the hoe. Never mind the fact of how wild and loose she was with other men. He's okay with all of that just to say that he has a female who he probably thinks is a dime piece, but by her own admission is damaged goods. He's willing to deal. These niggas are so damn thirsty. And I told some of y'all this in Gmail. This is sad, bro. And this, incidentally, this is one of the reasons why David Carroll said that the world doesn't respect y'all. The world doesn't see you as a threat. When you are this fucking stupid, do you think the likes of an Elon Musk or Vladimir Putin, regardless of how pretty the bitch looks, do you think they would risk their life and limb and future by fucking an HIV positive bitch? Is that what you think? Now, here's what's crazy. Because people will come back and say, well, Charlie Sheen, you know, even after he had HIV, he's still living the Playboy lifestyle. And there's an endless stream of bitches that, you know, he, by California law, he has to disclose that he has HIV. And, you know, he's still getting pussy. But that's different. Okay? It's still extremely stupid, but it's different. Because the female, as stupid as she is, as much of a bimbo and a whore as she is, she knows she's benefiting off of this because he's paying her to fuck him. Okay? So she calculates, even as stupid as this is, and it is stupid, and it's a poor calculation, but she calculates that the thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, I mean, you can't, I've heard of niggas in break rooms talk about pussy payments. You can't imagine the amount of money spent on pussy payments every year, shit, every month for somebody like Charlie Sheen. He probably has you know, they charge extra. The fucking HIV motherfucker, you know, they're taking PrEP. He's taking medication, so, you know, he figure whatever. But I think Leonardo DiCaprio was like that too, but he don't have HIV. You know they charge extra. It's probably $10,000 a night for that motherfucker. I wouldn't be surprised. Okay? So these bitches are fucked up because there's no price that you can put on your health, but they're getting thousands. I'm pretty sure tens of thousands of dollars out of these agreements, out of these affairs. Okay? You, Mr. Black Man, you get nothing but a deadly or an incurable disease if you fuck around with the wrong bitch. She's not paying you to fuck her. You have to pay her for that privilege. A bitch that likely has 3 or 4 illegitimate children, has had more dicks ran through her than trains have run through Grand Central Station in New York City. But you're willing to do anything and everything, including fuck an HIV infested bitch or a herpes or a hepatitis infested bitch for free. For free. Just for access to that hole, to that tunnel, that yeast infected tunnel between her legs. This is how stupid you are. This is how dumb you niggas are. How incredibly stupid you are. You know, I got to co-sign with feminist women who truly hate men. I'm not talking about these fake feminist scumbags like these black whores that are always talking bad about black men and claiming that they're tasting the rainbow and swirling, but behind the scenes they still getting black dick. I'm talking about mostly white lesbian bitches that are, you know, they genuinely have a hatred for men. You know what? I co-sign with them. Men are dumb. Men are fucking dumb. And these bitches are lucky that y'all are dumb. Because if even 10% of the male population in this country, let alone in this world, were like me, the human population, as we know it, would begin to dwindle. And these bitches most of them would be shit out of fucking luck. They'd have to find a new hustle. I guess, hell, since I had mentioned it before, I guess all of them would have to become evangelists or female preachers, as they call it, huh? All of them would have to find religion, because a lot of them wouldn't be finding dick if they was fucking with me. Stupid simple Simon ass motherfuckers. Make me sick. Hashtag half the problem. And this leads me to another thing. When it comes to men, specifically black men. Many years ago, I believe it was in 2018, but it may have been 2019. There was this controversy that came out about this AIDS or this HIV infected wigger by the name of Jason Pope, I believe in North Carolina. I think in Greensboro, I don't recall, but it was somewhere in North Carolina, somewhere along the East Coast. And he was like a DJ, like a semi-famous DJ that played at a lot of black clubs. And he was pictured with so many black females, that he assumed that people assumed that he had sexual relations with. Like, niggas from the hood just loved this dude, right? They worshipped him like fucking Santa Claus. And it came out that he was arrested for sleeping with and molesting underage black girls that were like 15 and 16 years old. And so he went to jail and was convicted, and I think he went to prison. But then a rumor leaked out on social media that Jason Pope was that he had either slept with or gave 700 or 800 black bitches HIV. Now, I'm gonna be honest, that's a lot of fucking, especially in the short period of time that federal and state investigators tracked his movements. I think that there's an extra zero onto that. But let's just go with the social media narrative. You know, you can't trust everything on social media, but let's just go with that narrative. He fucked at least 800 women, and let's say maybe 500 of them he gave HIV AIDS to. Let's go with that. Now, when this happened, a lot of niggas wanted me to do a story on this. They wanted me to go to Pound Town on this dude. They wanted me to go to Pound Town on black women. And to many of your dismay, I didn't. I barely said anything about this case. I sat back, continued to sit back in the clouds, twiddle my thumbs, and you know what I did? I said, in other news, I did make a video indirectly about the Jason Pope case, where I connected it to the case of Jeffrey Dahmer and how you niggas let this blonde hair, blue eyed punk ass gay white boy rape and murder and eat y'all in the middle of one of the most dangerous neighborhoods in all of Milwaukee. Subject for another video, but I didn't go off on him like I did Shayla Toby, or am still going to on Kenneth Thorpe or any of these other bitch ass motherfuckers. Okay, I let that shit slide by, and I didn't do that because I wasn't interested in the topic. I didn't do that because I was scared to touch the topic. I did that because I felt that that's what you niggas deserve. You deserved to reap what you have sown. And a lot of niggas didn't understand this. They were mad and pissed at me for not speaking out on this. But later I explained that, there's been a strange dynamic in Black America for a long time. And I've called it different things over the years. But for right now, I'm going to call it the buddy system. There's this buddy system, this weird buddy system that goes on in Black America primarily. Unlike anything you see with consistency in other, amongst other tribes, in other ethnic groups. You certainly don't see this in Asiatic tribes like the Chinese and the Koreans when they come over here. You don't see no dumbass nigga coming, opening up a Korean store or a Korean restaurant and, you know, just raking in sales from, you know, people that live in Koreatown while he's married to some Korean woman. You don't see no Negro in Chinatown, you know, walking down the street with, you know, the best looking Chinese women on his arm in high heels and short skirts, basically, you know, taunting Chinese men standing around. You don't see black men standing on a podium, you know, running for political office in some predominantly Asian, or for that matter, Middle Eastern neighborhood, you know, speaking to them in this language. You only see this dynamic of what I call the buddy system. You only see this in Black America to that extent. Okay? You niggas are the only ones that I know of that are dumb and gullible enough to let the rejects of outward society, people who are usually social rejects in their own communities, like these wigger types, like Eminem. Now, I give Eminem some credit because he is a very talented rapper. So I'm going to put him to the side. I'll say others like him but are not like him. You know, like this Jason Pope. Y'all are the only ones that I know of that allow these motherfuckers to come into your neighborhood and get more play and get more attention to the point where you almost elevate them to king or queen status than those of you who were the originators of the very style that they're trying to mimic when they come into and infiltrate your neighborhoods. Like, remember that goofy white bitch after Kevin Samuels died? Cynthia G was going to town on her after she had that racist white boy that lives up in North Suburban Chicago on her show, and he was making racist comments against black people, and then all of a sudden black people went from being cool with her to criticizing her. I forget her fucking name, but I made a video about that shit too. This goofy Daffy Doof looking white bitch. She looked like she looked like that bitch that shot that redhead demon possessed looking white bitch that shot up her school in 1979, Brenda Spencer. That's who that bitch looked like. I made a video about that bitch, but that's how y'all are though. So long as they're saying things that fit your narrative, so long as they're aligning themselves with victimology, black victimology, so long as they're aligning themselves with, you know, saying things that make y'all feel all good and fuzzy on the inside, you don't care if it's a black pastor or some fucking white, daffy, nerdy looking motherfucker. You not only let them come into your communities, you give them access to the best that you have. You give them access to your money and resources. You give them access to your pussy, your best looking women. You give them access to your mind. You give them access to, you know, your organizations, everything. A lot of people have noticed for the longest time, the SCLC, the head of the SCLC, when Martin Luther King was in his prime, was a white man. Okay? That was basically a white, liberal, organized organization. When it really got moving in the civil rights movement, they had, you know, black people like Ralph Abernathy, Martin Luther King, that dude Andrew, I forget his last name, Andrew something. I don't want to say Andrew Jackson, because I think that was like a Confederate president or something. Andrew Young. Thank you. They had people like that were the face of the movement. But the people that were behind the scenes with the funding and all that shit, it was white folks. Y'all the only ones that I know that do that punk ass shit. Even the Nation of Islam, all that white devil talk, bruh. There's a whole ass picture of these white neo-Nazis sitting. It's the most unbelievable thing I've ever seen. This white neo-Nazi group was sitting in this black Muslim temple, I think in Chicago, with their arms crossed, listening to Elijah Muhammad or Malcolm X or something like that, because the neo-Nazis were trying to They claimed that it was because the neo-Nazis had secretly met with the Black Power movement because they were getting sick of Martin Luther King, and they were hoping to give funding and endorsement to, the Black Muslims to try to, overshadow and shut out the civil rights movement, which was trying to intermix whites. But it was like, dude, you're letting a whole ass enemy with a swastika on his fucking arm in your black temple. And I guarantee if one of them crackers wanted to stand up and give a speech, they would have let him do it. That's just how fucking weak y'all are. Do you ever think that somebody like that would be invited to a fucking synagogue? Are you serious? This is why y'all can't be taken seriously, dude. So I'm like, wait a minute. Why am I getting mad at Jason Pope? Why y'all want me to go in Jason Pope? Who is the protector of the black community? And dumb niggas will say, well, it's been a matriarchy. Women, they run the black community. Okay, that's nice to say. Okay, yes, there has been a single mother cottage industry for a while in the black community. But we all know, and we know this from the days of the Bloods and the Crips, when you could get your motherfucking head blown off if you went into certain neighborhoods in South Los Angeles wearing the wrong color. That is crazy as some of these niggas are. Many of these niggas are. These degenerate ass, heavily armed niggas are now and was. You couldn't go into a lot of these black, especially ghetto hood neighborhoods. You could not get in there if the males, because I hesitate to call them men, did not want you there or did not allow you there. So the question is, why are people like Jason Pope, with their white skin, with their mimicking and stealing of black culture, why are they able to come in, infiltrate, talk shit to you, sell you crap like these dirty fucking Arabs, and fuck your women while pumping them full of disease? For the same reason why these same whores can talk down to you like a dog, mess with Brad, and then come back after swallowing his cum and kiss you right in your dumbass black mouth. Because of you. It's like Jackie Chan said in that movie Rush Hour 2, when he told Chris Tucker after them two hoes drove off when he was trying to speak to them in Chinese. He said, all I did was invite them to a date. He was like, no, you invited them to sacrifice a small goat and get naked. And, Chris Tucker was like, oh, which word was goat? Because, he was speaking Chinese, but he was speaking it in a fucked up way. He didn't realize that through the translator he was reading. And he was like, I didn't do nothing. And then Jackie Chan was like, those women drove off because of you. And then he pointed at him. I like the way he said that. Those women drove off because of you. Jason Pope, people like Jason Pope and Jeffrey Dahmer, another punk motherfucker that y'all let into y'all neighborhood while he was eating, raping, and murdering y'all. These type of situations happen because of you, black men. That's right. And you know how I know that? Not only because of the high profile situations like Jason Pope, but because I've been unfortunate enough to be on the ground with a lot of you motherfuckers. And I see how you operate around these white and non-black motherfuckers. I see how you're all buddy. Remember what I said about the buddy system? You're all buddy with these dudes. There's this fucking dirty Mexican that came up here to central Illinois from Texas. And he came up here looking for work to live with an uncle because he got kicked out of his father's house. I had the displeasure of working with this motherfucker. Okay? And this dude, he's American Mexican, but nonetheless, I don't never see him hanging around other Hispanic dudes. There were Hispanic dudes worked where we were working. He's always hanging around with the black dudes. And I'm not talking about regular blue collar black dudes. I'm talking about the pookies, the motherfuckers with the dirty dreads and the sagging pants. The fucking single mother raised, low IQ having motherfuckers. The ones every one of them thinks they a rapper or a badass with them fucking prison tats. I'm talking about them motherfuckers. He's always hanging out. He's speaking the ghetto lingo, and they just laughing and yucking it up. And then one day, this new chick comes in, semi-attractive, light-skinned bitch. He starts flirting with her. Light-skinned black chick. Then another black chick, they hire her. She's a darker-skinned black chick. Wasn't no looker, but she had a nice body on her. He starts flirting with her. And eventually he's doing more flirting and more talking to these black chicks than the actual black pookies that he's, spitting up the ghetto lingo with. And instead of, trying to best him, talking to him, they just step back and let him have it. And they even egging him on. Like, oh man, she ain't gonna go, bro. She ain't gonna give you that number, dog. You gotta try harder than that. They thought it was funny. They thought it was cute. You niggas, y'all give them the key to the castle. You give them the key to the city when these non-black motherfuckers come in. So nobody else can be blamed but you. Same thing I said about these disease-infested whores, these gold-digging ass bitches. All the problems of black America, half of that problem is your black ass. Your inability to keep your dick in your pants, your inability to control those impulses, your inability to think that everybody that's not black, that talks with some type of fucking hood vernacular or aligns themselves with democratic policies that align themselves with some victim card mentality is on your side, or they're cool, and elevate that person to a status higher than your own self. You are at fault for why this shit keeps fucking happening. You are the reason for why a bitch like this can be bold enough. If you want to talk about how you have HIV, living with HIV, how to survive having HIV, that's one thing. But when a bitch is bold enough to get up here and try to blame, shame, and finger wag at healthy people, and on top of that, try to preach to you her bullshit and tell you that you shouldn't be afraid, try to shame you into normalizing having sexual relationships of any kind, from one night stand to marriage, with a diseased motherfucker that has one of the most dangerous infectious diseases on planet Earth known to man. When you have motherfucking bitches this bold, when you have an AIDS infested wigger like Jason Pope, when you have a Megan Thee Stallion, when you have bitches posting up fake and half-ass allegations against a high-value black man like P. Diddy or R. Kelly or Bill Cosby, the only people you really have to blame is you. Because if there was not an appetite, if there was not an industry for these wigger-type motherfuckers, for these whores, they would not be able to benefit and gain such a hold on the black community or black men to the point where they could manipulate their own agendas and fuck you over. You are the reason why this shit is happening. You have nobody else to blame but your fucking self. And that leads me to another point. Because a lot of people miss this when they see these tramps like Bianca Ordonez. They miss this. Now this bitch said that she was being promiscuous all that time. She was bragging about it, even after getting punched in the face by some dude that she spat on. She had no plans to stop being a stupid ass drunken whore. She had no plans. None. If she had have never, and think about this, if she had have never contracted HIV, I guarantee you this hoe would still be out there doing what she was doing right now. But now she has HIV. Now she's on record with having HIV. which means unlike the guy that she claims infected her, if she gives someone HIV without disclosing to them that she has HIV, she could be headed to prison. So now she has to be a little bit more responsible with the way she's doing things. Plus, she has to pay more attention to her health. She can't just be out there living a rambunctious, whorish lifestyle anymore. Because she has to take medication, she has to take pills every fucking day. Now, all of a sudden, that she's been stricken with this dirty coochie disease that she can't shake. Now that she has a dirty coochie, now all of a sudden, she wants to settle down, get pregnant, have a child, and a husband. Now all of a sudden, she wants to be an evangelist, preaching to you about God's 10 commandments, 8 of which she didn't follow her damn self. Now all of a sudden, she wants to claim, well, I didn't get HIV because I was a whore. I mean, not really. I got it because I came from a broken childhood. Listen, all kinds of fucked up things happened to me in my fucking childhood. And I didn't do nothing stupid enough to get myself locked up in prison, get a bullet in the fucking head, or catch some fucking incurable fucking disease. That's bullshit. Okay? People use all kinds of bullshit excuses to try to cover their own dirty fucking laundry. And here, it ain't gonna work. But you black men know that I have spoken about this with these whores. How when they hit the wall, either because their looks deteriorate, or they got too many kids, or they're broke, or in this case, which is not mentioned so often, they contract some type of deadly or incurable disease that nobody wants. Now all of a sudden she wants to normalize HIV, when I guarantee you, I promise you this, black men, all this shit she's talking about, normalizing HIV, I want y'all to tell me in the comment section. As a matter of fact, I'll even post a poll. How many of you will bet your life that she would, if she had have never contracted this HIV virus, or knew that she had it, how many of you want to bet your left nut, or your left ovary for that matter, it don't matter, that she would not even come close to considering sleeping with somebody that had HIV if she didn't have it or didn't know she has it? She said herself that HIV may seem strange and dangerous and scary to y'all, but she lives with it every day. So that's the reason why she's trying to normalize it. She wants to normalize her fucked up reality and make it everybody else's reality. That's what she's trying to do. And unfortunately, she found a willing fool to help her do that. Now she's just as high as a kite. What did we say about the many flaws of Kevin Samuel's theory about the high value man and bitches being average at best? It's mute. The points he were making are mute because they can easily be debunked. Why? Because for every man that's going to tell these hoes that they ain't shit, there's always a dumb motherfucker that's going to come and pump their ego right back up. Usually because he wants some pussy. But in this case, she found a dumb motherfucker that went the whole way. This dude, even if he doesn't have HIV, that threat will always be there. The threat that his wife could die young will always be there. The threat that their child could get it will always be there. The threat that his relatives, even his mom, could get it will always be there. But he's okay with that. Probably because he was fucked up as a kid coming up in a single mother household. And all he knew were the bitches that were around him and what they said and what they did. So that's the point of reference that he shoots from. When he uses his logic that, oh, this ain't so bad. Yet and still, I guarantee you, if the situation was reversed and this man had HIV, I can guarantee you this motherfucking bitch would not knowingly sleep with a person that told her that they had HIV once they disclosed it, if she didn't or didn't think that she already had it. And you know how we can tell? You think I'm just making this up? What did the bitch say about the dating apps that cater to people with STDs, including HIV? Like Positive Plus and shit like that. This bitch said this bitch is so arrogant, so retarded. Her friend tried to help her out by creating an account on one of these dating apps that cater to people with STDs, and she said she didn't want the account. She didn't want to be a part of it. She didn't want to participate in a dating app that exclusively deals with people that have incurable sexually transmitted diseases, so they could find one another. She didn't want to date people from that pool. So while she claimed she wasn't, she was discriminating against people who not just had HIV, but admitted to having other diseases. She wants a nice, healthy man to take her to Pound Town every night. And only unprotected. That's how fucked up these bitches are. But you know what I realized? Because y'all will shake your head and say, yeah, Brandon, you're right. That's how fucked up they are. But guess what, nigga? That's how fucked up you are too. Because it takes two to tango. You simple Simon ass motherfucker. So, what have we learned here? What have we learned here? I'll tell you what I've learned. If you didn't know this shit already, you know it now. But what I've learned, or what I can emphasize, is this. What this entire, the research, producing the project, the commentary, everything right up to the conclusion. What this has taught me is that the ongoing HIV epidemic only serves to emphasize the huge advantage of living a solitary, independent thinking, Marlboro man lifestyle. You can say that I'm alone, but I'm not lonely. That's one thing you can't say. Being alone is a state of being. Being lonely is a state of mind. I have so many things occupying my time that I don't have time to worry about a bitch. Most of you have your heads stuck too far in the gutter because you don't have enough to fucking do, or you were misraised only by a single bitch and not come from a two-parent mother and father home. So all you know is a female and what's between her fucking legs. It's like being deprived of oxygen to you. Not to me. I can do without a bitch. I told my ex, if you fuck up, you will be the last N-word babe. And that's exactly what I meant. I have no regrets, except that I gave one a chance in the first place. And now there's so many alternatives, especially with AI out there. I don't need these hoes for anything. I can get my nut off anytime I want, with or without dogs. I don't need them. Don't want them. And why would I? They're more trouble than what they're worth. P. Diddy, R. Kelly, Bill Cosby. HIV and gonorrhea, chlamydia, unwanted pregnancies. And if you get the bitch pregnant, she won't let you see your child. She divorces you, take half your shit. God forbid if you're rich, like Dr. Dre, you gotta fight like hell to gain partial custody, even so much as visitation rights of your own children. And still bitches play little games to keep men from having access to their kids. And now you got whores online trying to normalize having a disease and having sex with diseased motherfuckers. This bitch talking about, and she's so fucking detailed in the shit. I don't even have to use my imagination. She talking about how she getting constant yeast infections, all kinds of fucking filthy cream coming out her stinky coochie, and then she talking about, oh, it's okay. You just use PrEP. Just use PrEP. You don't have to worry about getting HIV. Motherfucker, who's gonna have unprotected sex with a motherfucker constantly getting a fucking yeast infection? Are you serious? The hell wrong with these hoes? I tell you what the hell wrong with them. We just said it. You know what's wrong with them? You, Negro. That's right. That's what's wrong with them, you dumb motherfucker. Y'all dumb, man. David Carroll, I hate saying it about black men, but he was so right. Y'all just dumb. And a lot of white men too. You're dumb. Dumb, dumb, dumb. But somehow I doubt there's more white men doing this than y'all. Most white men ain't gonna play with their health like that, which incidentally is why they live longer than us. It's gonna be a long time before you find a white man that doesn't have HIV that's willing to have knowing unprotected sex or any type of sex with an HIV infested bitch and not get paid for it. Y'all are so desperate for pussy. You having sex with diseased bitches for free. You're not even getting paid. At least if you were getting paid, I could say that's fucked up, but at least he can afford his medical bills. At least he's getting something out of it. Understand, this bitch, she was crying before she met this simp ass fool that was stupid enough to marry her and give her a baby. But she's talking about she's okay with being alone. This bitch would have ended herself if she hadn't found that simp the way she was crying and bawling after that first dude wisely walked off from her when she told him that she had HIV. These bitches' heads are bigged up because of you. Okay? They are nothing without you. Nothing. Especially one that's as damaged goods as this. You do this, black man. This is your fucking fault. So when you get on fucking Facebook talking about black women this and black women that, look in the mirror. Because that same thing you talk about with black women can be superimposed on the other race groups of women too. Maybe not at the same rate, but some of them do the same fucked up things. And y'all co-sign it or turn a blind eye to it. That's right. You are to blame. As long as you continue to be thirsty for cooch, this shit will continue to happen. Meantime, a person like me is free to do as I please. I don't have to worry about any of this added drama. And keep in mind, life is dramatic enough. It's not like I'm living, I'm on top of the world. That's the funny thing that I don't understand about simp thirsty men. Life, especially when you're a black man, it's going to present you with so many different challenges as it is. Why would you want to add to that by getting with some dysfunctional bitch with all kinds of fucking baggage? She may have a stalking ass ex that's still harassing her and following her every fucking move. Getting out of some fucked up relationship. You don't know what the fuck's going on. I know most of you motherfuckers, I know most motherfuckers do not get tested before they have unprotected sex with one of these bitches. You just get in the moment and you do what you do. You don't know if this bitch got a disease. You don't know what the fuck going on. Bro, just so long as you can brag the next morning at work to your coworker, oh yeah, I got them pussy. Show how stupid you motherfuckers are. P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, Sean Combs, whatever the fuck he calls himself now. R. Kelly, Bill Cosby, they're prime examples. Even Harvey Weinstein. These men are paying dividends in their freedom and their finances. They're paying for one night stands with hoes. Absolute hoes, not girlfriends. Complete fucking hoes. Side pieces. Gold diggers that they dealt with 1 to 2 decades ago. They're paying for that shit with everything they have now. something that was just supposed to be a midnight rump. Like you wake up in the middle of the night and you go get a snack out of the fucking refrigerator. That's what that's supposed to be. Let me ask you something. For all you motherfuckers that like to call us Marlboro Men incels, can you name to me, I want all of you, name to me, what did you eat on April 25th, 1995? No, tell me. I want to know what snack, what food, what did you eat on April 25th, 1995? You couldn't tell me if I put a gun to your fucking head. You know why? Because your brain has long ago forgot about that snack or that meal that you had. Because so many things have happened in the last 30 fucking years since. But when you get some of these bitches puss, that's the nightmare that keeps on giving, motherfucker. It don't matter if you fuck that bitch in 1980. She can still come back on your ass like that hoe did with Brett Townsend or whatever the fuck, the dude that was running for the Supreme Court so many years ago. She can still come back decades later and claim you did something to her, make a false allegation. She can give you something that you can't get rid of. She can get pregnant and have your ass dragged through the court for child support, even if you don't get married to her. And God forbid if you get married to her, then you're really fucked. Pussy is the nightmare that keeps on giving. See me, when I get my nut off, it's just like whatever I ate April 25th, 1995, if it was a bag of potato chips, not only are those bag of potato chips gone and out of my memory, the bag it's become one with the wind. It's not even garbage anymore. It's probably just an air particle now. Okay? I don't fuck I look like trying to remember what I ate or what gave me food pleasure on April 25th, 1995. I'm just randomly picking out a date, trying to point out to y'all, okay, that other aspects of life that don't include the female does not haunt you for the rest of your fucking days. This shit with these bitches will haunt you if shit goes wrong, which it usually does, for the rest of your fucking days. So go ahead, make fun of Marlboro Men all you want. When you dumb motherfuckers are locked up in jail, paying child support, which a lot of y'all are, got false charges put on you for domestic violence, caught some fucking disease from some raggedy ass bitch. She beating your fucking ass because you too much of a simp to fight back. We Marlboro Men, we black pill dudes will be getting the last laugh, laughing at your dumb ass. Got whole celebrities, red carpet motherfuckers, going through all kinds of divorces, court proceedings, domestic violence, all kinds of crazy shit. Not me, baby. I don't need any other human on this planet but me. Fuck y'all. Again, these bitches will shape a false narrative. That's the other thing that we should have learned tonight. They shape a false narrative. They are willing to put the world at risk for their own selfish benefits and goals. This bitch, in the back of her mind, she has to know that she is putting vulnerable people at risk. Now, thankfully, I am happy to announce, after, viewing enough of her videos and her responding to people in the comment section and reading some of the comments, most people, male and female, black and white, know not to pay attention to this bitch. And they're highly critical of her stupidity. She turns around and calls them scared or, having low self-esteem and shit like that to try to compensate for the fact that these people are the smart ones telling the absolute truth that are not falling for her bullshit. Okay? But you know that there are gullible people in there. She screenshotted some dumb motherfucker, assumably a guy, talking about HIV or not. Baby, you fine, and I take you, and woo 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 woo. I don't know if they were trolling But knowing how thirsty you niggas are, they probably weren't. Okay? But see, there are vulnerable people in there that will actually believe what this bitch is saying. They're going to go out and they're going to give some HIV slut or some HIV nigga a chance. And they're going to assume that these people are taking their medication, okay? Like she's taking her medication, or so she claims, and that their count is low. And they're going to wind up getting HIV. And I'm telling you, when that happens, if I was a prosecutor, I would not only charge the person who gave that person HIV, I would charge this bitch with aiding and abetting. I charge her with conspiracy. You don't ever in your life tell someone, encourage people to have unprotected sex with a diseased person, because all of that is riding on the person doing everything that they're supposed to be doing to have the minimal most chance of giving that disease to someone else. And she's talking about nobody ever got, there's been no reported cases of anybody ever contracting HIV from getting their nails done. Yeah, there's been no reported cases. That don't mean it ain't never happened. Now, yes, I will admit the chances of that are much more minimal than having unprotected sex or sharing needles when doing drugs for somebody. But still, any risk where there's blood or bodily fluid involved, it can happen. Okay? Again, she wants to fuck up the world because her world is now fucked up. And unfortunately, while most people have enough of a brain to remember the devastating effects of HIV and what HIV means, it means that you no longer belong to you anymore. You belong to that disease. That disease owns you. And the only way to keep that disease down, you heard of keeping a brother down, is to take a fucking pill or get an injection for the rest of your fucking life. So if you live to be 90 years old, you have to take a pill every fucking day or every week, or you have to get an injection every month of those 90 years that you're on this planet. If you live to be 500, same thing. If you live to be 5,000, it never dies. For someone to pump dangerous propaganda like that, okay? If they can charge a bitch in New Jersey or wherever that was, that white bitch that they claimed encouraged her boyfriend to commit suicide, and he did, and then they charged her with manslaughter because she was sending him texts encouraging him to do it, which is the stupidest fucking thing. But nonetheless, if they can charge her with that, they can charge a bitch like this criminally for encouraging people to put their health at risk. Now, if they're stupid enough to do it on their own, that's one thing. But if you're encouraging impressionable people, like young people, to do this and they wind up doing it and getting sick or even dying, you should be held personally liable and criminally fucking responsible. Okay? To me, telling a person that's healthy and HIV negative to be okay with having sexual relations and unprotected sexual relations at that with a HIV positive person is no different than if I made a video teaching people, instructing people on how to build a bomb. If I do that, the FBI comes knocking down my fucking door, I'm in handcuffs and my ass is headed to prison more than likely. Okay? This bitch is instructing people on how to blow up their own health. And the reason being is not because the person might meet a person that's being responsible, but because normalizing sexual relations with people with HIV is putting people at threat of coming in sexual contact with people who are by no means responsible And most people with HIV are obviously, by definition, irresponsible. If they weren't irresponsible, they wouldn't have the shit. So nothing, and I said this in the very beginning, nothing, absolutely nothing about ending the negative stigma of HIV will ever end the spread of HIV. The only things that are going to end the spread of HIV is people stop being promiscuous, stop being irresponsible with their sex parts, okay? And start vetting the people that they sleep with, using protection, okay? But hey, we know that's not going to happen. Hence thus, the spread will continue. But what we don't need is an idiot with a large social media platform spreading false information about normalizing HIV to the point where people are willing to date, healthy people are willing to date and sleep with people who are HIV positive. I bet you this fucking conniving ass bitch, when her daughter grows up to be more woman than girl, I promise you, just like she didn't want to date people from those STD dating websites, she's not going to encourage her daughter to accept a person with HIV. I guarantee you, if her daughter comes home with a person with HIV, she's going to look at that person sideways, probably take them to the side, and then take her daughter to the side and be like, okay, are you taking your treatments? I want a record. I want to see your papers, nigga. I want to see your papers. She ain't just going to willy-nilly just let her daughter be like, oh, it's normal. You know, my mom has HIV. I can have a boyfriend that has HIV. No. She want to fuck you up like that because, as you've heard so many people say, including myself, and that's one of the reasons why I've chosen to stay away from most people and live a solitary lifestyle. That and the fact that they get on my fucking nerves, especially these whores, but a lot of these dumb motherfucking dudes too, is because they don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about your life. They don't give a fuck if they come in and fuck you up. They don't care. They're only thinking about themselves. See, to an HIV, dirty, yeast-infested, pussy-having bitch, the world seems very awkward where people are looking at her sideways because she's a whore that reaped what she sowed. So she wants to flip the world upside down on its head so the world can seem normal to her in her abnormal state. It's like that movie Inception. Remember when they was in the dream world and they were taking part of the street and flipping it, on the side, and then they walked to the end of the street and then walked up the other end of the street that was, sticking up in the air? That's abnormal. In a normal world, in a normal reality, people see some shit like that, they start running for the hills. But in the dream world, in the fantasy world, you can normalize the abnormal. That's what she's trying to do. And people like her are trying to do. So, and this really should go without saying, I told y'all this was going to be a long video. I had anticipated it was going to be about 3 hours. In conclusion, stupid people are all around us. It's up to you to make smart choices. Like I said, thankfully, just the amount of pushback that she gives on her videos, I'm proud to announce that most people, because she wouldn't be giving that much pushback, making that many response videos, if most people were okay and open to the bullshit that she was pumping out, okay? But the fact that she gives so many negative responses, makes so many response videos to so many negative comments she gets from both black men, black women, and other races of people, lets me know that as stupid as people are or can be, most people in this world and in this society are smart enough to know that HIV, no matter what dirty yeast infested HIV pussy having bitch says, HIV is not something to be fucked with. Okay? You know how they say, you know, people with big egos, they say, I'm not to be trifled with, motherfucker. HIV is not to be trifled with, boo-boo. Okay? HIV will fuck you up. Okay? It won't fuck you up. It will fuck you up. And most people know that. Most people don't want to live a life where they have to pop a goddamn pill and have to worry about having access to that pill for the rest of their fucking life. And what happens if they can't get the pill? Most people are smarter than that. Most of you are, as simplified as a lot of you motherfuckers are, I know what y'all doing, most of you are smarter than that. Most of you, if you do contract HIV or have HIV, you didn't get it or you're not gonna get it because you're knowingly fucking an HIV motherfucker. You're getting it because, you know, you're just being irresponsible. Most people are not gonna knowingly fuck around with nobody that has HIV. But in case you didn't know, as I said, stupid motherfuckers. That's one thing I've learned more than any other lesson that I've learned on this planet. If you go back in your life and you look at all the bad things that happen to you, you will conclude that 95% of them, even if they were choices that you made directly yourself, they either happened with other people or because of other people outside of yourself. Okay? Stupidity, and you may be one of those stupid people, but nonetheless, stupid people are around us at all times. It's up to you, black man, white man, black woman, white woman. It's up to you, whatever woman and man. It's up to you to make smart fucking choices. Thank you so much for listening, and talk to you later, guys.
Get down.